Chapter 20. As Pei Ziyun said this, he threw out a piece of silver. It was white and thin, with a layer of frost on the edges. It was official silver and was worth 1 tael. The waiter was shocked. "Young master, this dish can be sold for 100 coins. Why we need so much silver? Now that the chef isn't around, we can't use the scissors. I'm afraid we won't be able to find it. If you do something for me, I will reward you." As Pei Ziyun spoke, he noticed that the waiter was in a daze. He then smiled. "I won't harm you. Take these letters and hide them. If you see anyone, tell them that I've delivered a few letters. I even gave you one. Tell them that if there's anything, they can send it to the education department. Don't make a ruckus. If anyone asks, just take out a letter." The waiter was 20 years old. Under the candlelight, his features were delicate and he looked intelligent. Hearing Pei Ziyun's words, he paused for a long time before he understood. "Young master, I understand. Don't worry, I will tell everyone about this." Pei Ziyun did not reply. The waiter then turned around and left, wolfing down his food. He then reached into his robes and took out the incantation. There were pictures of humans, bears, monkeys, tigers, and leopards. They were annotated with sounds and movements. There were a total of 18 pictures, and they were all connected to each other in their own order. Seeing this incantation, Pei Ziyun was overjoyed. It's the 100 Beasts dance. Don't be fooled by its ugly name. It's the foundation of one's cultivation. No wonder people say that even if this incantation can't help one enter the Tao, it can help one build up his body. Just as he was about to take a closer look, he heard a knock on the door. He opened it, and the waiter brought him hot water. After half an hour, Pei Ziyun cleaned himself up and fell into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, Pei Ziyun was the only one left in the cell. The senior brother was surprised. Did this person have such perseverance? If he was crippled, he would let someone into the cell to take a look. When the monk touched the man, he saw that the man had turned into a piece of paper. He was shocked. "Not good, senior brother." He escaped. All the monks were shocked. Only the senior brother gritted his teeth as he picked up the paper man. He was furious. This scoundrel is from an immortal sect and knows spells. At this moment, Zhang Jieyu heard the noise and entered the cell. His clothes were still intact, and he looked elegant and graceful. Eldest senior brother and the other monks hurriedly greeted Zhang Jieyu when they saw him. "Young master." Senior brother then took a step forward and explained the situation. Zhang Jieyu listened to this, and under the light of the fire, his face was dark and gloomy. After some time, he said, "Pei Ziyun doesn't have any Tao arts, that's for sure. This paper doll, I'm afraid other sects interfered with it." "Then what should we do?" Eldest senior brother was a little uneasy. Since it's an immortal sect, it'll be easier. We won't be exposed." Zhang Jieyu pondered for a long time before replying. "Tomorrow morning, let the students write the oath and release them." "Yes." Shun Feng in the morning. Footsteps could be heard coming from downstairs. Someone was returning. The waiter hurried to welcome them, and saw that it was a group of scholars, their clothes in disarray, their faces were pale or green. The boss thought to himself, they haven't returned for a whole night. Even if these scholars are scholars, they're all messing around with flowers. He had a smile on his face as he served them food and water. At this point, the young waiter Shun, shouted towards the staircase, "Young master, the letter you instructed us to deliver has been delivered." The students looked up and were stunned. It was Pei Ziyun, who they had not seen last night. He was sleeping comfortably, dressed in clean clothes, and looked very confident. "Not bad. Give me a tip and bring me some food." Pei Ziyun sat down on a stool and took a sip of tea. He then looked at the students. "So it's you guys. You must have had a good time yesterday." Everyone was speechless, and their eyes were blank. Some of them were ashamed, while others looked at him with hostility. Pei Ziyun could understand their feelings. Everyone had fallen for it, except for him. They hated not only the monks, but themselves as well. Tang Zhun's lips trembled as he stepped forward, as if he had expended a lot of energy. "What letter?" "A life-saving letter. If something were to happen to me, it would be delivered to all the important officials within 3 days." Pei Ziyun lowered his voice as he spoke. He then laughed out. "Waiter, Why aren't you serving the food? Tang Zhen understood, and his face regained some color. He was in awe of Pei Ziyun. Brother Pei, I am not as good as you. As he said this, he pulled Pei Ziyun up the stairs and whispered to him. Everyone's footsteps gradually stabilized. They knew that Pei Ziyun would not tell on them. Pei Ziyun heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing that the food was served, he started eating. Suddenly, he heard someone talking about Silver Dragon Temple and perked up his ears to listen. I heard today that a famous scholar, Zhang Jieyu, went to Silver Dragon Temple for a stroll the day before yesterday. He went for a stroll in the mountains outside the temple and fell down with injuries all over his body. Is that so? You heard about it too? I heard that there were 2 people who fell down at the same time, and both of them were injured. It was thanks to the help of Silver Dragon Temple's senior fellow disciple. However, I heard that he was also injured all over. AI, even the heavens are jealous of him. Hearing this, Pei Ziyun heaved a sigh of relief. This Zhang Jieyu's reaction is really fast. This Silver Dragon Temple's influence is not small, and yet they dare to do such a thing in this city. But I think they should be safe for now. Then let's wait for the results to be released. Nothing happened for the next few days, and the students did not leave their houses. The day of the results announcement was fast approaching, and the students in the inn were all looking forward to it. The innkeeper had also prepared some firecrackers. This morning, Tang Zhen woke up early and knocked on Pei Ziyun's door. He couldn't sleep and pulled Pei Ziyun out of bed to wait for the results to be released. Pei Ziyun looked at Tang Zhen and couldn't help but laugh. Brother Tang, 2 days ago you were indulging in debauchery and didn't wake me up. Today you can't sleep and came to bother me. In this world, there were students who wouldn't look at the results. Since they thought that they had a chance of winning, they would wake up early, tidy up their clothes, and change their copper coins. This was a matter of maintaining one's composure. He saw that Tang Zhen had regained his composure, and his face was filled with worry. He sipped on his tea and chatted with Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun saw that after such an incident, he was still able to maintain his composure and was secretly impressed. It was just that the students around him were not as shrewd as him and didn't dare to look him in the eye. At the next table, Scholar Wang and Scholar Li were seated together. Tang Zhen did not greet them, and neither did they greet them. They only drank their tea and didn't seem to be in a good state. Pei Ziyun did not speak much, and heard the sound of drums and gongs being beaten. It turned out that the results had been released, and the bailiffs were delivering the good news. Scholar Wang and Scholar Li were nervously looking at the bailiffs. One by one, the bailiffs announced the results. Initially, they were filled with eagerness, but gradually, their faces turned pale. Congratulations to Slow River County's Tang Zhen, Master Tang. Today, you have become the principal of Dong Prefecture and obtained the 13th elementary scholar position in the Dong and Prefecture examinations. This Slow River County's principal will receive good news in the future. At this point, they heard the good news from outside the inn. A group of bailiffs walked in from outside and shouted loudly. As they spoke, they began to search for Tang Zhen's portrait. When they saw Tang Zhen, they came forward to report the good news. Tang Zhen was extremely excited and took out the copper coins he had prepared earlier as a reward. At this point, another good news arrived. Congratulations to Slow River County's Pei Ziyun, Master Pei. Today, you have become the principal of Dong and Prefecture and obtained the 10th elementary scholar position in the Dong and Prefecture examinations. This Slow River County's principal has received good news in the provincial examinations. In the future, you will receive good news in the future. Scholar Wang's face was ashen. He glared at Tang Zhen and Pei Ziyun. These 2 people must have some sort of connection. They must have gotten the news, which is why they refused to travel with us. Although Scholar Li was a little shaken, he did not lose his composure. He looked at the somewhat deranged Scholar Wang and sighed in his heart. He knew that he had no hope of becoming an elementary scholar this year. He sighed deeply. Brother Wang, you and I both did not become an elementary scholar. Our hearts are filled with bitterness, but do not lose your composure. There are many people watching us. He raised his head and looked at the 2 people who were surrounded by the crowd. He then called for a waiter to bring him a jug of wine and started drinking. Tang Jun and Pei Ziyan looked at each other and bowed. Congratulations, congratulations. It was just that Pei Ziyun's smile was light, while Tang Jun's face was filled with bitterness. Now that he had become an elementary scholar, he had officially become a scholar of the empire. He had the right to carry a sword, the right to study abroad, the right to not have to kneel, and even a certain amount of taxes. He was also protected by the imperial qi of the empire. This was something to be happy about. However, he had fallen into a trap and fell into someone else's ambush. Naturally, he felt bitter in his heart. Another scholar shouted, "Master Pei, Master Tang, according to the rules of etiquette, you have to pay your respects to the prefectural magistrate and the various teachers." Pei Ziyan took out a small piece of silver and smiled. Of course, of course. Please allow me to take a bath before I can pay my respects to the various officials." Of course. The scholar accepted the silver and was satisfied. There was no need to remind him of this. This was the rule. But since he could earn some money, why wouldn't he do it? Following the sound of the firecrackers, the new students who had become elementary scholars started to gather. They formed groups and headed towards the prefectural magistrate's office. This was the rule. Inside a restaurant, 3rd floor, Zhang Jieyu had changed into a new set of clothes. At this point, someone reported, "It's been confirmed that Pei Ziyan does not have any Dao arts on him. He has already set off amongst the students." The senior brother stomped his staff on the ground. "This kid knows the inside story of our Silver Dragon Temple. Should we deal with him? If not, I'm afraid he will ruin our plans." Zhang Jieyu pondered for some time before tossing the letter in his hands aside. He then laughed coldly, deliberately mystifying. "Do you really think this letter can stop us? If it weren't for the free Cloud sect backing you up, no matter how many letters you have, as long as we spend some effort, we would be able to find them. When that time comes, we would be able to kill you. But now, since this person has the protection of Free Cloud sect, I'm afraid he's a chosen disciple. Furthermore, this person has already become an elementary scholar. From the looks of it, he knows what's good for him. There's no need for us to break the rules. But if he doesn't, even if he's from a celestial sect, we will still kill him." He then asked, "How's the task that I've arranged for you all to do?" The senior brother stepped forward and explained everything to him. Zhang Jieyu listened and nodded his head. After some time, he said, "I'm going to join the group of students and pay my respects to the teachers. Do your best. Don't spoil this. This matter is more important than Silver Dragon Temple. If you spoil this matter, even I would not be able to face my teacher and take responsibility for it." These words were spoken casually, but the senior monk was shocked. He then hurriedly replied, "Of course we wouldn't dare. Of course we wouldn't dare." Chapter 21. Magistrate's Yamen. At this point, the main door was wide open. 2 lanterns hung from the eaves, and the entrance was paved with bricks. 2 bailiffs stood guard on both sides of the door. 33 people walked through the gates according to the order in which the results were announced. Some of the new elementary scholars were beaming with joy. Some were solemn and reserved, and some were deep in thought. Pei Ziyan looked around and said, "Ma Ji is ranked 3rd. The 2nd place just happens to be the 2nd place of the 1-yin tournament, Chunnan." This young man had an elegant demeanor, and his eyes were as black as ink. Pei Ziyan thought to himself, "I don't know any Dao arts yet. If not, I would be able to see through him. Even if I don't know any Dao arts, I can tell that he's a rich man." As for the 1st place, it was a 30-year-old student named Gu Xianggao. Pei Ziyan was not familiar with him. After looking at him, he saw that Zhang Jieyu was 3rd place on the 2nd roll. As a Taoist disciple, he suffers from the imperial qi. To be able to rank 3rd on the 2nd roll, that's already very impressive. The imperial qi has a spirit. Those who are not a Taoist disciple may be able to become a high scholar, but those who are already a Taoist disciple will find it difficult to become a high scholar. Under Pei Ziyun's gaze, Gu Xianggao led the crowd to the front hall. The 1st roll had 2 people on the left and right, and behind them were the 2nd and 3rd roll. A scribe shouted, "Gu Xianggao, along with the new elementary scholars, pays their respects to your excellency." Gu Xianggao bowed, and the new elementary scholars behind him also bowed to the magistrate. This was to thank the magistrate for accepting them, and also to set the status of teacher and student. "Greetings to your excellency." The crowd bowed again. "Greetings to all the teachers." After bowing 3 times, the elementary scholars stood up. The magistrate smiled and told the crowd to focus on their studies. The crowd listened attentively. The magistrate's speech was short and concise. Next was the principal's speech, which was also short and concise. After that, there was no need for the principal to speak. Music started playing, and everyone entered the banquet. This banquet was conducted according to the ancient etiquette. 3 songs were played, and the host and guests greeted each other. After the banquet, the magistrate did not speak. Everyone paid their respects to the principal. To the top 3, the principal encouraged them. The rest were just a few comments. Pei Yin walked up and realized that the magistrate, the principal were all paying attention to him. The principal asked a question, and Pei Yin answered it without any mistakes. Seeing that the principal was satisfied, he asked, "Thou art 15 years old this year?" "Yes." The official then said, "I couldn't tell. Looking at your essays, I thought you were an old scholar." He didn't finish his sentence, but looked at Pei Yin once more. Pei Yin's heart skipped a beat and could only laugh bitterly. He cupped his hands and said, "This student's family is poor, and all I have learnt was from the village's elementary scholar. I am not knowledgeable enough, and hope your excellency will forgive me." The head prefect heard this and replied warmly, It wasn't easy for you to get to the 10th position. I've seen your papers. Your essays are not bad. But since you've become an elementary scholar, you have to cultivate your character. Cultivating your spirit is always the right thing to do. Thank you for your teachings, sir. I will continue to work hard." Pei Yin could only give his thanks as he laughed bitterly to himself. Actually, learning to be a proper scholar meant that his writing style had an air of shabbiness about it. Hence, he had to maintain his composure and maintain his poise. It seemed that although the old scholar's literary talent was good, his resentment of not being recognized was actually a taboo in the examination hall. The more obvious it was, the more people would not take it. He was already lucky to be able to take it. After the banquet, everyone bid their farewells. Some of them remained in the mansion, while others returned to their villages. Pei Yin headed back to his village. Jiangning County. Pei Yin rested for a short while at an inn in the county. Following which, he and Tang Jun paid their respects to the county magistrate and head prefect. Needless to say, the county magistrate said, "Students of the county, it's all up to you now. Our province's literary style is not very flourishing. Hence, the higher-ups have decreed that an elementary scholar will be given 5 mu of land, and 10 mu of land will be exempted from taxes. All these must be settled within a few days." Pei Yin thanked him profusely. Tang Jun smiled and bowed. He did not say much and only replied with a yes. Although his family was not considered a big landlord, they still owned 100 mu of land. Hence, he did not care about a few mu of land. The two of them walked out of the county yamen. It was drizzling, and a cool breeze blew, causing them to sober up a little. Tang Jun laughed. "Brother Pei, do you intend to stay in the county for a few more days?" Pei Yin paused before replying. "It's all right, Brother Tang can go by yourself. I have something to settle in the county, and will return to my village soon." Tang Jun did not insist and called for an ox cart. The ox cart rumbled loudly and left. At this point, Pei Yin called for an ox cart as well and said, "To the patrol office." The ox cart driver paused for a moment before looking at Pei Yin, who was dressed in a green elementary scholar robe. He then acknowledged him and left. The rain was drizzling, and there were very few pedestrians in the alley. The sound of hooves stepping on a muddy ground could be heard. After some time, the ox cart came to a halt. The ox cart driver then said, "We've arrived." Under the drizzling rain, Pei Yin alighted from the ox cart. He looked around and saw that it was a small-scale yamen. He paid the driver and walked up the steps. There were no armed guards at the entrance of the patrol office, but there was a guard who held an invitation to enter. When he entered, he saw a couplet inscribed on a pillar. The pillar read, "Deceiving others is akin to deceiving the heavens. Do not deceive yourself." Betraying the people is akin to betraying the country. How can you bear to betray them? A bailiff then led the way to a large room. The first thing he saw was a file placed on a table. At this point, the patrol officer was dressed in his ninth-ranked official robes and was reading through it. A long blade hung behind him. When he entered the room, the bailiff reported to him. The patrol officer then said, "Please take a seat. Please wait a moment." There were 2 chairs in front of the table and a tea table in the middle. Pei Ziyin sat down. Before long, the bailiff came and served him tea before he left. Pei Ziyin looked at the patrol officer's face. He had thick eyebrows and large eyes. He had a murderous look on his face. When he sat down, his back was ramrod straight, and he was holding onto a file. His handwriting was huge, as though he was writing with a knife. Once he was done, he raised his head and bowed. "Student pays his respects to His Excellency." The patrol officer looked at Pei Ziyin and smiled. "So it's elementary scholar Pei. I wonder what brings elementary scholar Pei here today?" Pei Ziyin nodded. The patrol officer had been in existence since a few hundred years ago. Their main purpose was to arrest bandits in the counties. In the beginning, their rank was not high. However, before the first emperor was crowned the emperor, he had already set up patrol officers in the areas he conquered. Most of them were patrol officers in towns, which showed how much importance they placed on patrol officers. After the first emperor was crowned the emperor, many patrol officers were set up throughout the country. They were institutionalized and standardized. Most of them were set up along the main roads and were under the jurisdiction of the local counties. They were responsible for the use of archers and were responsible for the suppression of smuggling and apprehension of bandits. Even though the patrol officer's rank was not high, he held an important position in the county. The archers of the county are responsible for apprehending bandits, and the people are peaceful. This time, Pei Ziyin had come to the county to apprehend bandits. He then bowed and started talking. "Your Excellency, before I left the county for the examinations, there were Black Wind bandits who came to the village to extort money. The public security was not very stable. This time, I have become an elementary scholar and have to return to the village. I feel uneasy and hope that Your Excellency will protect me." When the chief patrol officer heard this, he fell into deep thought. The dynasty had just been established, and the world was not at peace. There were a few bandits in the county, and this was the responsibility of the patrol officer. However, the patrol officer would not be able to deal with them in a short period of time. Hence, he sent archers to patrol the villages. However, Snail Village was far away, and no one went there. Since Pei Ziyin had become an elementary scholar in this village, he might as well do him a favor and send someone to patrol the village for a period of time. Thinking this way, he said, "The elementary scholar is here for this matter, and I can agree to it. It's just that the dynasty has just been established, and the army is stationed in the inner regions. This remote place is not sufficient, and these bandits are wreaking havoc. This official feels uneasy." At this point, he paused before continuing. "Since elementary scholar Pei's village is in danger, I shall send someone to patrol the village. However, the number of people is not large. Of course, these are all retired soldiers. Although there aren't many of them, I'm sure the Black Wind bandits would not dare to harass them. After some time, I shall deal with the bandits one by one and return peace to the county." Pei Ziyin was overjoyed. He was just an elementary scholar, and the chief patrol officer was willing to send a few people to patrol the village. This was already giving him face. Perhaps it was because of his young age and the fact that he was about to become a high scholar. The chief patrol officer must have been a retired military officer and was decisive in his actions. As soon as he finished speaking, he called the bailiff over and ordered the captain of the archers to come over. Before long, someone came over to answer the order. Pei Ziyin looked at the captain and saw that the captain was tall and sturdy and had a knife hanging from his waist. His face was cold, and there was a long scar on his face, which made him look ferocious. The chief patrol officer looked at the captain and instructed, "Chao San, this is elementary scholar Pei. Take a team and escort him to Snail Village. Once we've arrived, gather the village warriors and set up patrols." "Yes, sir." Chao San was definitely a retired soldier and replied loudly. Chao San and Pei Ziyin walked out, and Chao San said, "Elementary Scholar Pei, we're going to Snail Village. Our team has to pack our luggage and weapons as well. You should return to the inn first. Tomorrow morning, we'll set off together." "Of course," Pei Ziyun said as he watched the man turn around and leave. Looking at the man's back, Pei Ziyun couldn't help but fall into deep thought and let out a cold laugh. The world had just been conquered, and the soldiers were like wolves and tigers. If the world had been at peace for 30 years, how could they be so arrogant? But now, what he wanted was to be like these wolves and tigers. "Zhang Jieyu, you're a disciple of Holy Jail Sect." This incident at Silver Dragon Temple. After thinking about the cause and effect, it's obvious that it was a trap set up by you. I'm sure that these 10 elementary scholars have become your Holy Jail Sect's outer sect disciples. Outer sect disciples are usually the claws and teeth of the Tao sect, occupying the villages and giving blood to the Tao sect. Those who are talented can cultivate Tao arts and enter the inner sect. This has nothing to do with me, but you plotted against me. Besides, this Silver Dragon Temple is too dangerous for a woman's reputation. We have to get rid of it. That's a matter for the future. Right now, we have to get rid of the Black Wind sect. In the previous life, the original owner had heard rumors that the Black Wind sect were your claws and teeth. They were too dangerous and had to be eradicated. Most importantly, I've heard that the Black Wind sect has a rogue cultivator, and that he's your guest. My mission is to find him on you. Zhang Jieyu, you plotted against me, and I shall repay you. Thinking up to this point, a small white plum blossom appeared in front of his eyes. It grew bigger and became a translucent information interface. It floated in front of him, and the mission appeared. Mission 1. Save Isur. Completed. Mission 2. Attain elementary scholar status. To be completed. Mission 3. Obtain a martial cultivator's legacy. Incomplete. Chapter 22. Snail Village. Congratulations to Slow River County's Pei Ziyun, Master Pei. You are now the Dong and Prefecture's Grand Principal, and have attained the 10th rank in the Dong and Prefecture examinations. This Slow River County's Grand Principal will be rewarded with good results in the future. A bailiff from the county had come to inform them that Pei Ziyun had attained the 10th rank in the elementary scholar rankings, and was now the Slow River County's Grand Principal. Everyone in the village was overjoyed and estimated that it would happen within the next few days. The villagers felt that Pei Ziyun was still young and had migrated here. Who knew that he would actually succeed? Even if his surname wasn't Zhang, he was still the village's elementary scholar. Naturally, he would receive many benefits. The village chief had arranged for people to prepare some dried fruits and sweets. In the kitchen, there was a big fat pig that had been tied up and placed at the side, squealing loudly. There were also chickens, ducks, and geese that had been locked up. In this era, there were no refrigerators, hence the meat spoiled easily. Hence, they decided not to slaughter it, and waited for the elementary scholar to return before slaughtering it. However, they had already prepared live poultry. At this point, the Pei household had already been visited by the village's auntie, who was helping out with the chores. She said, "Master Pei has become an elementary scholar. You will be able to enjoy life in the future." All the chores were done by the sister-in-law, while Pei Qianshi was like an outsider, unable to help at all. Pei Ziyin missed his mother and Yi Su'er and headed home the next day. Accompanying him was an ox cart. Chao San and Pei Ziyin sat in it, with their luggage inside. Behind them were 4 archers. The entire journey was peaceful and uneventful. However, they were still quite a distance away from the village, and could see people watching them from afar. "Stop the cart." Chao San felt that something was amiss. He then jumped down from the cart and pulled out his sword, observing the surroundings. The 4 archers behind him, although they were archers, they were armed with swords. They too drew out their swords. Their expressions were sharp, as though they were startled tigers. Pei Ziyin saw that they were villagers and hurriedly said, "Leader Chao, they are from our village. They look like they are here to welcome us." As soon as he said this, Chao San took a closer look before sheathing his sword. The 4 archers behind him did the same. Indeed, It hasn't been long since the founding of the country. Even the archers are so elite. Pei Ziyin looked at him and couldn't help but praise him. When the villagers came closer and saw that it was indeed Pei Ziyin, they were overjoyed and shouted, "Heir Tiao, quickly go back and report that your husband has returned. Let's slaughter the pigs and chickens." "All right, I shall go now." This Heir Tiao was a young man. He looked at Pei Ziyin with envy and ran back to the village. The ox cart moved slowly and returned to the village. The village chief, the village elders, and the villagers were waiting outside the mud wall to welcome the elementary scholar. When they saw him, they shouted, "Light the firecrackers!" The sound of firecrackers rang out continuously. Many children hid in the arms of their mothers and stretched out their heads, watching with wide eyes. Some of the older children tried their best to squeeze to the front, only to be pulled back by their ears by their parents. There was a commotion as the village elders held onto Pei Ziyun's hands, praising him profusely. They said that when Pei Ziyun and his mother came to the village, they noticed that the place was different. Hence, they gave him a discount and allowed them to stay in the village. The commotion outside had finally subsided. Under the command of the village chief, the livestock in the reed shed began to be slaughtered. A fat pig seemed to have sensed that its life had come to an end and began to struggle and wail. The Andes began to get busy, preparing chicken, duck, fish, and meat. Before long, the fish, chicken, meat, and coriander were being slaughtered. White smoke rose from the stove, and the air was filled with the fragrance of meat and coriander. Someone asked the village chief, "Third uncle, all these livestock just for this elementary scholar, is it worth it? Bastard, this Pei family kid is only 15 years old. He might even pass the imperial examinations in the future. How can we offend him? Besides, even if it's just an elementary scholar, we can still benefit from it. How can there be any benefits? The tax exemption has already been given to our own people. Although the Pei family is an outsider, a few families with the surname Pei have moved over. How can they give it to our Zhang family? You don't believe me when I say that you are an idiot. The tax collectors sent by the county bully us because we don't have any scholars. Now that we have an elementary scholar in our village, we are exempted from this tax. If it's labor, fighting for water, complaining, there are benefits to be had. You are the only one who cares about this small amount of money. Besides, look, when the elementary scholar returns to his village, he even brought the county's patrols with him." The village chief chided. Seeing someone enter, he waved him over. "Come here, where is he now?" "He's almost home." As he spoke, the sound of music could be heard. Of course, there was no proper orchestra in the village. They only played drums. As for the Pei family, Pei Qianshi had already been informed that elementary scholar Pei, the eldest son of the Pei family, had returned. Pei Qianshi came out to welcome him. Her son was dressed in a green robe and looked rather skinny. Her heart ached for him, and tears started to flow down her cheeks. Pei Ziyin looked at his mother and thought back to what his mother had told him before he left. He knew that his mother was hoping that he would become an elementary scholar and bring glory to his family. He hurriedly took out a document from within his robes. "Mother, look." Pei Qianshi's hands trembled as she received the document. She was literate and opened it to see that it was an official document for him to become an elementary scholar. On top of the document was the official seal of the prefectural magistrate. Pei Qianshi's face was full of smiles as her eyes turned red. My son, your mother has waited 10 years for this day. Follow me back to the room and pay your respects to the ancestors," Pei Qianshi said as she rushed into the room. Someone wanted to follow her, but someone pulled her back. "They are paying respects to the ancestors. Why are you going?" Pei Ziyun followed her in and saw Pei Qianshi kneeling in front of a memorial tablet wrapped in cloth. She was sobbing uncontrollably as she looked at the tablet. "Husband, do you see this? My son has finally made a name for himself." Her tears fell like rain, as if she was venting out all the pain and suffering she had suffered all these years. Pei Ziyin looked at his usually stubborn mother crying, and his heart was filled with mixed emotions. The original owner of the body had not become an elementary scholar before her death, and had only become an elementary scholar a year after her death. How regretful was that? At this point, Pei Qianshi stopped crying and walked forward. She lifted the layers of cloth and revealed a memorial tablet. On it was written, Pei Yuan Shun's memorial tablet. She couldn't help but start crying again. My son, your father was killed by bandits and was falsely accused of being a bandit. Your mother was useless and had no way of retrieving his remains. She could only bring the memorial tablet and run all the way here. On the way, I met a Taoist who knew of this matter. He said, Wife, your husband was a government official and died defending his land. However, he was slandered and fell into the underworld. Since this memorial tablet has been erected, it has proven to be effective. I can't bear to see a hero being wronged, and I can't do anything about it. I can help you with your funeral. I gave you a talisman to wrap around the memorial tablet. You can pay your respects during festivals, but it must not be exposed to the light. In the future, when my son becomes an elementary scholar and has the protection of the new dynasty, he can open the memorial tablet and pay his respects. If not, your deceased husband will be in trouble. When I heard this, I was skeptical. However, that night, your father entered a dream. All these years, he hasn't mentioned anything about the past, much less the memorial tablet. Now, I can finally take it out. At this point, Pei Qianshi thought of the past and cried out, Husband, you haven't seen the light of day for 15 years. Today, you can finally see your son. My son, why aren't you kowtowing to your father? In his memory, Pei Ziyin used to pay his respects to the ancestors every year. When he was young, he wanted to take a look at the memorial tablet and was beaten by his mother. Now he obediently walked forward and kowtowed. The moment he kowtowed, Pei Ziyun's vision blurred. It was as if a white mist had landed on the memorial tablet. However, in the blink of an eye, it disappeared. After kowtowing, a small white plum blossom appeared in front of Pei Ziyun's eyes. It grew bigger and became a translucent information interface. The mission appeared in front of him. Mission 2. Elementary Scholar Exam completed. Please collect. Indeed, it was to appease my family. Actually, I had already passed the Elementary Scholar Exam, but I had to wait until now to collect it. Pei Ziyin thought to himself. He didn't have time to look at it, and immediately collected it. 1. On his forehead, the originally ethereal flower petal suddenly materialized. However, Pei Ziyin covered his forehead with his hands. After a few minutes, the petal disappeared. Luckily, this plum blossom can be hidden, or else it would attract attention. A wave of information flowed into Pei Ziyun's mind. He then thought to himself, the first petal of the plum blossom can absorb thoughts that do not have any supernatural powers. If it materializes, it can even absorb high scholars' essays. My original ethereal petal could only absorb thoughts of high scholars. Luckily, I couldn't find anything better to absorb, so I didn't notice it. The next step is to solve the problem of my spiritual roots. As for the white chi earlier, it was an illusion. It was my luck. It should be my newly acquired elementary scholar's luck. I don't know if using it like this will bring about any negative consequences. But since I've inherited this body, even if I use a little more, it won't be a big deal. After paying his respects to his ancestors, he came out. Several women consoled him. One of them said, Your son has become an elementary scholar. This is a joyous occasion. You should be happy. Under the consolation of the crowd, Pei Qianshi stopped crying. She smiled and said, Yes, yes, I won't cry, I won't cry. I'm happy, I'm happy. She patted her head and laughed. Look at how forgetful I am. Come, it's time to give out some money. Everyone laughed. Pei Qianshi walked out of the house and calmed herself down. She took out some copper coins and handed them out. The children all smiled as they received the coins. Although it was only 1 or 2 coins, it was considered lucky money. Since they had children, their parents would treasure it well. This is my husband's lucky money. Who knows, he might even be able to get some luck. With such a commotion, a villager came forward and said that a banquet had been prepared. Leader Chow, everyone, please come with us. Leader Chow and a few other archers were a little unwilling to patrol this remote area. But since there was wine and meat to be had, they smiled and followed along. The village was bustling with people, as though it was the new year. Pei Ziyin was invited to sit down. and Pei Qianshi sat beside him. At this point, Pei Ziyun stood up. Leader Chao and everyone, please take your seats. The villagers were confused. Pei Ziyun then said, today I went to see the chief patrol officer and told him about the Black Wind sect. The chief patrol officer was furious and sent Leader Chao and his brothers here to defend the village. They set up patrols and organized the villagers. From now on, the village will be under the protection of the government. Since that's the case, how can we not invite them to the banquet? The village chief was pouring a cup of wine when he heard these words. His hands trembled and the wine spilled out. He then regained his senses and hurriedly said, that's right, that's right. His smile became even more passionate. Chapter 23. Snail Village. Morning Pei Ziyun woke up early in the morning and smelled of alcohol. With Pei Qianshi by his side, he could not reject the village chief's toast and drank it. This morning when he woke up, he felt unwell and decided to take a bath. As he sank into the barrel, he called out, System. A small white plum blossom appeared in front of his eyes and grew bigger, becoming a translucent information interface. Mission 1. Save Yi Sewer. Completed. Mission 2. Attain elementary scholar status. Completed. Mission 3. Obtain a martial cultivator's legacy. Incomplete. Now there's only Mission 3 left. With the patrolling archers, the village is safe. But the Black Wind sect is still a threat. It's not a good time to bring Yi Sewer home. I have to get rid of them and give Zhang Jieyu what he deserves. And if I kill this rogue cultivator, I might be able to find a martial cultivator's legacy. But if I want to kill this rogue cultivator, shouldn't I find helper? For example, Mr. Zhao Ning. Although it's a little late now, can I get Mr. Zhao's help? As he pondered, the water turned cold and he put on his clothes. At this point, he heard Pei Qianshi calling out from the window. He opened the door and saw that Pei Qianshi had already prepared some gifts. She said, my son, now that you've become an elementary scholar, it's a joyous occasion. I called for Mr. Zhao yesterday, but he didn't come. But you still have to go to his house. Pei Ziyun had the same intention and prepared to go. After a while, Pei Qianshi finished packing and wanted Pei Ziyun to bring the gifts over. Pei Ziyun could not reject her and took them. Even before he reached the bamboo house, he could see a bamboo forest. The morning breeze blew past, and the bamboo forest was like a wave, moving up and down with the wind. When he arrived at the front of the courtyard, he saw that the fence was fastened. He gently pushed the door open and saw Mr. Zhao carrying a plate of stir-fried vegetables into the courtyard. Teacher, Pei Ziyun hurried forward to greet him. Zhao Ning raised his head and saw that it was Pei Ziyun. He laughed. What a coincidence that you've come. Yesterday, your junior brother had just hunted a wild rabbit and had just finished his meal this morning. I didn't expect you to be here. Pei Ziyun bowed respectfully. Fortunately, I did not fail Mister's mission. This time, I became an elementary scholar. I just returned to the village yesterday and came here today to see Mister. Thanks to you, I managed to become an elementary scholar. That's because you're talented in literature. That's why you're blessed. Zhao Ning waved his hands and sighed in his heart. Although this disciple had been blessed by his ancestors, it was not much. He had thought that he would have to struggle for a few years, but he did not expect that he would pass the imperial examinations. He was a little surprised, but also a little gratified. No matter what, this secular disciple would not have to worry about food or clothing in the future. He poured himself a cup of wine and said, this elementary scholar is the starting point of the imperial examinations. You still have a long way to go. Pei Ziyun's heart sank as he asked, Mister, what's going on? Did something big happen? Zhao Ning waved his hands, indicating that he wasn't. He paused for a while before saying, I am not from the mortal world. You should have met people from my sect before. When you became an elementary scholar, you met my fellow disciples in the prefecture, Silver Dragon Temple, the monk, the thieves, the sloppy Taoist. Hearing Mr. Zhao's words, Pei Ziyun was mentally prepared, but was still shocked. Seeing this, Zhao Ning sighed softly. The few years he had spent teaching Pei Ziyun had gone by in a flash. Not to mention anything else, Just the fact that he had taught Pei Ziyin made him feel like he was half a disciple. At this point, he lowered his voice and said softly, "I am a hidden Taoist. This time, I came here to look for the reincarnated elder. Now that I have succeeded, I have found him. He is your fellow disciple. Benefactor, since you are from a Taoist sect, can't you help me?" Pei Ziyun said sincerely, "Regarding the incident at Silver Dragon Temple, I feel that the world is fickle. Only the path of immortals is real. Benefactor, on account of our many years of friendship, please help me." As he said this, he wanted to kowtow to Zhao Ning, who knew that Zhao Ning would usually accept his kowtow, but this time he did not. A gentle force stopped him from kowtowing. He then said, "Foolish disciple, fate has its limits. You are too late." Seeing Pei Ziyun's face filled with disappointment, Zhao Ning could not bear to see him like this. He then said, "My fellow disciple has given you an introductory manual. Although it is not part of our sect's teachings, it is an authentic way to enter the Tao. If you use this manual to cultivate to the 10th level and enter the Tao foundation, then you and I will still be fated to be master and disciple." "Master, I have settled everything down. I am only waiting for my fellow disciple to bid farewell before I leave." At this point, he saw Zhang Yun carrying a huge bag on his back. He was carrying some items in his hands and was talking and laughing with a young man. When he reached the door, he shouted loudly. Hearing this voice, Pei Ziyun looked over and saw the young man behind Zhang Yun. The young man was dressed in a Taoist robe and had a handsome physique. Anyone who saw him would have a good impression of him. As soon as Pei Ziyun saw him, he squinted his eyes and thought back to the events of his previous life. So this was young Master Xia's accomplice, Song Ji. He was the current generation's senior brother. In his previous life, it was this man who had betrayed young Master Xia. Young Master Xia had helped him to become the sect leader. Meeting his enemy, Pei Ziyun felt an indescribable anger welling up within him. His eyes turned red and widened. He could even see the whites of his eyes. They were bloodshot and had a murderous look in his eyes. As soon as this emotion appeared, Pei Ziyun knew that something was wrong. Everyone present was a disciple of an immortal sect and had keen senses. Once he looked at the original owner, he could feel that something was amiss. He then hurriedly raised his hands and used his sleeves to cover his face and eyes. He then said, "Not good. The wind and sand had gotten into my eyes." At this point, Song Ji, who was standing beside Zhang Yun, felt uneasy. He blinked his eyes and did not know where this feeling came from. Zhang Yun walked up and said, "Senior brother, if the sand has gotten into your eyes, blow on it. If you rub your eyes, the sand will seep in." As he said this, he pulled Pei Ziyun's hands away and helped blow on his eyes. When he looked into Pei Ziyun's eyes, he saw that Pei Ziyun's eyes were red and filled with killing intent. He was shocked. Pei Ziyun put his hands down and smiled. "The sand has been rubbed out. Thank you, junior brother, for worrying." As soon as he said this, his expression returned to normal. Zhang Yun then felt that he had been worrying too much. The sand had gotten into his eyes, and his eyes were already red. Seeing Pei Ziyun and Zhang Yun getting along so well, Zhao Ning was gratified. Pei Ziyun thought that since he had been reborn, these enemies from his previous life were actually enemies of the original owner. Naturally, he could look at them as if they were on a mission. Now that he saw Song Ji, Pei Ziyun realized that the original owner's hatred for him was deeply rooted in his heart. He had not forgotten about it, and was instead engraved in his bones. It was as if this hatred had seeped into his soul bit by bit. When he fused with the original owner, he had accepted the hatred and love of the original owner. He was deep in thought and groaned. At this point, Zhao Ning said, "Since you're back, has everything been settled at home?" Zhang Yin cupped his fists and bowed. "Master is benevolent and has given me money. Everything has been settled at home, and I can leave any time." At this point, Zhao Ning said, "You two fellow disciples will not be able to see each other again. This time, it might be forever. Go and say your goodbyes." As he said this, he felt a sense of loneliness as he entered the bamboo house. Seeing this, Song Ji sighed as well. After entering the sect, everything would be different. He followed Mr. Zhao into the bamboo house, leaving some time for his fellow disciple. Zhang Yun pulled Pei Zi Yun and whispered, "Senior brother, don't be sad." I eavesdropped on the conversation between master and senior uncle, and they talked about senior brother. Senior uncle said that seeing that you have the heart to become an immortal, he has followed master's instructions and taught senior brother the incantation. As long as senior brother can cultivate to the 10th level, he will be able to enter the sect. He also said that before that, don't get into any conflicts. Senior uncle said that there are people behind the Black Wind sect. These words were not new information, as they had all been instructed. They even mentioned that the rogue cultivators behind the Black Wind sect might be related to Holy Jail sect. However, Pei Ziyin was still thankful to Zhang Yin. He thought about how he had missed out on many things in his previous life. In his previous life, he had to wait 10 years to become a rogue cultivator. He then met Elder Zhao and entered Free Cloud sect. Pei Ziyin was speechless for a moment. It was obvious that Elder Zhao had high hopes for him. Tears flowed down his cheeks uncontrollably, and he hurriedly wiped them away with his sleeves. Zhang Yin looked at Pei Ziyun and saw that he was covering his face with his hands. He then asked, "Senior brother, what's wrong?" "Nothing much. It's just that I rubbed my eyes with the sand. I feel a little uncomfortable now." Pei Ziyun put his hands down, tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. Zhang Yun had wanted to say more, but seeing Pei Ziyun in such a state, he was speechless. After a long time, he then said, "Well then, senior brother, let's part ways." "Oh yes, Master said that there's nothing else in this courtyard except for some valuable books. If we leave them here, they will be taken away. Senior brother, please take them." "I understand. You guys can leave." Pei Ziyin covered his face with his hands. After some time, he pulled down his sleeves and looked around. The entire courtyard and the bamboo house were empty. They had all disappeared. Pei Ziyin sighed and looked around the courtyard. The tea was still warm. When he reached the bamboo house, he saw that the rice and other miscellaneous items were still there. He went up to the study room, where thousands of books were arranged neatly. After a long period of silence, he reached the bottom of the stairs and started practicing the 100 Beast technique. Although he felt extremely comfortable, he did not feel any spiritual energy at all. Pei Ziyin sighed. He did not have spiritual roots and could not cultivate. He had to complete the mission first. He had to start with the Black Wind Bandits and kill the rogue cultivator. The rogue cultivator's techniques were shallow, and he could not cultivate much. However, Pei Ziyin did not need any Dao arts. All he needed was a bit of spiritual energy to transform into spiritual roots. He did not have any Dao arts. Even if he was a rogue cultivator, it would be difficult to kill him. He needed help. Zhaoning was no longer an option. If he wanted to borrow a knife, he had to find another way. The village was a force to be reckoned with. Although there were patrols in the village, and some villagers were trained, they were not willing to take the initiative to attack. At this point, Pei Ziyun had an idea. "I just remembered an opportunity. It's within these few days, and I might be able to get it. That's right. Even if I don't go and fetch Yisuer, I should at least let her know. It's getting late. Let's have lunch first." Just as he was thinking about this, he returned to the village and heard someone shouting. He looked over and saw a middle-aged man. When he got closer, he noticed that this middle-aged man looked like a butler. He was rather skinny. When he saw Pei Ziyin, he smiled and welcomed him. "I wanted to look for the elementary scholar yesterday, but I thought that the elementary scholar must have something important to attend to. That's why I came over today." As he said this, he looked at Pei Ziyin and saw that the elementary scholar was young, handsome, and had a pair of spirited eyes. He then continued, "This time, I'm here to return the title deed to the elementary scholar. My master said that the elementary scholar's family had to use money to exchange the land for the title deed. At that time, he felt that it was a pity. He thought that in a few years, he would definitely become an elementary scholar. Now that Master Pei has become an elementary scholar, we will return the land." The butler said. Chapter 24. Please come in and talk. Pei Ziyin understood that this was the Li family's way of showing their goodwill. Since the Li family did not mention money, he had no choice but to give them the title deed. However, he did not have any extra money on hand and was hesitant. The butler was quick-witted. Seeing Pei Ziyun's expression, he knew that he was hesitating about money. He hurriedly said, "Young master, if you are unable to gather 50 taels of silver as collateral, it's all right. You can return it next year or next year when you are free." This 10 mu of land was bought by his mother with all the money she had saved. Now that he had returned it, the meaning behind it was different. Pei Ziyin saw that the Li family was being so courteous and was overjoyed. He then said, "Mr. Li is from Shangzi. I have long heard of your name. It's just that we were not fated to meet. I hope to visit you again in the future." This was exactly what the butler wanted to hear. As an elementary scholar, he was ranked 10th. Although it was not very high, he was only 15 years old and had a bright future ahead of him. This 10 mu of land, no matter how much he tried, he would be able to return it. Just as the two of them were talking, another villager came to visit. Seeing that someone had arrived, the butler took his leave. The villager had arrived. It turned out that he was a hunter from the village, and everyone was familiar with him. At this point, he was leading a person. When he got closer, he saw that it was a young man. This young man was skinny and weak. Pei Ziyin welcomed him and asked, "Uncle, why are you here?" At this point, Hunter Zhang pulled the skinny young man forward. The skinny young man was shy and did not dare to come forward. He did not speak much either. Hunter Zhang had a conflicted look on his face as he said, "This is my nephew, the son of Widow Zhang." I saw that the butler of the Li family had arrived and knew that he was here to return the land. Hence, I came to rent some land for my nephew. Pausing for a moment, he let out a deep sigh and said, "My nephew's father passed away when he was young, and it wasn't easy for his mother to raise him. Back then, his father was a gambling addict and had a bad temper. When he passed away, he didn't leave any land for him. Now that he's getting old, I have no choice but to put down my pride and ask you for a favor. For my sake, rent 3 mu of land for my nephew to farm. The rent will be as much as you can get." Pei Ziyin listened to Hunter Zhang and was about to agree when Pei Qianshi stepped forward and said, "Little tiger, is your mother doing well? I haven't seen her around lately." At this moment, the skinny little boy raised his head and answered, "Mother is fine. It's just that the weather has been a bit cold recently, so she hasn't gone out yet." At this point, Pei Qianshi thought for a moment before saying to Ziyin, "My son, I know about this family situation. My father likes to gamble and has a bad temper. He even gambled his entire farm. It's not been easy for him, and he's even more difficult than our family was before. You should agree." Hearing his mother's words, Pei Ziyin replied, "My house has 10 mu of land. The county will give me another 5 mu of land, but there's still room for improvement. Since mother says so, I shall rent 5 mu of land to you." Upon hearing this, Hunter Zhang pulled his nephew along and thanked him profusely. Everyone was overjoyed. Seeing that nothing had happened, Pei Ziyin then said, "I shall go out for a while." In the afternoon, he went to Peach Blossom Origins Monastery. When he reached the entrance, he saw that the peach blossoms were in full bloom. Just as he was about to knock on the door, the monastery leader came in and smiled. "So it's you. Are you here to fetch Su?" Su is also looking forward to it. Pei Ziyin cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks to the monastery leader for taking care of Yisu all these days. Now that I've become an elementary scholar, I'm here to see Yisu. As he spoke, Yisu-er's face was glowing. She walked out from behind the door and said, "I heard yesterday that there's an elementary scholar in Snail Village. I knew that Brother Pei would come and fetch me today." At this point, the little Taoist nun pursed her lips and tears welled up in the corners of her eyes, as if she had been crying. "These days, I have to thank the monastery leader in Xiao for taking care of me. Today, Brother Pei is here to fetch me, and I have to go back." Yisu looked at the monastery leader and the little Taoist nun, unwilling to part with them. The Taoist nun was a little sad and said, "Yisu, these days I've developed some feelings for you. I'm a little sad that you're leaving, but..." Before she could finish her sentence, the Taoist nun's ear lit up. She stopped talking as if she was listening. She then said, "I'm an expert in divination. Let me give you a divination to show my sincerity." She did not wait for Yisu to reply and took out a few copper coins. Seeing the divination, the Taoist nun's expression changed. Yisu had been by the monastery leader's side and knew that the Taoist nun's divination was accurate. Seeing this, she asked, "What does the Taoist nun predict? Why are you so surprised?" The Taoist nun had a complicated look on her face. She thought for some time and said, "Su-er, you're still a star of calamity. If you return this time, I'm afraid you'll be in trouble. If you stay here for a period of time, you'll be able to turn your misfortune into a blessing." Seeing the Taoist nun's serious expression, Yisu bit her lips and looked conflicted. She then raised her head and asked, "Does the Taoist nun know how long I have to stay here before I can return?" The Taoist nun counted with her fingers and said, "Only half a month, and the calamity will be over." "Brother Pei, what do you think?" Pei Ziyin was taken aback. Just now, the changes in the Taoist nun's actions had made him feel that something was amiss. However, without any Tao arts, he did not know what had happened. After thinking for some time, he felt that staying here for half a month would not be a big deal. He could take care of the Black Wind sect by himself. He then said, "Since the Taoist nun has said so, sir, you should stay here for another half a month. Yes, you must come and fetch me when the time comes." Yisu choked with emotion. "I will." When he returned from the Peach Blossom Origins Monastery, Pei Ziyun's expression was a little strange. He thought for a while and then said to his mother, "Mother, I still have to go to the county to settle the paperwork for the 5 mu of land. That's a serious matter, but be careful on the road." Pei Qianshi said, "Let the village chief's ox cart send you there." Pei Ziyun was feeling uneasy, as if he had done something wrong. When he reached the county, he asked the ox cart driver to go home and found an inn to stay in. The innkeeper boiled water and served them dinner. Pei Ziyun rested in his room for a while before asking, "Is it a night market today?" From today onwards, it's the town god's temple fair. When it's time for the fair, many merchants would rush here early in the morning. They would set up tents along the streets and set up a market for 3 consecutive days. The innkeeper replied immediately, "Yes, it's a night market. I wonder if it's too early today." Pei Ziyun suppressed his chaotic emotions and thought, "I remember in my previous life, there was a man who bought a bronze statue in a night market. When he opened it up, he discovered that there were gold pearls inside. He struck it rich and became famous in the village. The original owner of the body was jealous of him. But I can't remember which day it was. I wonder if there are any stalls today." Pei Ziyun smiled. "It's too stuffy in the room, so I came out to get some fresh air." As he said this, he walked out. The sky was clear and bright, and the stars were everywhere. The street was not wide to his eyes, and he could see stalls lined up neatly. Lanterns were hung on both sides of the street, and there were stalls selling all sorts of goods. There were even people gambling, shouting, and shouting as people walked to and fro. It was a very lively scene. No matter how many stalls there are, it's only 1,000 meters wide. I could find them one by one. This was an ancient market after all, and its scale was limited. Pei Ziyun calmed himself down and walked slowly towards the stalls. He was just like a passerby, strolling around and buying some old items. This place sells food, definitely not. This is selling cloth, definitely not. At this point, the streets were filled with people. Carts were pushing pots of soup, donkeys were carrying fruits, sugar figurines, and pancakes were being sold. There were more and more people. Pei Ziyun's mood was getting better as he strolled along, looking at the stalls. 1 mu of land costs 7 taels of silver now. Now that the country has been established, the population is still small, and the land is cheap. I remember during the middle of the feudal period, land was worth 5 to 6 times more. I can buy more now. Now that the country has been established, copper coins are plentiful and popular. Unknowingly, Pei Ziyun had arrived at the temple of the city god. There were 4 ranks of the city god: province god, county god, and county god. In reality, there was only a second rank, which was the county hall. Even if it was the county god, the amount of incense they received was not bad. The main hall was about 10 feet high, and there was an empty space in front of it. At this point, there was a bamboo stage, and worshippers were streaming in. The hall was filled with people, and the burning of incense caused the bronze cauldron to emit flames. The heat was unbearable, and everyone hurriedly retreated. At this point, the crowd was getting more and more crowded. There was a scholar walking around with a fan, while an old farmer was discussing farming tools, asking if they could lower the price. Many children were running around, looking at the candied haws. Pei Ziyin searched around, but did not see anyone selling the statues. He was a little disappointed. He saw a shed and sat down. "Bring me a bowl of wonton." "Coming," the lady boss replied readily, and served the wonton before long. Pei Ziyin was eating when his eyes widened and he paused. To one side of the wonton stall, there was a small stall. It was just that it was squeezed inside, so it was a little hard to see. Now that he took a closer look, he saw that most of the items were old and broken, but it just so happened that among the copper ladles, pots, bottles, bowls, and plates on a lampstand, there was a strange-looking statue of a deity shining with golden light under the lantern. What a waste of effort! Pei Ziyun's heart was racing, but he pretended that nothing had happened. After eating the wonton, he walked over to take a look. He looked at the statue and said, "It's a little heavy." "Of course, it's made of solid copper. My grandfather used it to burn incense," a crippled young man said before shouting out, "Come and buy it. It's all old and valuable." Other than the statue, there were also a few sacrificial tools. Many people were discussing this wastrel. His ancestors were rich. When it was passed down to him, he loved to gamble. If he lost, he would sell off his family's belongings. He even had his legs broken. Hearing these discussions, Pei Ziyin was even more certain that the statue was of a different weight. He weighed it in his hands and could hear a faint sound coming from within. Recently, he had been practicing his incantations, and his sense of touch had improved tremendously. When he weighed it in his hands, he could feel it. We tried the other statues. There was no sound. He then asked, "How much is this?" "5 taels of silver. If you want it, take it." The crippled young man waved his hands and said expressionlessly, as if he was numb. As for what was inside, he had to cut it open to find out. Without hesitation, he said, "All right, I'll buy it. We're done here. Here's 5 taels of silver. Keep it well." Seeing the silver, the man's expression became a bit better. He looked at the statue, and his mouth seemed to wriggle. There was a look of struggle in his eyes, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He took out a piece of cloth and wrapped it up. Chapter 25. At this point, a voice rang out. "Hold on. I've already retrieved the taels of silver. This belongs to me." He then saw a middle-aged man holding a tael of silver in his hands. Seeing that someone had already bought it, his face fell, and he hurriedly said, "I saw it first. I'm only going back to retrieve the taels of silver. You cannot take it away." As he said this, he walked forward to retrieve the bundle. Seeing this, Pei Ziyin was certain of his suspicions. He then took the bundle from him and said, "I'm just retrieving the taels of silver. I've already paid for it. You cannot fight with me over it." He then looked at the crippled man who seemed to be tempted. "We're even. Now that I've placed it in your hands, you could take it back." As he said this, he picked up the statue and turned around. At this point, the man hurriedly chased after him and shouted, 10 taels, 10 taels. I'll buy it. You'll earn 5 taels of silver. I really like this statue. That's why I'm willing to buy it. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be willing to pay 10 taels of silver." Pei Ziyin looked at the man in front of him. The man's eyes were gleaming, as if he wanted to follow him. Are you an official?" Pei Ziyin looked at the man in front of him and asked, "How would this man dare to pretend to be an official?" He then said, "Little brother, you must be joking. Then are you a scholar?" Pei Ziyin asked. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "Or are you a relative of an important person?" As he said this, he patted his green robes. This was something only an official could wear. The middle-aged man trembled as his face broke out in a cold sweat. He stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Pei Ziyin then turned around and walked away. Everyone who saw him were shocked and laughed out loud. The man stood up pathetically. His heart was filled with unwillingness. He looked at Pei Ziyun from afar and didn't dare to follow him. A ruffian dares to fight with me? Pei Ziyun remembered that the original owner of the body had been a ruffian. Perhaps he had heard the news and set up a trap for Pei Ziyun. However, he didn't have a good ending and was killed by the officials on charges of being a thief. Pei Ziyun returned to the inn. The innkeeper stopped and smiled. "Dear customer, have you walked around?" Pei Ziyun then replied, "I walked around and it was very crowded, so I came back and bought a bronze statue." As he spoke, he returned to his room and closed the door. He then looked at the bronze statue and looked at it carefully. It was a brilliant bronze color. He then laughed. Who knew that it was only covered with a layer of bronze? Retrieving his dagger, he sliced off the copper skin, revealing a thin layer of wood underneath. When he sliced off the wood, a golden glow could be seen. He then weighed it in his hand. This is gold. Just this alone is worth 10 taels of gold. He then cut open the gold and saw that it was hollow inside, revealing some jewels and jewels. Pei Ziyun tipped it over and saw a dozen jewels and jewels fall onto the bed. He took a step forward and saw that they were sparkling under the light of the lamp. He smiled and picked one out. This is an emerald. Even though it's a little small, it's worth 500 taels of silver. The other jewels aren't as expensive, but they still cost 4,000 taels of silver in total. This is a windfall. But since I'm an elementary scholar, it is not difficult to sell it off. I can just say that it was passed down from my ancestors. Now that I have become an elementary scholar, I can finally see the light of day. Everyone will be able to understand. Pei Ziyun took it out and saw that it was written, "Great Yong Lane Sioux family, for the sake of our descendants, we have hidden this gold here. In the future, it will be difficult to obtain it, but it will be difficult to accumulate it." Pei Ziyun looked at it and laughed. It's a pity that our descendants are not up to expectations. I don't think this secret message was passed down. Outsiders might even hear about it. Counting the jewels, he had a rough idea of what he should do. Seeing that it wasn't too late, he kept the jewels in his pocket. There's no need to exchange these 10 taels of gold. I can use them immediately. If it's for jewels, I can look for the Wu family jewels. The streets were filled with pedestrians. Pei Ziyun headed straight for the Wu family jewel shop. This shop was almost half closed and no longer accepted customers. Pei Ziyun walked in slowly. Indeed, the shop was of high quality. It was 3 stories tall and had a huge courtyard behind it. There were 10 rooms, and it was situated right next to the canal. As he entered the shop, a middle-aged man welcomed him. "Dear customer, our shop has closed." "It hasn't closed yet. I have a big business here." Pei Ziyun walked in and smiled. "Are you Chow Feng?" The middle-aged man looked at him and smiled. "So it's a husband. I am a Chow Feng here. Since there's a business, naturally I have to do it. Please take a seat and serve us some tea." 700 years ago, there was the Chow Feng Lang, and the Chow Feng Daifu was an official position. From then on, the term Chow Feng was used to refer to scholars and was also used to refer to the local people. During this period, rich people and bosses were called Chow Feng. Of course, the shopkeeper of the pawn shop was called Chow Feng. This was similar to how the term Xiang Gong was used to refer to the prime minister, but now it was used to refer to Xiao Cai. Pei Ziyun laughed. "I am Pei Ziyun. My father was the imperial secretary of the previous dynasty. My grandfather was the county magistrate of the previous dynasty. My family was destroyed during the chaotic times, and I fled here. I had some gold jewels, but did not dare to exchange them. Now that I'm an elementary scholar and ranked 10th in the examinations, I'm taking them out to appraise their value." These words were spoken honestly, not because Pei Ziyun was stupid. On the contrary, it was because he was wise. If he were to hide his identity, people might treat him as a scoundrel, and he would get into trouble. The middle-aged man was taken aback and hurriedly said, "Please enter." It was indeed an elegant room. Pei Ziyun took the gold and jewels from his pocket and scattered them on the table. The middle-aged man informed the shopkeeper while he carefully appraised the jewels. After some time, a man walked in. He was about 50 years old and walked briskly. He smiled, "So it's Master Pei. You're only 15 years old, and you've already become an elementary scholar. I've heard that the prefect and prefectural magistrate have praised your writing. We've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. To be able to choose this shop, it's our honor. This was obviously the shopkeeper. The middle-aged man muttered a few words before the shopkeeper smiled. This gold is worth 98%. That's 11 taels. The shop needs to earn some profit. Master, you can exchange it for 10 taels now. How about that? Sure. Among the jewels here, this emerald is the most expensive. It's worth 400 taels of silver. The shopkeeper pointed at the jewels and squinted his eyes. The rest of the jewels will add up to a total of 3,500 taels of silver. That's a total of 4,000 taels of silver. What do you think? Indeed, business was business. 5,000 taels of silver had turned into 4,000 taels of silver. A profit of 1,000 taels of silver was very fair. Pei Ziyin clapped his hands. I've long heard that Boss Tang is a good businessman. Indeed, you live up to your reputation. I'm willing to pay this price. Boss Tang's face was full of smiles. Young Master Pei is indeed straightforward. I wonder if you want gold, silver, or banknotes. Gold and silver will have to wait for a few days. Banknotes are banknotes from the stone market. Pei Ziyin understood why he said that. These banknotes were not banknotes, but were used by merchants who carried large sums of money with them. These were called banknote shops. The depositor would hand over his cash to the shop, and the shop would give him a banknote made of paper. When he withdrew his cash, he would have to pay a 3% storage fee. In the previous dynasty, the powerful banks would set up banknote shops all over the country. They would abide by their promises and would allow anyone to withdraw their money. The banknotes that were printed on the banknotes were specially designed, with markings on the banknotes. The black and red banknotes were all handwritten and hard to forge. This earned them a high reputation. The banks also realized that depositing money would bring in profits, and hence did not require the depositor to pay a 3% storage fee. However, not all banknote shops were law-abiding and trustworthy. The banknotes might not be able to be cashed in. Hence, the bank's reputation was very important. The capital and bills of exchange were also one-to-one. A powerful bank would at most be able to exchange 100 taels of silver in a month's time. A single banknote would never exceed 100 taels of silver. Those banknotes that were worth tens of thousands of taels of silver might not even be considered trustworthy. Anyone who had read the history books would know that without a large amount of money flowing into the country, the government would only be able to earn a few million taels of silver a year. But a few thousand taels of silver was still acceptable. Pei Ziyin then said, "The banknotes from the Stone City's banknotes are acceptable. I will take 50 taels of silver and exchange the rest for banknotes." Boss Tang clapped his hands and said, "That's easy." Before long, he saw a stack of banknotes. Each banknote was worth 5 taels of silver. The banknotes were white, and the edges of the banknotes were white. Each banknote was worth 50 taels of silver, and there was a stack of banknotes. After the transaction was completed, Pei Ziyin hired an ox cart and left. Seeing Pei Ziyin leave, the middle-aged man was a little unwilling and whispered, "Boss, it's only 4,000 taels of silver. It's not worth it for an elementary scholar." Boss Tang's smile faded as his eyes flashed coldly. "Young master, where are you going?" "To the patrol office." Since the founding of the country, the patrol officer was a martial artist. Not only was he swift and decisive, he also loved money. As long as Pei Ziyin was willing to hand over some silver, and with the help of a team of archers, he would have a way to deal with the Black Wind bandits. When he reached the patrol office, he handed over his name card and met with the patrol officer. What followed was a private conversation. Pei Ziyin did not know what to say. When he came out, he smiled and said to himself, "I've only given him 50 taels of silver. Half of my plan is done. But today's matter is not over yet." He then ordered the ox cart to Wei Jia Lane. It was already May, and as the ox cart turned the corner of the street, it came to a small shop. There was a man sitting in front of the shop. He had a worried look on his face as he looked at Pei Ziyin. He then smiled and said, "Dear customer, what would you like to buy?" Pei Ziyin looked around and saw that the goods were all general merchandise. He looked around and saw some books. These are all old books. He smiled and asked, "Do you have any other books?" The peddler hurriedly said, "Dear customer, what kind of books do you want? I can find them. I have some interesting books here. I'm sure you'll like them." As he said this, he took out one of the books and flipped it open. There was a drawing of a woman's body. Pei Ziyin looked at it and laughed. "I don't want such books. I'm just asking if you can find books from the previous dynasty, especially books written by elementary scholars and high scholars." The peddler thought for some time before saying, "Dear customer, why do you want these books?" He looked hesitant as he spoke. "Just tell me if you can find them or not. What I do is none of your business." Pei Ziyin replied impatiently. "Books written by famous scholars in the previous dynasty are all very expensive." The peddler sat on a box across from him, a little hesitant. There will always be people who are down and out, selling their ancestors' books. "Dear customer, nobody has ever specially looked for these books. I can find them, but whether or not there are any, I don't know." The peddler raised his head and thought for some time before speaking. "All right, what's your name?" "This humble name is Chun Yuan." "Chun Yuan, since there's such a way, help me find it. This is a deposit. If you can find it, I'll give you more." As he finished speaking, he threw a tael of silver at the peddler. The peddler hurriedly picked it up and weighed it in his hand. It was indeed silver. This person was very generous. "If you can find it, come to Snail Village. Just say that you're looking for elementary scholar Pei, and you'll be able to find me. If you're suitable, I'll give you the silver." Pei Ziyin said as he turned around and left. The peddler watched Pei Ziyin leave and was surprised. This young man is an elementary scholar? This peddler Chun Yuan wasn't a random person. 5 years later, he would make a fortune. Of course, it wasn't a huge fortune, but he was known for his intelligence and ability. This person had some talent and was also in this line of work. Pei Ziyin decided to use him to travel around the county. Pei Ziyin then returned to the inn. The night was uneventful, and he returned home the next morning. Chapter 26. Snail Village. Pei household within the bamboo forest. Pei Ziyin was practicing the entire set of 18 stances 5 times. He could feel himself sweating profusely. At this point, he retrieved a pill the size of a longan fruit from his robes. He had obtained the formula for this pill in his previous life, and it could strengthen one's body. This was the perfect time to use it. A cup of rice wine had already been poured. Once he was done cultivating, he could take the pill and let the medicinal effect bloom. He immediately put the pill together and swallowed it. Not long after, he felt a warmth in his abdomen. He knew that the medicinal effect had taken effect. He slowly paced around, waiting for the medicinal effect to circulate throughout his body. Doing this every day, even though he did not develop intelligence, he gradually became stronger and improved at a godly speed. When he returned home, he saw that the entire courtyard was filled with people. Someone shouted, "It's the auspicious time. Light the firecrackers." In a split second, the sound of firecrackers crackling under the eaves filled the air with smoke. It had only been a few days since he last saw it, but the house had been renovated. There were 3 main rooms and 2 rooms on the left and right. Pei Ziyin laughed. Since it was not a new house, there was no need to prepare a banquet. He only invited the village chief and a few other Pei clansmen. When he entered, he saw Pei Qianshi dressed in a sky blue satin suit and a green satin skirt. Actually, his mother was not that old. She was only 30+ years old. It was just that she had been working hard and looked haggard. She had regained the aura of an official. Seeing her son return, she said, "The He family sent a gift of 5 taels of silver." Pei Ziyin replied, "It's just a normal exchange. I've already returned the 50 taels of silver to the Leaf family. I still have 50 taels of silver at home. Mother, the 15 mu of land has been rented out to the villagers. You will be able to live a peaceful life in the future." Pei Qianshi thought for a moment before saying, "You're in luck. A few days ago, you gave me 3,000 taels of silver. That really gave me a fright. Will there be any repercussions?" "How could there be? I've cleaned up the mess. I'm innocent. Who would know? Even if word got out, Although this is not a small sum, my family can still handle it. Nothing will happen. Pei Ziyan laughed and said. His mother was not seriously ill. In his previous life, she had overworked herself and had no money to see a doctor. Now, as long as she took care of herself, she would live a long life. Pei Qianshe wasn't a village woman and naturally understood. She thought for a moment and nodded her head. My son is right. But it's not a problem to leave the silver in the bank. I still need to buy some land. Pei Ziyan didn't object. The banknotes weren't stable, and there was no interest. If the Bank of the Heavenly Kingdom collapsed, then they would lose everything. If a country gentleman didn't do business, then they would buy land. It was stable, and they would have income every year. Which country gentleman's family would be crazy if they held banknotes for a long time? Just as he was about to say something, he heard someone shouting from outside. Following the voice, someone came in. Sir Zhu, Captain Chow, you're here. The man was dressed in the robes of an official and followed Chow San to pay his respects to the guests. Pei Ziyan stood up and clasped his hands in salute. I've been waiting for a few days, and you've finally arrived. Please take a seat. You've come at the right time. Patrol inspectors were all of the lower 9th rank. Only then could they be called Darin. The so-called Zhu Darin and Zhu Wei were actually the patrol division's military officials, one rank higher than Chow San. At this time, he did not stand on ceremony, entered a side room, and sat down. Pei Ziyan saw that the few of them were seated and laughed. Let the helpers serve the dishes. As she spoke, Pei Qianshe directed the helpers to serve hot dishes on the table. Seeing that the helpers had left and the door was closed, Pei Ziyan then waved his hands towards Zhu Wei and said, Please, please. Zhu Wei laughed out loud. What a coincidence. The patrol inspector has already sent me here. 10 archers, including Chow San's team. That makes a total of 15. You have to give us a meal today. Of course. Pei Ziyan paused for a second before smiling. Come here. I'll make sure you eat your fill. Even if you don't have enough meat, at least you'll get a few pieces. The few of them laughed out loud. These few of them were all soldiers and immediately took out a large bowl of meat and wine. Before long, Zhu Wei took out a document from his boot and tossed it to Pei Ziyan. He pointed at it and said, This is the patrol inspector's document. He sent us here to patrol the village. However, the 15 of us are already half of the patrol office and cannot be stationed here for long. That's one thing. Secondly, you were able to convince the patrol inspector to deal with the Black Wind sect. That's your ability. Of course, the patrol inspector can send us here, but we can't just send ourselves to our deaths. As he said this, his voice was laced with killing intent. Since the founding soldiers of the country had retired, not many of them had studied. Furthermore, they had not been in the patrol inspector position for long, so they were very straightforward. Zhu Wei was no exception. Pei Ziyan laughed and said, Of course, I have a plan. Listen to me. If you think it's feasible, then we can carry it out. Look at these Black Wind sect bandits. Although they claim to have 100 strong men, in reality, you've all been fighting for a long time. You've surrounded and killed these bandits many times. If even half of these bandits can still fight, that's already good enough. Furthermore, these Black Wind sect have wreaked havoc in the surrounding villages. If we kill them, everyone will be promoted. Pei Ziyan saw the change in Zhu Wei's expression and knew that his plan was effective. However, it was still too early to be moved. He then said, Because they have wreaked havoc in the surrounding villages, they have many sources of income, especially Litang Town. There's a pier there and a gambling house controlled by the Black Wind sect. You're saying that we should first attack the gambling house in Litang Town and uproot the stronghold of the Black Wind sect? Zhu Wei asked. No. Litang Town is after all government land. The number of Black Wind sect members is limited. Most of them are ruffians from the town. If we attack the roots of the Black Wind sect, we won't be able to defeat them. As soon as he said this, everyone nodded their heads in agreement. Even Zhu Wei's face looked better. This elementary scholar was not an armchair strategist. However, the Great Su dynasty has been established. Extortion and kidnapping are not something that we know about. They know that they can't do it for long. Hence, These shady businesses are their lifeline. Zhu Wei and Chao Sen nodded their heads. They were aware of the situation. It was common for bandits to borrow rations. In times of chaos, many bandits and bandits had dealings with each other. With just a word from the bandits, they could borrow 1,000 caddies of rations from a village. Basically, none of the villages would resist. However, now that the world was at peace, it was getting harder and harder to do so. Pei Ziyun took out a rough map. On it was a rough drawing of the terrain. He then pointed to a few circles and said, "These are the properties of the Black Wind sect. We can spread rumors that some people are trying to steal their territory." At this point, Pei Ziyun lowered his voice and said, "For the sake of their territory, the Black Wind sect will definitely send people to patrol the various properties. At this point, the Black Wind sect will be empty. We can bring along the villagers and cheer them on. Then, we can wipe out the Black Wind sect. As for wiping out the Black Wind sect, the remaining people will be like scattered sand. We can easily wipe them out." When Zhu Wei heard this, he pondered for some time before slapping his thigh and said, "Elementary scholar's plan is not bad. It has some similarities to the military tactics of the lieutenant. Let's do it." However, he was thinking to himself, "Damn it, these scholars are indeed cruel and evil. Let's go to Li Tang Town." A middle-aged man rode on a horse. This man was bald and had a full beard. His eyes were narrowed, and he was followed by several men. The middle-aged man seemed to have a lot on his mind. He was breathing heavily and asked, "Are we the Black Wind sect famous along the 100-mile road?" "Second master, who?" "That goes without saying." One of the men said carefully, "Who else would doubt this? If anyone doesn't agree, we will hack him to death." Second master, who said coldly, "Then, why is it that even Snail Village has lost third brother? Now, even a scum like seventh brother Tang dares to steal my territory?" Licking his lips, the man said, "Second master, it's like this. Third master died in a temple outside Snail Village. He died very quickly. It seems like it was done by someone from the Black Wind sect. Now, that seventh brother Tang has jumped out and wants to steal our territory. I'm afraid there are some people from the Black Wind sect who are not happy about this." Second master, who harumphed and said, "What you said makes sense. I know that as well. Hence, when we go there, we must see blood. We must let these people know who we are." As he said this, he waved his hand. "When we reach Li Tang Town, we will call up our men. If seventh brother Tang doesn't give us an explanation, we will kill him." It's not just seventh brother Tang. There are people stirring up trouble in the other logging camps and hotels. It was as if there was an indelible shadow hanging over Second Master Hu's heart. He couldn't bring himself to speak. He sighed and fell silent again. "Second Master, what did the military advisor say?" The man asked carefully. The Black Wind sect was originally a small group of 10 or so bandits. When they met the military advisor, they gradually grew in strength. A few years ago, they were at their peak, ruling over 100 miles of land. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. The Great Su dynasty was established, and the rebellious rulers were all eliminated. Without chaos, the Black Wind sect didn't have it easy. They even fought with the government and lost many of their brothers. The military advisor didn't say anything. Why else would I be in such a hurry? Second Master, who was enraged. Just like that, in the cold silence, they continued on their way. The sky was gray, and the footsteps of their hooves could be heard. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from sight. Black Wind Mountain, not far away, night had just fallen. In the darkness of the night, a group of people were hiding in the forest. The villagers followed behind. Their faces were pale, and some of their limbs were trembling. They had been ordered not to make a sound. Looking over, they saw that the surrounding area was hilly. Irrigation was not convenient. In addition to the chaos, most of the fields were overgrown with weeds. Another group has left. On this Black Wind Mountain, there are at most 30 people who can fight. Pei Ziyun retreated. "In terms of numbers, we can fight. But this stronghold is not so simple." Zhu Wei was the deputy leader of the Black Wind sect. He had led soldiers before and was observing under the moonlight. About a mile away, a hill could be seen. A stronghold stood tall, and was made out of rammed earth. There were several hidden traps, and a few men were lurking around. Your Excellency Zhu, if this was an army camp, I would believe that it would be difficult to fight them. But these are bandits after all. I don't believe that they would be able to guard the stronghold for the entire night. If they had such capabilities, they might even be able to rebel against the emperor. Pei Ziyun observed as he spoke coldly. Indeed, before long, the night wind blew, and the people in the stronghold retreated. Gradually, other than a small fire in the middle of the stronghold, everything else was plunged into darkness. You're right. Not to mention the bandits' stronghold. Even if my brothers were to retire, we wouldn't be able to guard against the bandits day and night. Zhu Wei praised them before waving his hands. Chao San, bring some men and sneak up to open the stronghold's door. If there's any commotion and we can't open the door, release the ropes. Yes, Your Excellency. In the middle of the night, Chao San seemed to have regained his composure as a soldier. His eyes gleamed coldly as he waved his hands, and 3 to 5 men sneaked up to the stronghold. Chapter 27. At this point, the candles in the stronghold had been extinguished. It was nighttime. 2 or 3 men climbed up the stairs. Everyone held their breaths as they waited patiently. After a while, the door creaked open. The sound was rather loud, but it was hard to get off the tiger now. Who's there? At this point, someone came out, looking like he was about to pee. Kill, Zhu Wei immediately ordered. Following this order, the archers all jumped up and charged. Almost at the same time, the sound of a bowstring being drawn could be heard. An arrow pierced through the darkness, piercing the throat of a bandit. Immediately, a miserable scream rang out as he was nailed to the back. Kill. Since the sneak attack had failed, he could only fight openly. Pei Ziyun unsheathed his sword and rushed forward. Your Excellency Zhu, control the higher ground. Whoever dares to step out, kill him. As soon as he said this, a bandit wearing only a thin layer of clothing appeared from behind a door. He lowered his body and pounced towards Pei Ziyun. It was as if Pei Ziyun had eyes on the back of his head. He spun around and swung his sword. With a pu sound, the bandit's throat was bleeding profusely as he fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open in disbelief as he died. This elementary scholar is a ruthless character. Zhu Wei's face twitched as he felt a chill run down his spine. This sword was ruthless and venomous. It was not the style of a scholar. Shoot. However, this person was after all a veteran soldier. His actions were exactly the same as what Pei Ziyun had said. He did not attack the bandit first, but climbed up the higher ground. Pu, pung, 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 pung. The sound of arrows being fired could be heard. The bandits who were rushing out from behind the doors were immediately killed. One of the bandits had just stepped out of the door when 3 arrows were shot at him. Pu. An arrow pierced his throat, another pierced his chest, and the last pierced his eye, piercing his brain. He did not even have the chance to scream before he died. Success. Pei Ziyun and Zhu Wei both understood the art of war and knew that they had won. All the bandits were scattered in different rooms. As long as they could not gather together, killing them would be as easy as killing a dog. Using numbers to fight, using organization to crush loose sand. This was the art of war. Villagers, break open the door. At this time, the village warriors who were following behind came in handy. They found a huge tree, and with a hong sound they rammed the door of one of the rooms. Immediately the door was smashed open, and a man wielding a long blade suddenly pounced out fiercely. Pierce! When the villagers heard the order, they all thrust their spears at the same time. It looked messy, but it was more powerful than any martial arts. Which master could thrust so many spears at the same time from so many different angles? The burly man suddenly roared, and several spears pierced through his chest. He immediately died on the spot. In the blink of an eye, the bandits were separated into different rooms, and more than half of them were dead or injured. But the villagers were no longer afraid. Whenever they saw a shadow, they would stab it and kill it on the spot. The miserable cries of the bandits rang out continuously. Some of them couldn't bear it any longer and rushed out. They were immediately surrounded and killed. This was the power of military tactics and formations. At this moment, a figure suddenly broke through the roof and was about to jump out. The villagers didn't know martial arts, so they couldn't follow. They heard the man shout, "Just you wait, I'll kill you one by one." Soldiers naturally had a weakness. That was, if an expert did not get close to them, they would not be able to deal with them. Seeing that this person was about to escape, Zhu Wei shouted, "Shoot!" At this point, 7 or 8 arrows were shot. The man subconsciously raised his sword to block them, but only managed to block 2 of them. With a piu-piu sound, he turned into a porcupine and fell heavily to the ground. Pei Ziyan looked at Zhu Wei and laughed. Zhu Wei snorted. These bandits, the imperial court just couldn't deal with them for a while. Now, with a thunderous strike, they'll be reduced to dust. Pei Ziyan smiled and nodded his head. In a world without martial arts, there is no need to mention it. Even a martial artist could be killed by a few soldiers. Even if one had martial arts, if he wasn't extraordinary, he would be surrounded by people who knew military tactics and formations. On the other hand, if a martial artist knew military tactics, it would be very bad. Piercing armor, wielding bows, shooting from afar, and ambushing from close range. Depending on their physical strength, mobility, and endurance, it was possible to wipe out an entire platoon in a single night. It was a pity that there weren't many people with such brains. "Finish them off," Zhu Wei ordered. The thick scent of blood could be smelled, and an archer came out. He was holding a sword and slung it over his shoulder. Seeing a Black Wind bandit, he didn't care if he was dead or not. Hearing the sound of blood being spilled, someone jumped up from the ground and pounced on the bandit. With a pung sound, an arrow pierced through the bandit's back. The archer smiled and swung his sword, decapitating the bandit. The way the army did things was vicious and efficient. They killed all of their enemies with a final blow, and only then did they reap their heads. One head after another was chopped off. "Your Excellency, we've found the bandit leader." Chao San's voice was filled with joy as he held a head in his hands. "I was looking for him." The person who jumped over the wall was the bandit leader. Pei Ziyan and Zhu Wei looked at each other, and Zhu Wei laughed out loud. This was the bandit leader of the Black Wind Bandits. Pei Ziyan cupped his hands. "Congratulations, Your Excellency. No matter what, these Black Wind Bandits are the scourge of the county. For Your Excellency to kill them, it's a great achievement." "That's right." Zhu Wei wasn't modest as he nodded his head. His face was filled with joy. Killing this bandit leader and destroying the Black Wind Bandits was a great achievement. Although it wasn't a great achievement, the chief patrol officer would be praised by his superiors. Zhu Wei might even be promoted to the position of deputy chief patrol officer. "Your Excellency, there's still a lot of money here. There's even silver." Chao San leaned over and whispered, "A lot of silver. Keep watch. Don't let anyone see." Zhu Wei ordered as he ran into the room. He looked around and saw that there were rice and meat, as well as some weapons. But what made everyone's faces light up were the chests in the room. Opening it up, they saw that it was filled with gold, silver, cloth, and copper coins. There were at least 2,000 to 3,000 taels of silver. Looking at the riches, Zhu Wei laughed out loud. Wasn't this the reason why the army risked their lives? Not to mention the rewards, just the silver in front of him was worth it. Chao San, who was standing behind Zhu Wei, was laughing out loud. "We're rich. We're rich." After Zhu Wei finished laughing, Chao San walked up to him. "Your Excellency, there's so much silver. How should we distribute it?" Zhu Wei's laughter stopped. A moment ago, he was still thinking about how he would be promoted and become a deputy patrol inspector. Seeing this much money, he suddenly had an idea. "If I take out 500 taels and borrow this thief's severed head, I'm afraid I can even become a patrol inspector. Then I'll have some achievements. At most, I'll be transferred to another patrol inspector." As soon as he thought of this, he said, "Keep watch. Don't let anyone see." "What about elementary scholar pay?" "Same." Zhu Wei muttered to himself before instructing. "Take out some wine and meat and give it to everyone. Say that it's a celebration. Divide the copper coins among the brothers. It's good enough that the villagers have wine and meat. As for the rest of the gold and silver, we'll divide it." Chao San paused. His appetite had grown. He thought for some time before saying, "The villagers don't know what's going on. We can kill the bandits, but their families." Hearing this, Zhu Wei smiled sinisterly. "Control them." Yes. Soon after, the entire stronghold was thrown into chaos. A group of people rushed into a room. Zhu Wei exhaled deeply. He looked calm and serene under the light of the torch. The archer stood by his side and ordered coldly, "Chase all the families of these criminals into the house." These archers moved swiftly. An old man struggled for a moment, but the archer then stabbed him with his sword. With a pu sound, the sword pierced through the old man's body. Fresh blood splattered everywhere as he fell to the ground. "Seal the door and surround it. Nobody is allowed to enter." "Your Excellency, what do you intend to do?" Pei Ziyin sensed that something was amiss and rushed over. Zhu Wei laughed evilly and said, "The Black Wind bandits are plotting a rebellion against the imperial court. The law is merciless and cannot be tolerated. Kill them all." As soon as he finished speaking, the archers charged in and started hacking at anyone they saw. The women and children screamed in agony, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. Zhu Wei was bathed in blood and fire, as though he was made of steel. He looked at the dumbfounded Pei Ziyun and said, "What's wrong? Has the elementary scholar pitted them? Damn, these bandits." It's no wonder that since the founding of the country, they have always attacked the military. Pei Ziyin looked at this man's evil smile and felt his hair stand on end. He wasn't alone. With the villagers around, this person wouldn't dare to make a move on them. It was hard to say. What if he met a madman? Suppressing his pity, he wanted to say that according to the reports, there was a rogue cultivator in the stronghold, and that he couldn't afford to be careless. But seeing the cold expression on this person's face, he swallowed his words and turned to leave. Zhu Wei's eyes gleamed, but he didn't say anything. In just a few moments, the scream stopped. The 30 villagers who had followed along were trembling in fear. Luckily, they were fighting inside and didn't see the corpses outside being dragged into the stronghold. Other than that, Zhu Wei was very understanding. There were corpses everywhere inside the stronghold. He then invited everyone out to a clean public square outside. Before long, a fire was lit, and the smell of meat and wine wafted in the air. Big pieces of meat, big bowls of wine, big bowls of soup, the aroma filled the air. Chowson called out, "Come, come, come, let's drink, let's drink. Come, 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 let's eat meat." Outside, they couldn't see the corpses and couldn't smell the blood. The villagers and archers hadn't eaten meat for a long time. Now that they had gotten over the nausea of killing people, they ate happily. Zhang Dashan and Pei Ziyun sat together, a pot of boiling meat soup. The aroma wafted from the soup, and the wine sizzled. Zhang Dashan gulped down the soup and poured the wine into his mouth. Suddenly, he put down the bowl and whispered, "Husband, what should we do?" Pei Ziyun held the bowl with both hands and drank slowly. Hearing this, he shook his head. "They're obviously trying to kill us to keep our wealth. What can we do? Fight with the soldiers for these bandits? Besides, don't think that there are 30 of us. They only have 15 men. Do you believe that they won't kill us all if they see us? Then why isn't he killing us now?" Zhang Dashan said angrily, "Can he kill us all? That's a big deal, and we can't hide it anymore." Pei Ziyun said coldly, "But do you think he'll have a good ending? He's killed so many people. It's fine if it's just a fight between two armies, but he killed women and children. He's filled with resentment, and there will be retribution. Just wait and see." These words were a lie. In reality, most of the archers had been sent out to keep an eye on him. There were only a few people left in the stronghold, and Zhu Wei was probably the only rogue cultivator. If he didn't kill him, who else would he kill? Thinking about this, Pei Ziyun laughed coldly. "Give me your bow. Who knows? There might be something going on tonight." Chapter 28. Black Wind Stronghold. Zhu Wei returned to the main hall of the stronghold. Although the neighboring hall was littered with corpses of over 30 women and children, he was a soldier who had been through countless battles. He had crawled out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. What was there to be afraid of? What was there to be afraid of? He entered the hall and lit a candle. He then walked up to the chest and played with the silver. Just as he neared the chest, he heard a buzzing sound. The entire room turned cold as the candles and fire were extinguished. The entire room was plunged into darkness. Woo! A cold wind blew in as a ghostly fire appeared on the chest. Cries could be heard as the shadows of people who had been hacked to death appeared from within the black smoke. Who is it? Seeing these ghostly figures, Zhu Wei was not afraid at all. He pulled out his blade. I am a soldier, and you are a traitor. It is only right and proper for me to kill you. If you want to cry injustice, you are committing treason. If I can kill you, then I can do it again. As he said this, he swung his blade downwards. Strangely, as soon as he swung his blade, the cries and the shadows disappeared. Zhu Wei laughed out loud, but just as he retracted his blade, the black smoke congealed in mid-air and transformed into a huge snake. With a pu sound, the snake bit the man in the chest. Ah! Zhu Wei let out a groan as his body staggered. Within seconds, his face turned black. He was a man after all. Gritting his teeth, he threw his blade away. The blade sliced through the air, and a pu sound was heard. Blood splattered everywhere, and a blurry shadow appeared. The man's expression changed. Not good, I saw blood. My trance technique has been broken. Your Excellency, Your Excellency. The archers outside heard that something was wrong and barged in. Seeing a shadow sneaking out, they immediately called the police and checked on Zhu Wei. Not good. Your Excellency has been killed. At this point, Chao San, who was outside, was shocked. His clothes were stained with blood. He threw away the wine and meat in his hands and rushed into the stronghold. These archers had been through a lot and were now in groups of 3 to 5. At this point, Pei Ziyun and the rest of the villagers no longer stepped forward. They all watched on coldly, watching the farce unfold. Only Pei Ziyun held onto his bow as he swept his gaze across the area. Gradually, he found a shadowy spot where he drew his bow and pulled the bowstring. Whoosh! An arrow pierced through the darkness. A pu sound could be heard as a shadow outside the flames screamed in pain. Hoo-hoo! The villagers shouted. Pei Ziyin didn't move forward. He looked at the man in white robes, who had been shot in the shoulder. With a loud shout, he pulled his bow back into a crescent shape. With a pu sound, the arrow pierced straight through. The man in white robes let out a muffled groan, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He stood there for a few seconds before falling to the ground. All right, even Zhang Dashin's jaw dropped. This Pei Ziyun was an elementary scholar, and yet he had such archery skills. Pei Ziyun stepped forward and saw that it was indeed a rogue cultivator. He then muttered to himself, if it weren't for the fact that you were so angry that you wanted to kill Zhu Wei, I wouldn't have been able to kill you. Even if he didn't kill Zhu Wei, Pei Ziyun would still organize a search party. He then walked up to the rogue cultivator and started searching his body. His hands trembled as he thought to himself, I hope there's one. When he touched it, his heart was filled with excitement. He didn't even need to open it, as he could feel a sense of hope. Pei Ziyun saw a mountain pearl and a small booklet. The booklet's handwriting was neat and tidy. When he opened it, he saw that it was densely packed with records of cultivation. The Tao arts didn't matter much, but the petals of the plum blossom were trembling slightly. It was obvious that this person had this booklet with him since he started cultivating. He treasured this booklet very much. Pei Ziyun then hid the pearl and the booklet in his sleeves. At this point, an enraged Chao San came out of the stronghold. Seeing this, he didn't say a word and started hacking at the corpse. After some time, he stopped and asked, Elementary Scholar Pei, what do we do now? What else can we do? Pei Ziyun stood up and said coldly, such a big matter has happened. We can only wait for the chief patrol officer to come and deal with it personally. As he said this, he ignored Chao San's unresigned expression and walked away. The next day, when the chief patrol officer received the news, he rushed to the stronghold. Everywhere he looked, there was blood everywhere. The heads of the corpses had all been decapitated and piled up together. The chief patrol officer noticed that the corpses were all dressed in green and were stained with blood. He could faintly see a black wolf's head embroidered on their clothes. The blood on the ground had already coagulated, but he ignored it. What's wrong with a soldier killing a few people? At this point, Chowson walked up and whispered to the chief patrol officer. The chief patrol officer's face twitched as he cursed under his breath. Idiot! Not a single one of us died in the battle against the bandits. Only some of our men were injured. This is a great achievement. Instead, we were assassinated for money. What a shame. When the chief patrol officer entered the stronghold, he sucked in a breath of cold air. He finally understood why Zhu Wei wanted to kill them. These gold and silver were the savings of the Black Wind Bandits. The chief patrol officer's heart skipped a beat as he smiled. Elementary scholar Pei, how do you think we should handle this matter? Pei Ziyin looked at him and laughed. Your Excellency, the chief patrol officer, personally led the archers to surround the Black Wind Bandits and annihilate them in one fell swoop. The bandits have been beheaded. This is a blessing for the people of this county. Leader Chao was also the vanguard of the vanguard. Only Zhu Wei, His Excellency Zhu Wei, was the vanguard of the vanguard last night. Despite his bravery, he died in battle. As for these, Pei Ziyin walked up to the chest and took out a silver ingot. He then handed it over to the chief patrol officer and said, I'll take it myself. He then turned around and left. Seeing this, the chief patrol officer sighed. He's a true scholar. Seeing that Chao San still didn't understand, the chief patrol officer said, we soldiers can't compare scholars. If he doesn't take this ingot, we won't be able to rest easy. If he takes this ingot, and only one ingot, he's giving us all the credit and wealth. Such a young and heroic man. I've only seen His Excellency Su with such strength of character. Men, bring the money and wealth back. We shall clean up the battlefield. Snail Village. Pei household Pei Ziyin was rushing home. When he reached home, it was almost noon. Pei Ziyin's mother had already prepared lunch. After eating, he chatted with her for a while before returning to his room. The newly renovated room was decorated very elegantly. There was a wooden couch in the middle of the room and a bookshelf outside. The books on the bookshelf were neatly arranged. There were thousands of them, and they were all given to him by Zhao Ning. Apart from the bookshelf, there was a study table by the window. The window was covered with paper, and there were ink, paper, and brushes on the table. Pei Ziyin sat on the wooden couch, lost in thought. His emotions gradually calmed down. Although he had been calm before, he was now afraid. These patrolling officers who had retired were truly cruel. But I have the title of elementary scholar, and I've taken the dirty silver. In the future, I'll be safe. I can even sell them a favor. This was an ingot of official silver and was worth 10 taels. It was white and dark and had a thin edge. In the past, it was a lot for the Pei family, but now it was just pocket money. Actually, after Zhu Wei's death, and a whole night had passed, I couldn't hide it any longer. If I had insisted, I could have gotten at least 200 or 300 taels of silver. But why bother? I didn't get much money and even made enemies. Now, the patrolling officers are taking responsibility for everything, including Zhu Wei's death. Besides, to me, I've gotten the lion's share. Pei Ziyin drank a mouthful of tea and placed the bowl on the table. He exhaled and took out 2 items. He looked at the mountain pearl. In the previous life, the original owner was a decent cultivator and thus had some knowledge about it. This mountain pearl can be used to refine a magical weapon, but it's of a very low quality. But if I were to sell it, I would be able to get 1,000 taels of silver. Let me take a look at this book. As soon as he opened the book, he saw that the handwriting was as red as blood. There were many talismans and drawings of men and women without clothes, laughing and playing. They were all drawings of erotic scenes, and there were even some ancient seals. Behind the drawings, there were many annotations and insights. Pei Ziyin didn't have much understanding of demonic techniques in his previous life, and thus started reading. Towards the end, he saw the handwriting of this rogue cultivator. When he read it carefully, he felt a chill run down his spine. So the demonic sect had already laid out their pawns, and this rogue cultivator was one of their pawns. Pei Ziyin sighed. Looks like there's proof that it's Zhang Jieyu. As he continued reading, He felt both angry and amused at the same time. He then said, "This rogue cultivator's foundation is weak, and these Tao arts are all evil and devious. I think it has something to do with holy jail sex Tao arts. If I were to learn it, I would be in deep trouble. Luckily, I don't need to learn it. All I need to do is steal a thread of inspiration." He calmed himself down and picked up the book. He could feel the rogue cultivator's Tao arts and the strong feeling he had. The Tao arts are wrong, and the path is wrong. But this heart of seeking Tao, it's more or less the same, right? He placed the book under his pillow and gently rested his head on it. He waited for the dream to begin. Once the dream was over, he would be able to gain spiritual wisdom and Tao arts. When that happens, everything will be different. He was really tired yesterday. Coupled with the effects of the plum blossom, after a few minutes, he fell into a deep sleep. It was another sunny afternoon, different from the last time. It was nearing the end of spring, and the chill had mostly dissipated. The sun shone through the window and into the room. Pei Ziyan woke up. Pei Ziyan got off the bed and walked to the window. There were lotus flowers in the lake, and the sunlight reflected off the clear water. It was a beautiful sight. He looked at the sunlight and realized that he hadn't slept for long. However, he wasn't happy and frowned. When he was asleep, he did have a dream. However, it was different from the previous 2 times. This time, it was a blur. When he woke up, he could only vaguely remember that the dream was about a person's life, but could not remember the details. This wasn't right. Could it be that this Tao art wasn't working? System. He didn't need to close his eyes to think. All he had to do was call out, and a small white plum blossom appeared in front of him. It grew bigger and bigger and became a translucent information interface. It floated in front of him, and as he looked at it, information would appear. What? My current authority is only a single petal. In order to absorb supernatural Tao arts, even the most basic ones, I have to form a second petal. In order to form a second petal, my current elementary scholar status is not enough to satisfy my family's expectations. I have to become a high scholar. Just as he was thinking, the information interface changed, and a line of words appeared. Mission 5, become a high scholar and fulfill my mother's wish incomplete. Chapter 29. Snail Village. Pei household. Mother, the black wind bandits have been taken care of. The village should be safe now. I had to bring Yi Su'er back. Pei Ziyun smiled, his eyes filled with tenderness. My son, you and Yi Su are childhood friends, I know that. But the Yi family is not a farming family, and she is not a good match. Pei Qianshi hesitated before saying, the Li family said that second miss is only 14 years old and is well educated. Do you think, seeing Pei Ziyun's stupefied expression, she sighed and said, there is also the high scholar Lu Ji Chuan, Master Lu, who has the same intentions. Do you think, are there many people who have the same intentions? Pei Ziyun frowned and asked, yes, you are just an elementary scholar and are not worth all this attention. But after your examination, they will announce your results to the public. You were recommended by Master Fong, and everyone who saw your results said that you are qualified to become a high scholar. And you are only 15 years old and have a bright future ahead of you. Many people are interested in you. Pei Qianshi said, you are my son, of course I want to find someone good, someone who can take care of you. Mother, a wife who is made of straw is not suitable. When I was a scholar, you felt that Yi Su'er was suitable. When I was an elementary scholar, you felt that second Miss Li and high scholar Lu's daughter were suitable. When I was a high scholar, who do you think was suitable? Pei Ziyun asked, and knew that since he had become an elementary scholar, there were already a few people who had come to ask him about it. Mother, I know you're doing this for my own good, but when it comes to marriage, it is better to look at feelings and relationships. Seeing that Pei Qianshi had nothing to say, Pei Ziyun stood up and said, Mother, I shall go and fetch her now. Pei Ziyun walked out of Snail Village, and the villagers all had a different look in their eyes. Not a single person had died, and the Black Wind Bandits had been annihilated. At this point, the gatekeeper looked at the map and said, this Master Pei is really a literary star that descended from the heavens. Not only did he become an elementary scholar, he even came up with a plan for the chief patrol officer to exterminate the Black Wind Bandits. Zhang Dashan raised his tired eyes and looked at Pei Ziyin from afar. He sighed and said, "It is fortunate that such a person was born in our village." As he spoke, he suddenly thought of Yi Su and felt that he had not done enough. He then said, "If the village had protected Yi Su, she wouldn't be missing now." Although the village seems to be on good terms with elementary scholar Pei on the surface, I can see that there's something fishy going on. Haha, Zhang Dashan, you're really thinking too far ahead. When our shift changes later, we'll go home and rest. You've been working all night, and you're still thinking about these things. Aren't you tired? I'm not talking anymore. It was early summer in April. It had rained last night, and the afternoon sun was shining. The trees and flowers on the side of the road were in full bloom. The road from the village to the monastery was like a painting. At this point, Pei Ziyin could see a peach blossom forest from afar. There was a river flowing through the forest, and, from time to time, fish could be seen leaping out of the river. Pei Ziyin reached the steps outside the monastery. It was quiet. This monastery did not seem to accept any incense offerings, and seemed to be a place for meditation. Thinking this way, Pei Ziyin reached the door and hesitated. He paced a few steps before deciding to knock on the door. The person who opened the door was not the sharp-tongued Xiao, but the middle-aged Taoist nun. Pei Ziyin smiled and welcomed her. "So, it's the monastery leader. It's been half a month, and I feel that the disaster has passed. I'm here to fetch Yi Su. When the Taoist nun saw that it was Pei Ziyin, she did not open the door. Instead, she said coldly, "You're here to fetch Yi Su, right? She's not here anymore." "What?" Pei Ziyun's expression changed, and his eyes turned cold. "Monastery leader, what do you mean? Did something happen to Yi Su?" The Taoist nun's expression did not look good, and said coldly, "Yi Su's relatives found her and took her away." "Relatives? Someone took her away?" Hearing this, Pei Ziyun hesitated, and his tone was full of suspicion. "That's not possible. If Su wanted to leave, she would not tell me. Could it be that you're threatening her, or that something has happened to her and you're hiding it from me?" At this point, the Taoist nun looked angry. "Do you think I'm lying to you? Luckily, you wrote Peach Blossom Origins, and my senior sister came over to take a look. When she saw Yi Su, she realized that you're related by blood. Hence, she took Yi Su away. Since you become an elementary scholar, you should be rich and powerful. Don't look for her anymore." At this point, he heard footsteps and looked up. It was the little Taoist nun, Xiao. She was holding a letter in her hands, and the handwriting on it was very familiar. Xiao handed the letter over to Pei Ziyun and said, "This is a letter Sister Su left for you. Please do not make things difficult for my master. My master is not good with words, but what she said is true. Sister Su followed her willingly, and is not to blame, my master." She received the letter and read it. "Brother Pei, my aunt found me and told me some things. I have to leave for 3 years. After 3 years, I will come back to look for you, Su." The Taoist nun's attitude was cold, as if she knew that Pei Ziyun had been rejected outside Free Cloud sect. Pei Ziyun suddenly understood and turned around to leave. Finding Yi Su was not difficult, but in order to truly integrate with her, he had to become a cultivator. The most important thing now was to complete the mission and to repay the kindness of the original owner's mother and family. Just as he was about a kilometer away, he suddenly turned a corner. Several ox carts appeared, and a lady alighted. She was accompanied by 2 serving maids, each holding a fan and a rui scepter. "You are Pei Ziyin?" the lady asked. It was almost dusk, and the sun was slowly setting. Looking at him, he was reminded of the Book of Songs, National Style, Great Man. She is tall, and her clothes are embroidered. Son of Marquis Qi, wife of Marquis Wei. Sister of the Eastern Palace, aunt of Marquis Xing, private of Tan Gong Wei. Hands as soft as a feather, skin as smooth as jade, collar like a deer, teeth like a rhinoceros, eyebrows like a moth's, sweet smile, beautiful eyes. Pei Ziyin thought to himself as he clasped his hands. Yes, I am. The lady said plainly. You're here to look for Su? Yes, I am. May I ask where Yi Su is? Pei Ziyin raised his eyebrows as he asked. He had a premonition in his heart. I am Su Er's aunt. Thank you for taking care of her all these years. It's just that she cannot be with you. The lady bowed as she spoke. Miss is not an evil person. Why are you doing this? Pei Ziyin saw that the lady spoke in a refined manner and asked, Your appearance shows that your ancestors are weak and your scholarly aura is strong. You already have the imperial qi to protect you and have the potential to become a high scholar. It's just that Yi Su is not an ordinary person. She has a noble disposition and is not suitable for you. Please do not ruin her Dao career. These words were spoken plainly, and Pei Ziyin raised his eyebrows. He was not enraged and thought to himself, This person is not handsome, but his demeanor is not bad. The lady then said, I've heard that Free Cloud Sect has given you a Dao manual. As long as you cultivate to the 10th level, you will be able to enter the Dao sect. Perhaps you will be fated to meet her again. Pei Ziyun's heart sank as he gripped his fists tightly. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. It was a mixture of regret, happiness, and confusion. In the previous life, Yi Su did not manage to find her backing and was forced to wander elsewhere. Pei Ziyun's eyes darkened as he thought of what the Taoist nun had said. He then asked, Miss, how did you find this place? This is all thanks to you. You wrote The Peach Blossom Spring, and I liked it a lot. Hence, I came to see if you have the ability to enter the Dao realm. It's a pity that you are not fated to enter the Dao realm. However, I saw Yi Su. She is the long-lost daughter of the Yi family. Perhaps the heavens use your hands to help me find her. The lady was honest, and the words of the Taoist nun were exactly the same. She then asked politely, Is there anything else? The lady was polite and dignified, but Pei Ziyun had a feeling that she was even more mysterious than the Zhao Ning he knew. He pursed his lips and said, I don't believe that Yi Su would return so easily and abandon our friendship. What reason do you have to convince her? You are very agile and very interesting. The lady smiled. The reason I convinced her was that your mother met many matchmakers, and she is just an orphan. If she didn't have any means, how would she be able to marry Brother Pei? Aren't you afraid that she would come back and look for me when she becomes a Taoist? I'm not afraid. If you're unable to enter the Dao realm, no matter how many feelings she has, they will slowly fade away. It's not that she is indifferent. It's not that she has forgotten her feelings. It's just that a Taoist and a mortal are worlds apart. As she said this, the lady boarded the ox cart and nodded her head before leaving. It was as if she was saying goodbye to Pei Ziyin. Pei Ziyin paused for some time before he turned around and left as well. His back was drenched in cold sweat, and his shirt was wet. The lady was polite and dignified, but the feeling she gave him was fear. In order to stop himself from trembling, he clenched his fists so tightly that his fingernails dug into his flesh. There was no slap in the face, no violence, and the difference between them was obvious. Pei Ziyin walked towards the village, frowning. He didn't know when the wind started to pick up, but a dark cloud flew past, covering the sky with a gray hue. After a long time, Pei Ziyin sighed, having thought things through. First, I have to obtain the authority over the plum blossom and absorb the spiritual roots. This means that I have to appease my mother and the Pei family. Obtaining the title of scholar in the county examinations, scholars have no scholarly achievements. The so-called white-robed elementary scholar is not an elementary scholar, but a scholar. Although an elementary scholar has obtained scholarly achievements, he does not have to pay his respects to the county magistrate and cannot be punished. He can also be exempted from personal duties and can only learn from his family. According to the standards of the current era, he cannot be considered a scholar. High scholars are different. Although the current dynasty has restricted the number of people who can obtain scholarly achievements, they can still become officials. They can become a scholar or even a county magistrate. For example, an elementary scholar would only receive some respect from the county magistrate. If they don't become a high scholar, it will be hard to say. However, A high scholar would receive the respect of the county magistrate for life, and there would be fewer disasters. Take the land, for example. Although it is nominally possible to buy land, in actual fact, everyone has their own set of rules. An elementary scholar with 100 mu of land is considered safe and sound, and no one dares to lay their hands on them. However, after 300 mu of land, it's hard to say. A high scholar can at least have 300 mu of land, and even 1,000 mu of land would be stable. This is completely different. In ancient times, there were 3 things that needed to be done: the ancestral temple, clan field, scholarly achievements, and farmland. Pei Ziyin looked at the mission board and thought to himself, I am an elementary scholar. I can build the ancestral hall. I can hire someone to build it now. I just need to hold a meeting with the clan members and give them some money. As for scholarly achievements, the province examinations will be held in the autumn, around the Mid-Autumn Festival. The autumn examinations are still some time away. The old elementary scholar standard is roughly that of a high scholar. However, there's still some flaws. In order to pass the high scholar's test, I have to strengthen it. I've already planted a secret weapon. As for scholarly achievements, Mother has 3,000 taels of silver. The dynasty has only been established for a few years and has been through many wars. The population is small and the land is barren. Even if it is a good piece of land, it would only cost about 7 or 8 taels of silver per mu. Mother can purchase the land now and aim for 350 mu of land. 300 mu will be my family's, and 50 mu will belong to the ancestral hall. This way, we will have a place to worship and learn. The foundation of the Pei family has been established for 100 years. This will also make up for the karma and obligation I owe to the Pei family. If that's the case, the system's mission of fulfilling my family's wishes will be completed. Chapter 30. The ancestral shrine and farmland can be built now. What I need to work hard on is the scholarly achievements. So what if my fate is shallow? I have the plum blossom. Yi Suer was one of the 3 Yes and 2 Guas. But in the original owner's memories, the one who achieved success was Xie Chengdong, and not these 5 people. He relied on the plum blossom. The original owner might have felt lost, regretful, or happy. But Pei Ziyin only knew how to move forward bravely. Thinking up to this point, Pei Ziyin looked up and realized that he was already home. He then shouted, Mother, I have something to discuss with you. The afternoon sun was shining brightly. Pei Qianshi nodded in acknowledgement. She was dressed in a satin dress and had her hair tied up in a silver bun. She had regained the aura of an official's daughter. What's the matter? Mother, the last time you said you wanted to buy farmland, I think it's time to act. Pei Ziyin was a mature man and did not feel that Pei Qianshi was wrong. To put it bluntly, when an outsider came to talk to him, his mother hesitated when she saw a better candidate. That girl seemed polite, but she was just like the Silver Dragon Temple's 3rd question. She found an excuse to bully and deceive him. What did this have to do with Pei Qianshi? My family originally had 10 mu of paddy fields and 5 mu of dry land. I gave it to the Li family, and now it's all returned to us. When Pei Qianshi heard this, she replied, You became an elementary scholar at a young age, and the county government valued you greatly. The 5 mu of land allocated to you is fertile, and it's even connected together. Just this snail village alone can be considered a rich family. At this point, Pei Qianshi laughed and said, If we buy more land, we won't be able to buy land in the village anymore. Mother, ever since the previous dynasty, the officials have known of the dangers of annexation. Hence, one of the functions of the officials is to separate the wealthiest families. Pei Ziyin laughed. In fact, during the Ming and Qing dynasties, the officials had this function as well. Most of the time, the landlords only owned a few hundred mu of land. But I am an elementary scholar and can trade land. If I become a high scholar, I can do whatever I want in the entire county. Mother, you have some silver now. You can look for people to buy land. 300 to 400 mu of land is a little too big for my family, but if I become a high scholar, it will be more than enough. There's also the matter of the ancestral hall. I feel that we should build one as well. When the time comes, we can place our grandfather and father's memorial tablets there. That way, we will be the Pei family's ancestors. Pei Qianshi nodded her head in agreement and laughed. My son has thought things through thoroughly. But as for the ancestral shrine, it is better for you men to do it. I am a woman, and it is not appropriate for me to do so. Mother, you can find the Pei family members and discuss it with them. You can give them money, and they can work. All right, since you want to become a high scholar, the autumn examinations are only 2 or 3 months away. You still have to work hard. Leave these matters to me. Pei Qianshi was born into an official's family and was educated. She had also experienced many hardships. Naturally, this was not a problem for her. Dong'an Prefecture, Zhang Mansion Zhang Jieyu took a sip of the ginseng soup and continued to play chess with Li Wenjing. At this point, someone hurriedly brought a letter to Zhang Jieyu and reported, Young Master, there's urgent news from Slow River County. The Slow River County Patrol officer has exterminated the Black Wind Bandits who have been around for a long time. The county is now in order. What? Zhang Jieyu's face fell as he received the letter and tore it open. He was enraged and said to Li Wenjing, the Slow River County Patrol officer and Pei Ziyun dared to exterminate my Black Wind Bandits. This is retribution. Li Wenjing thought for some time, this person could be a Free Cloud sect disciple and has achieved scholarly honors. Now that he has done this, he has caught the attention of the officials. The patrol officer is an official. He's just an elementary scholar and a 9th-ranked official. What can he do? Besides, how can we tolerate this? If outsiders see us tolerating this, they will think that we are weak. That won't do. Young Master's words make sense. But if we attack him directly, the consequences will be severe. Why don't we use a plan to eliminate him? Li Wenjing heard this and fell into deep thought. What plan do you have? Zhang Jieyu perked up. The patrol officer is an official. No matter how insignificant he is still an official of the imperial court. He has the air of an official. We have to take it slow. We have to lure him, mislead him, and ruin his reputation. Li Wenjing looked out the window. His eyes sparkled as he said, Our Taoist sect has thousands of disciples. Isn't that how we manipulate the fate of mortals? When the dagger is revealed, that is when we have no other choice. Zhang Jieyu clapped his hands and laughed. That's right, but it's a little depressing. What about this Pei Ziyun? I've checked on Pei Ziyun. Indeed, his grandfather was an official, but the highest rank he had was a 7th-ranked official. Furthermore, his father was convicted of a crime in the previous dynasty. All he can rely on is his elementary scholar title. That's why we have to take drastic measures. We have to think of a way to make this person fall out with the mentor. Although the mentor cannot strip him of his scholarly honors, he can write a letter to the chancellor. Without his scholarly honors, he can send men to kidnap his family members. Young Master can then kill or humiliate them. Li Wenjing waved his fan and said plainly, The mentor is not one of us. How can he strip Pei Ziyun of his scholarly honors? Precisely because he is upright, he cannot allow a grain of sand to enter his eyes. As for Free Cloud sect, even Zhao Ning has some ties with this person. As long as he doesn't cultivate, he cannot be considered a Taoist disciple. If we kill him, so be it. Who would stand up for him? Li Wenjing spoke in a low voice. Zhang Jieyu listened attentively. His expression did not change. The more he listened, the more excited he became. Good. Mr. Li is indeed a genius. As he said this, he slapped a mosquito to death and shouted, Li Kuei, Li Kuei. Within a breath's time, someone knocked on the door. A tall and sturdy man pushed the door open and walked in. He didn't say a word as he stood by the side and listened. Li Kuei, go and get Tang Jun. He's been enjoying himself here for quite some time now. It's time for him to get back to work. Call him over, I have some arrangements. Yes, young master. Dong'an Prefecture, Spring Dawn Garden Dong and Prefecture's long street was filled with pedestrians. At the eastern end of the street were the residences of the government officials. There were many small gardens filled with flowers and trees. Within the Spring Dawn Garden, there were many doors and many doors. Corridors extended in all directions, making it seem like a maze. The most interesting thing was the secret passageway, which seemed to lead to the eastern end of the street. There was a small building with flowers and trees. There was a huge bed, and the blanket was tossed and turned. After some time, several female voices could be heard. "Young master is amazing. Young master is amazing. Please spare me." Aya. The voice was muffled, and several female voices could be heard laughing. At this point, someone knocked on the door. Dong dong. At this point, Tang Jun was in the midst of his bliss. Someone interrupted him, and he was enraged. "Who is it?" "It's me." At this point, a voice could be heard. This voice was very familiar to Tang Jun. It was the voice of Zhang Jieyu's bodyguard, Li Kuei. This person was Zhang Jieyu's trusted aide. Since he had called out to him, it meant that something big had happened. Hence, Tang Jun lifted his blanket and prepared to get out of bed. Several female voices could be heard as the blanket was lifted. It was a few young ladies with fair skin and smooth skin. They were entangled with Tang Jun. As soon as the blanket was lifted, their faces turned red, and they were extremely shy. Tang Jun followed Li Kuei into a room and through an underground passageway. When he came out, he was already in the Zhang mansion. When he turned around, he saw Zhang Jieyu and Li Wenjing playing chess. Tang Jun entered the room, and Li Kuei walked out, closing the door behind him. The door slammed shut, and light shone through the window. Zhang Jieyu then spoke. "Brother Tang, are you enjoying yourself in this place?" Tang Jun was speechless. He then heard Zhang Jieyu say, "If it's an ordinary woman, it's fine. Once I've had a taste, I'll forget about it. Brothels don't lack such pleasures. But those who have sex with you are the wives and mistresses of rich families. Who knows, you might even have met them before. The taste of having a secret affair must be wonderful." Tang Jun's face flushed red, and he was speechless. If not for this, how could he have fallen for her so easily? At this point, Zhang Jieyu's smile turned cold, and his eyes gleamed. "Since you've enjoyed your bliss, it's time for you to work for us. I've heard that you're in Slow River County, and that you're acquainted with Pei Ziyan. I have some instructions for you." As he said this, he instructed Tang Jun to act according to the plan and deal with Pei Ziyan. As Tang Jun listened, his face became uglier and uglier. He was being asked to be a heartless and unjust person. Zhang Jieyu then raised his head and looked at Tang Jun's expression. He then snorted coldly and laughed. "You're not willing to go?" Hearing these words, Tang Jun's body trembled. He thought for some time before sighing, "No, I've entered the holy sect and will listen to the holy sect's arrangements. I will complete senior brother's orders." "That's right." Zhang Jieyu laughed and turned back into his usual gentle self. "Also, although it's good to have a woman, you can't have too much. I can see that your face is pale, and you have to control your drinking and womanizing. No matter how amazing our sex techniques are, and how you can have sex with countless women, blood doesn't appear out of thin air. There are many outer sect disciples who have died on top of women. If you want to have some fun, that's fine. But if you really want to cultivate, you have to control yourself." As he finished, he handed over a scroll and waved his hands. "This is the report. Everything is written on it. You've been in the city for quite some time now. Go back." Tang Jun didn't know what to feel in his heart. He then walked out of the secret passageway. When he was out of the passageway, he saw a small pond not too far away. He leaned against it. Although the water was not as clear as a mirror, he could see that his face was indeed pale, and he had lost some weight. Day and night. How can I not be like this? Tang Jun laughed at himself. It wasn't that he wasn't intelligent. Even if I didn't have the sex restrictions, just based on my luck with women, would I really be able to turn back and escape? Ha! The previous Emperor Guangzong ascended to the throne, got rid of the corrupt policies, brought order out of chaos, and restored order. However, he also died because of women. Every day after returning to the palace, he indulged in debauchery and indulged in debauchery. His body became weak, and he died within a year. I think I'll end up like him too. I'm afraid that the 10 elementary scholars that day all fell into the same trap and were unable to extricate themselves. But there must be a limit. The top 10 elementary scholars, with the exception of Pei Ziyun, are not on a list. Thinking this way, Tang Jun picked up the document. So this is where Brother Pei came from. His ancestors were all officials. No wonder he was able to become an elementary scholar at such a young age. Oh, the Pei family in Slow River County only has 7 or 8 families. They don't have much of a foundation. I managed to convince the chief patrol officer to wipe out the Black Wind bandits. Only one person died because he was too reckless. He killed 37 bandits, and their heads were hung on the city wall. Tang Jun couldn't help but take in a breath of cold air. Because he was a local, he knew how difficult this matter was. After some time, he laughed bitterly. I can't believe that I, Tang Jun, have become such a despicable person. I have to plot against a person like Brother Pei. Chapter 31. Snail Village. Pei family. It was drizzling in front of the eaves. To the left and right were wing rooms with newly built corridors. A cluster of green bamboo was planted in the middle, and 1 or 2 clusters of orchids were planted under the window. Pei Ziyin picked up the brush and started writing. Suddenly, he heard voices coming from outside the courtyard. Pei Ziyun's brush stopped for a moment before he continued writing. After writing for a while, he put down the brush and walked out of the study room. Husband. The few of them were sitting awkwardly and stood up when they saw him. Pei Ziyun then said, "We're all from the same clan. There's no need to stand on ceremony. What do you guys think about building an ancestral shrine?" Husband, of course this is a good thing. We can all work. We just need to buy some bricks and wood to build it. 15 mu of ancestral field is enough. It's enough to support the entire school. An old man stood up and said. He had the highest status and was even a little educated. He was originally the head of the family. Both of them shared the same surname of Pei, and they were indeed related. However, they were relatively far away from each other. Furthermore, they had fled to this place and no longer had any connections. Pei Ziyin took out a map. It was a simple map of the village. He unfurled the map and asked, "Third uncle, where do you intend to build the village?" The north of the village is where the Zhang clan's ancestral hall is, and it's also where the Earth Temple is located. I'm afraid that we won't be able to occupy it, and it's not suitable for us either. Third Uncle Pei spoke as he saw Pei Ziyin nodding his head. He then said, "The south side of the village is not bad. There's a piece of barren land that we can buy. Besides, many of our families live here, and it's near the river." Pei Ziyin nodded his head. "South of the village, how much does it cost?" 15 mu would be 75 taels of silver. It wouldn't cost much to build 3 ancestral shrines. Just give us some food to eat and buy some bricks and wood. We can build them ourselves. Third Uncle Pei kept glancing at Pei Ziyin. Pei Ziyin laughed and didn't reply immediately. Instead, he asked, "Mother, you and third uncle didn't make any mistakes in the genealogy, right?" Pei Qianshu said, "I've done it a few times. There's no mistake." Speaking of which, as soon as he spread the news, there would be people who would come forward with their family records. Since they were from the same clan, there wouldn't be any problems. At this point, everyone was staring at Pei Ziyin. With the construction of the ancestral hall, one could enjoy incense. That was not all. This was the business of the deceased. Once the list was completed, there would be an elementary scholar in the clan. Not to mention other things, just the drenching of the dandelion would be a huge advantage. This was the unspoken rule of the government when it came to collecting grain. When the government collected grain, the dandelion was used as a measuring device. The commoners would put the grain into the dandelion to weigh it. The pile of grain had to be tipped up, and the petty official who collected the grain would kick the bucket, causing some grain to spill out. It was said that this was to make up for the losses during the storage and transportation process, but in reality, it went into the official's pocket. Although it was not much, it was still about 10% of the grain. This was a matter of food and clothing for the common people. Besides, it was said that they would be given land to the clan and would be able to go to school. This was a great thing. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Pei Ziyin decided not to keep them in suspense and said, "That's settled then. Mother, go and buy some land. Third uncle, contact the kiln." My family is paying for all the silver." Hearing this, everyone was delighted. Someone immediately replied, "I'm a mason. As long as there's food, I'll do it. I'll help too. I'll go up the mountain and cut down some trees." All of a sudden, people from the same clan responded. The Pei family's ancestral hall had been burnt down in the previous dynasty, and they were forced to live here. Seeing that there was an elementary scholar in the clan, and that they were willing to pay for the reconstruction, they all came to help. They even invited him for lunch. After discussing for half a day, they left excitedly. Before they left, they shouted, "Don't worry, it'll be done within a month." Seeing them leave, Pei Ziyin couldn't help but smile. As the saying goes, only when there's an organization, there's power. To the government, the weaker the clan, the better. But to individuals and clans, the stronger the clan, the better. In his original world, if he wanted to find a job, he would have many relatives and connections. All he needed to do was to make a phone call. If he was a loner, even if he begged his parents, he would not be able to help. This was the difference in perspective. As a smart person, Pei Ziyin stood where he was and felt that the clan should be united. Everyone had their ups and downs. Who could guarantee that one generation would be an official? But as long as the clan was united, it would not be too bad. "Brother Pei." Just as he was thinking, a bright voice called out. Pei Ziyin smiled and stood up. He opened the door, and a gust of wind blew into the house. "So it's Brother Tang." It was Tang Zhen. Pei Ziyin and Tang Zhen were of the same age and had a good relationship. The two of them bowed to each other before Pei Ziyin invited Tang Zhen into the house. Tang Zhen smiled and said, "It's been a long time since we last met. Brother Pei, you've done something big. You've wiped out the Black Wind Bandits. Your methods are extraordinary." Pei Ziyin then turned to Tang Zhen and said, "You're exaggerating. I'm a scholar. How could I possibly execute such a bandit? It's just that I've been harmed by him for a long time. Hence, I plead the Chief Patrol Officer. The Chief Patrol Officer is a man of justice. Please execute this bandit immediately. This is all due to the efforts of the officials and the Chief Patrol Officer." His words were flawless, but Tang Zhen did not doubt him. He then said, "No matter what, it was Brother Pei who persuaded the Chief Patrol Officer. That's why we were able to do this." He paused before continuing. "But after this incident, Brother Pei has been staying at home and rarely goes out. I wonder what you've been working so hard for." Pei Ziyin pointed to the brush and paper and said, "Brother Tang should know that my Pei family is considered a descendant of officials. However, we were born in another county. We only moved here because of the war. We don't have any roots in Slow River County. I was lucky enough to become an elementary scholar and was overjoyed. It's just that my mother still wants me to take the high scholars exams. Only then can my Pei family have a stable foothold in Slow River County. Since my mother has ordered me to do so, I can't be idle. I wish to study more and prepare myself for this year's autumn examinations." Tang Zhen looked at Pei Ziyin's sincere expression and couldn't help but admire him. He then said, "I heard that when Brother Pei's examination papers were posted, many high scholars were full of praise. They said that Brother Pei has reached the right age. Since Brother Pei is still so hard-working, it looks like you'll definitely pass this year's autumn examinations." Pei Ziyin shook his head and said, "There are 3,000 elementary scholars in the entire province, and only 33 of them will pass. There are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There are many heroes under the heavens. What can my literary skills amount to? It's all up to fate. Brother Pei is really an honest person." Tang Zhen sighed when he heard this. He didn't feel that Pei Ziyin was being humble, but was speaking the truth. He had read Pei Ziyin's essays and knew that he had reached the right age. But to say that he was the best in the province, he was still far from it. All he could say was that there was a possibility of passing the high scholars exams. But there were many people who had the ability to do so. Only 33 people passed in 3 years. It was all up to fate. Tang Zhen didn't continue on this topic. He changed the topic and talked about the scholars, especially the elementary scholars from the same county. When Pei Ziyin heard this, his interest was piqued. He smiled and said, "When I returned to the county, I only paid my respects to the seniors. If it wasn't for my family matters, I would have paid them a visit. Tang Jun then said, I know that Brother Pei has a lot on his plate recently. But if you go out for a stroll, not only can you relax, you can also exchange essays and make new friends. There's an event happening soon. I think Brother Pei should go. As he said this, Tang Jun took out an invitation and handed it to Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun paused and took a look at the invitation. So it's the county's elementary scholars' literary meet. They're here to invite new elementary scholars to go sightseeing at Lu River. This is the custom for elementary scholars. Pei Ziyun was about to agree, but when he looked at Tang Jun, he noticed that although Tang Jun was smiling, he looked nervous. Pei Ziyun's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, if it's just a literary meet, it's fine. But during the incident at Silver Dragon Temple, according to the reports, it was Zhang Jieyu who tried to recruit outer sect disciples. I'm afraid this Tang Jun is no longer a simple scholar. With this suspicion in mind, he took another look and thought to himself, his face is pale, and his eyes are green. I'm afraid he's been drinking too much recently. Besides, I was saved by someone, and they've become estranged from each other. For this person to invite me, could he be up to something? As soon as he thought of this, an incident from his previous life flashed across his mind. In his previous life, the original owner had wasted 5 years before he could become an elementary scholar. Naturally, he had missed this opportunity and did not receive this invitation. But in the Jin family of the county, there was a young man named Ji Xing. He was still young now, but in 3 years, he would become an elementary scholar. He was a little arrogant. When he met Zhang Jieyu, he wrote a few poems to mock him. Later, when Jin Jixing participated in the Scholars' Literary Assembly, he was suddenly reported by Jiao Yu to the Secretary of Education. He was stripped of his scholarly title and drowned a few months later. The reason for the stripping of his scholarly title was because he was drunk in the Lu River and publicly humiliated the daughter of a wealthy family. The upright Jiao Yu was furious. Thinking of this, Pei Ziyun smiled and nodded his head. May I ask how many people will be attending the meet? Tang Jun paused and said a few names. Since he was in a hurry, he naturally mentioned the names that had left a deep impression on him. Pei Ziyun was even more shocked. That incident was spread like wildfire. Hence, the original owner had some impression of them. These few people were also present in a previous life. What was this person trying to do? According to the booklet and the original owner's memories, Zhang Jieyu was a cultivator from the Holy Prison sect and had connections with bandits. Furthermore, the incident at the temple was suspicious. Could this be revenge? If Pei Ziyun did not agree, he was afraid that he would come up with another evil plan. Pei Ziyun laughed. Since everyone is going, why wouldn't I? Good. Tang Jun laughed out loud. Brother Pei is indeed straightforward. Then it's settled. As he said this, Tang Jun took his leave. Pei Ziyun nodded his head and stood up to send Tang Jun off. Seeing that Tang Jun had left, Pei Ziyun's face turned cold. The rain gradually stopped, but the sky was still dark. He picked up the sword that was hanging on the wall and walked out. Elementary scholars were allowed to hang a sword, which meant that they were openly carrying a weapon. This sword sheath was a license to carry a gun. However, most elementary scholars were just putting on a show and did not use their swords. Pei Ziyun was different. Pei Ziyun practiced the incantation. Although he did not have spiritual intelligence and could not enter the Tao realm, his physical strength had increased tremendously. According to the standards of the Tao sect, he was only at the entry level. However, according to the standards of martial arts, he had already entered the next level. Amidst the rain, Tang Jun boarded the ox cart. With a shout, the ox cart drove off. Pei Ziyun followed behind and sighed in his heart. Luckily, it was only an ox cart. If it was a horse, it would have been difficult for him to catch up. This Tang Jun seemed to have some ulterior motives. He was very cautious. Every time he walked a short distance, he would open the window and look behind him. When he saw that no one was following him, he continued on his way. The first time Tang Jun looked back, Pei Ziyun was caught off guard and was almost discovered. With this in mind, he did not dare to get too close and followed from afar. He felt that Tang Jun was even more suspicious. Chapter 32. Along the way, the scenery changed. Sometimes it was a mountain village, sometimes it was a forest. The ox cart slowed down, and a river could be seen in the distance. Pei Ziyun ducked to the side and saw a brothel that was connected to the river. The stairs were beside the water, and the willows were everywhere. A boatman was rowing slowly, and a woman was washing her clothes in the river. This river was the Lu River and was a major transportation route. It connected dozens of counties and several prefectures. Merchant boats were like a school of carp, flowing in and out of the river. Besides the merchant boats, there were also pleasure boats. These pleasure boats were made of wood, and each level had more than 10 rooms. It was a must for sightseeing. At this point, the ox cart stopped. Tang Jun alighted and boarded one of the pleasure boats. On the deck of the boat, there were several ladies taking pictures of themselves, painting their eyebrows, and dressing themselves. The sky wasn't dark yet, and Pei Ziyun didn't go. He knew the location and watched from afar. In a place like this, there would definitely be taverns that sold alcohol. It was also drizzling. He found a tavern and saw that it was called the G Tavern. He entered the tavern and saw that it wasn't big. There were 6 tables in the front of the tavern, and because it was cloudy, oil lamps were lit. There were only 7 or 8 customers in the tavern. Some were eating, while others were drinking and chatting. When the waiter saw Pei Ziyun, he waved a towel and welcomed him. "Young master, please come in. Although the tavern isn't big, the dishes are not bad. Try some." As he spoke, he pointed at a sign that was neither old nor new. Pei Ziyun looked at it and nodded his head. He then chose a table in the corner. "Bring up a pot of wine. This place is near the river, and the carp must be fresh. Bring up a plate of braised carp, a plate of sliced chicken, a stir-fried vegetable, and a plate of peanuts." The waiter immediately called out, "All right, please wait a moment, young master." As there weren't many customers, the dishes were served quickly. The sliced chicken and peanuts were served in a minute or two. The carp and stir-fried vegetable were not slow either. The wine was ordinary yellow wine. After downing a cup of wine, Pei Ziyun let out a breath. Although it wasn't raining, the wind was chilly. Now that he was eating and drinking, he felt much better. Even though it was raining, there were still people wearing raincoats boarding the pleasure boats. As Pei Ziyun ate his food, he thought to himself, "I've heard that prostitutes are separated into 4 classes. The first class, unless someone guides them, they are not allowed to enter the sect. Could it be that the wives and concubines of Holy Jail sect are allowed to enter the sect? Second-class prostitutes are the so-called good prostitutes. They often receive customers and claim to sell their skills, but not their bodies. They just use their arts to attract customers. As for third-class and fourth-class prostitutes, they are ordinary. To have a pleasure boat, it seems like it's at least second class." By the time he finished his meal, the sky had already darkened. Pei Ziyun left the inn and walked along the river. The rain was not heavy, and there were many pleasure boats sailing along the river. This was a common sight for officials and scholars. Even the government officials would turn a blind eye to this. On the pleasure boat, there were people lighting up lanterns on the upper floor. There were also spots of light flickering in the room, like stars reflected in the river. There was even music coming out. These pleasure boats were sailing along the river, not for the purpose of traveling, but for the purpose of admiring the scenery. Pei Ziyun saw that it was already dark. He walked to the shore and saw that no one was paying attention to him. He then jumped onto one of the boats. With another jump, he was on a pleasure boat. The deck of the pleasure boat had a semicircular archway. On the archway, there was a black signboard with the word Kai Hui written in gold. Kai Hui was the name of the pleasure boat. Standing on the boat, one could see the surface of the river. The water was calm and gentle, and the lanterns were dim and swaying in the wind. The sound of stringed instruments could be heard. A courtesan was singing in a low voice with a clapper. Her voice was as thin as a strand of hair, and there were people shouting outside. "Sister Lan, hurry up and serve the dishes." "Yes, immediately," a middle-aged woman's voice replied eagerly. Pei Ziyun hid himself and looked at the first floor. There were several officials on this floor, and wine was being warmed at a stove. He looked at them and recognized a few of them. They were all officials of the county. The chief patrol officer was right in the middle and seemed to be the center. Several officials had beautiful women in their arms. One of them said to the chief patrol officer, "You're really lucky. I've heard that not only did you gain a lot from the Black Wind Bandits, you've even been promoted. If you really become a county lieutenant, you'll definitely be rewarded. Don't forget about us." A beautiful courtesan was serving wine to the chief patrol officer. The chief patrol officer drank his wine and laughed. Of course. However, let's not talk about official business. To be able to search this pleasure boat with all of you wouldn't be able to compare to the happiness I'm feeling right now. When a few officials heard this, they laughed and scolded him. "You've already taken advantage of us, and yet you're still trying to act innocent. What do you mean by searching this pleasure boat? We're just here to observe the feelings of the people." As he spoke, he turned to the woman in his arms and said, "Little girl, what pain do you feel? Tell me." The woman in his arms then laughed. "Your Excellency, I'm in pain under my skirt. Please observe the feelings of the people." Everyone burst out laughing. Who would have thought that the chief patrol officer, who looks righteous and upright, would be so easily corrupted? Pei Ziyin had never thought that he would meet the chief patrol officer. After thinking for some time, he understood. This chief patrol officer had done a lot of good things for the Black Wind Bandits. It seemed like he didn't take everything for himself. He even gave some money to his superiors. Now that he was promoted, he would become a county lieutenant. If the chief patrol officer used to be a low-ranking official, many people would think that it wasn't an official position. However, the county lieutenant had been an official for thousands of years and had always been an official of the imperial court. The county lieutenant was just below the county magistrate. Like the county magistrate and the county registrar, they were both assistants to the county magistrate. They were in charge of maintaining order and arresting bandits. The county magistrate was the deputy magistrate and assisted the county magistrate. The registrar was the county magistrate and was in charge of inspecting documents and supervising the county. As for the county lieutenant, he was in charge of the judiciary and prisons. He was in charge of arresting bandits, investigating cases, and judging ordinary cases. He could be said to be the superior of the chief patrol officer. But this has nothing to do with me. Even if he were to be executed for corruption, that's his problem. Pei Ziyin continued walking along the boat and slowly made his way to the next level. He leaned close to the window and looked inside. He saw candles burning brightly and a man inside. When he looked closer, he realized it was Tang Jun. At this point, Tang Jun was hugging two women. His hands weren't idle at all as they entered their clothes. At this point, they were flirting with each other, and panting could be heard from time to time. Occasionally, they would drink wine and gossip. Pei Ziyin gradually understood that these two women were the Qian family's daughter-in-law, and the other was a young mistress of the Qian family. The Qian family was one of the wealthiest families in the county, and they were all respectable women. At this point, Pei Ziyin had no idea why they were fooling around with Tang Jun. The night breeze was chilly, and the sound of the wind blowing against the window could be heard. At this point, he heard the voice of the woman whining. "This wind is really scary. Darling Tang, close the window." Tang Jun's hands moved slightly, and he heard the woman in his arms panting. He laughed and said, "You've been in Saint Sect for so long and have Dao arts. Why would you be afraid of the wind?" "I don't believe you." At this point, a woman nudged Tang Jun. "Darling Tang, stop fooling around. I wonder how the young master has arranged for you. What's the rush? I've already personally invited him. In 10 days, there will be the elementary scholars' assembly. When that time comes, we can make our move." Tang Jun was toying with the snow-white wine and refused to let go. At this point, the young mistress said, "Sister-in-law, you don't know about this. I've already come up with a plan with darling Tang. When the time comes, we'll trick him into coming here. On the one group's boat, there's already some incense. Just this incense alone is not harmful to humans and can even nourish the mind. Nobody would be able to find out. But as long as there's another drug in the wine, and the wine is mixed with the incense, even a sage would not be able to tolerate it. When that time comes, we can use the excuse of having fun. As long as we get close, he would not be able to tolerate it. He would then humiliate me in front of everyone. At that point, his reputation would be ruined. Xiao Yu is a pedantic person and would definitely not be able to tolerate it. Furthermore, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he would not rest until this person's name is stripped. When that time comes, our mission will be accomplished. Hearing these words, Tang Zhen remained silent. His face was filled with displeasure. He then saw the young mistress of the Qian family push Tang Zhen away and say, "What are you unhappy about? Although we're engaged, I've even brought my sister-in-law along to play with you. My sex holy techniques do not care about this." Furthermore, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he would not be able to take advantage of me. Even if he did, it wouldn't matter. We're pretending to be a wife and concubine, but in reality, we're from the same sect. It's normal for us to interact with each other. If not, how would you be able to enjoy the happiness you're enjoying now? Hearing this, Pei Ziyan laughed coldly. So this was Tang Zhen's plan. He had just killed the Black Wind bandits and didn't expect the prison holy sect to react so quickly. At this point, he made up his mind and was about to leave when he heard someone say, "It's not just Pei Ziyan. Look at that chief patrol officer. He's also someone that young master wants to deal with. It's too easy to deal with him. All we have to do is ask a few people to help him out a little, and he's dragged down with him. It's also because he's a retired martial artist and has little influence in the county. That's why he's so easy to deal with. On one hand, he's indulging in wine, women, and wealth. On the other hand, he's doing illegal things. When he's done, we'll send our men to report him. With sufficient evidence, we'll sentence him to death. We'll chop off his head, confiscate his house, and even put his women on this boat. That's how we holy sect do things." Furthermore, the person who reports this can gain a clean reputation. Although the people of holy sect are afraid of the imperial qi, no matter what schemes they have, they won't be able to become 7th-ranked officials. At least we'll have a local leader. Hearing these words, Pei Ziyan looked at Tang Zhen secretly. Indeed, Tang Zhen's expression changed. These words were said to be about the chief patrol officer, but in reality, it was a warning to Tang Zhen. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, Pei Ziyan did not feel any sympathy for him. Back then, you were calm and collected and had the demeanor of a young master. Yet now you've fallen to such a state. It's a pity that you've dug your own grave. You can't blame anyone else. Furthermore, no matter what difficulties you have, you've already made a move to frame me. Not only can I not save you, I have to return the favor. It's the same for the chief patrol officer. However, I don't need to act against him. Thinking up to this point, he watched as the boat left the riverbank. Without waiting any longer, he slid down from the boat. A soft splash could be heard, but nobody noticed it. All they saw was a ripple on the surface of the water as it slowly spread out. Within moments, a person jumped onto the riverbank. It was already late at night, and he wasn't afraid of being seen by others. He then sprinted toward his house. Luckily, it's already May, and the weather isn't that cold. I'll be fine wearing these wet clothes for a while. However, since I've found out about the scheme, it's time to retaliate. Looks like I'll have to make a trip to the county. Chapter 33. It was night. Pei Ziyan had just climbed out of the river when the wind blew against him. He turned around and saw a boat in the middle of the river. Lanterns were hung on the boat, and music could be heard. Pei Ziyan pressed on his sword. Water was still dripping from his pants. He could feel his undergarments sticking to his skin, making it hard for him to breathe. He then slowly walked along the river. Not far away, there was a small temple. There was a shrine inside, and a statue of a deity that had been blackened by smoke. Pei Ziyan did not know which deity it belonged to. In this world, deities existed. Although they were not obvious, no one dared to look down on them. Pei Ziyan walked in and saw an incense burner by the side. He lit it up and placed both his hands into the fire. He then took a step back and bowed to the deity. He then saw some firewood in the corner and laughed. It must have been prepared by the guardian of the temple. Many small temples had been abandoned. Now that the dynasty had fallen and the chaos of war had died down, the temples were slowly recovering. Not long after, Pei Zi started a bonfire. The fire crackled as he climbed out of the water. With the warmth of the fire, he felt much more comfortable. There was no one in the temple, so he took off all his clothes and placed them on the bonfire to warm himself. He was only wearing his underwear. The night wind was cold, so he had to lean against the bonfire. Immediately, the warm light from the bonfire shone on his body, warming him up. He rubbed his hands together, his expression unsightly as he pondered. Ever since he had annihilated the Black Wind Bandits, Pei Ziyun had read through the Rogue Cultivator's book. Based on the original owner's memories, Pei Ziyun had a deeper understanding of Zhang Jieyu. Zhang Jieyu must have been a core disciple of Holy Jail sect. I've heard of him in my previous life. I only came into contact with him after I entered Free Cloud sect. There was a mission for me to cooperate with the authorities to kill him. However, he was cunning and cunning. He escaped many times and returned empty-handed. This Zhang Jieyu made a name for himself and accomplished many great deeds. He could be considered a hero of his time. Because of his numerous achievements, he was able to become a core disciple of the Prison Holy Gate. He was then included in the list of Earth Immortals to be groomed. Later on, there were rumors that the original owner could not come into contact with him. This person was killed 11 years later, and the details are unclear. The water on Pei Ziyun's clothes and his hair were gradually dried by the warmth of the fire. Pei Ziyun picked up a few pieces of firewood from the ground and stuffed them into the fire, causing it to burn even brighter. In his previous life, the Prison Saint sect did not have much conflict with him. In this life, he was just an elementary scholar. Someone saved him and killed the Black Wind sect. Zhang Jieyu did not want to offend him. Originally, he thought that it was none of his business and that there was no need for him to care about it. But now, it seemed that he had to solve it. Although Holy Jail sect was said to have a history of less than 200 years and was only established in the previous Qin dynasty, they had already established their foundation. Not to mention other things, their influence in the county was not small. From what the boat had just heard, it was clear that some of the lower-ranked officials who held real power were roped in, forming a considerable power. If this faction really mobilized, it would be impossible for him to resist. Pei Ziyin placed his hand on his sword and stood up by the side of the fire. His heart was filled with frustration, but he suppressed it and thought to himself, no matter what, I have to settle this meeting of the Yellow River first. I've already eavesdropped on the plan. It can be said that this plan is built on the fact that I'm not on guard. When that time comes, as long as I take care not to drink the poison wine, I can ruin this plan. Even if I leave these people alone, they would not dare to do so. Everyone would put in the poison wine and cause a commotion in the entire county. It's easy to avoid this once, but difficult to avoid it many times. There are two reasons for this. The first is Jiao Yu. He is not close to me and is very distant. If someone were to slander me and ruin my reputation, it would be hard for me to avoid it many times in the future. This person is known to be honest and upright. I've already experienced this in my previous life. I've eavesdropped on him and know that he is not from the Holy Jail sect. This person loves literature and admires talents. He admires strength of character. I have to make use of this opportunity to gain his appreciation. Of course, I have to take drastic measures, which means I've become a high scholar. The law does not bind the noble, and the high scholar cannot be considered noble. However, the Imperial Qi has an agreement with the Taoist sect. Being a high scholar should not be a problem. Whether it's gaining the appreciation of the Jiao Yu or taking the high scholar examination, there is a prerequisite. I have to improve my literary skills. If I don't get the appreciation of the Jiao Yu, then I can take the high scholar examination. Then I have to obtain a new literary skill. Thinking about this, Pei Ziyun thought of the hawker Chun Yuan. A few days ago, I'll go take a look and see if I've already bought it. Chun Yuan was now a hawker, but he was a man who loved to study. Although he came from a humble background, 10 years later he became a rich man. At that time, the original owner of the body had even met him. He was much fatter than he was now. Although in this society, it was difficult to survive unless one was born into a family of scholars, and the so-called rich men only had a few thousand taels of silver, it was extremely difficult for them to earn a living. Thinking about this, Pei Ziyun had a plan. Seeing that his clothes were dry and it was no longer raining, he decided not to return home. Instead, he used the starlight to familiarize himself with the roads. The main road was just up ahead. As long as he reached the main road, he would be close to the county. At night, there was no one on the main road. Pei Ziyun walked along the main road, as the wind blew past him, causing his hair to flutter. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the night. County Weijia Square, and Jia in it had rained yesterday, but the sun was shining brightly today. Although he was in the county, to Pei Ziyun, he could not hear the hustle and bustle of the city. A warm breeze blew past him, and petals fell from the sky. He could still hear the sounds of drums and bells, and felt intoxicated. He had dreamed for 500 years, and did not know what year it was today. Footsteps could be heard approaching, as someone said softly, "Master, I, Chen Yuan, would like to see you. Come in," Pei Ziyun said as he sipped on his tea. Actually, he had arrived at the county yesterday, but he did not look for Chen Yuan. Instead, he looked for an inn nearby to stay. In the morning, he had sent a waiter to look for him. This was something that befitted his status. Thinking about this, Pei Ziyun felt much better. Chen Yuan smiled as he walked in, carrying a bundle on his back. Pei Ziyun looked at Chen Yuan's expression and smiled. "You know who I am?" Every day, Chen Yuan would look for old books and other goods to sell in the city. He had gradually made a name for himself, all because of his intelligence. The last time he had a deposit, he had asked around. Some time ago, Pei Ziyun had helped the chief patrol officer attack the Black Wind bandits. Hence, he knew who Pei Ziyun was. He then said, "A few days ago, I heard of Master's name in the county. You were the chief patrol officer and managed to destroy the Black Wind bandits. You are the new master, Master Pei." Hearing this, Pei Ziyun laughed out loud. This was the reason why he had waited at the inn for Chen Yuan to come and see him. This merchant was a crafty man and wanted to meet him in the middle of the night. His eagerness was like a torch in the dark of the night. Not only would he raise the price, he did not know how much trouble he would cause. The original owner had exposed himself because of this eagerness. At this point, Pei Ziyun spoke plainly. "It's good that you know. How's the task I gave you?" Chen Yuan then replied, "The last time Master instructed me, I've been keeping an eye on it. Today, I have some results. I was planning to look for Master tomorrow, and didn't expect Master to come. Please take a look." Although I don't know why, he's trying to test me, Pei Ziyun thought to himself as he opened the bag. Inside were a few books. Pei Ziyun picked up the book and glanced at it. He noticed a label on it, Xie Qianjia. Xie Qianjia was a high scholar from the previous dynasty. However, he's now an ordinary person. "I bought this book for 500 copper coins," Chen Yuan hurriedly said. As he flipped through the pages of the book, a musty smell permeated the entire room. Several parts of the book had turned black and were stuck together. Pei Ziyun didn't even need to look at it to know that it wasn't a book of legacies. Pei Ziyun then picked up another book. The label on it was Linding Xue. He flipped through it and realized that this book was much better than the previous one. However, it still didn't have any legacies. When it came to the fourth book, Pei Ziyun's eyes lit up. He flipped through it and was disappointed. Although it's a legacies, the words are only at the level of an ordinary high scholar. It's useless. After all, the original owner had fought against the Minesweeper and understood that it wasn't always better to absorb more legacies. However, he had to take away the influence of the legacies. During the imperial examinations, he had revealed the resentment of an old elementary scholar. Pei Ziyun looked at it and was disappointed. "That's all. Master, there are very few books written by scholars. It's very hard to find," Chen Yuan said respectfully. Pei Ziyun's face was stern as he scolded. "Nonsense. When the empire was founded, there were very few scholars. For example, in the previous dynasty, Qinshu only took 20 students in the imperial examinations. At that time, elementary scholars were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. But the world was peaceful and prosperous, and the number of scholars increased. During the year of Shangde, the emperor increased the number of students who took the imperial examinations. Up to 40 students, the number of students doubled. After that, the number of scholars increased again and again. The prefectural schools expanded, and many people became elementary scholars. You're telling me that you can't find any? Chun Yuan's so-called studies were just a few words. He didn't know much about history. He then said, "Master, I've seen 5 or 6 houses. They're all within the county. There are 2 or 3 houses outside the city. I haven't been able to find any. If it's convenient for you, we can go and take a look at those houses and see if you like them. You're a good man. I'll follow you in the afternoon, but you have to wear some new clothes. If you look like this, the houses will feel that you're a disgrace to them. They won't be willing to sell to us." Pei Ziyun said as he threw out a piece of silver. "This is the money for you to buy the books and change your clothes." The fortune teller said that if you have more books written by people who were elementary scholars, you might be able to borrow some of it. That way, I'll be able to pass the imperial examinations. Don't ruin my feng shui. Instead of letting people guess, he might as well come up with an excuse. When Qin Yuan heard this, he believed most of what Pei Ziyan said. He took the silver and touched it. He knew that it was real silver. He then said happily, "Don't worry, master. I've relied on my reputation to earn my meals. When you've eaten, I'll come back early to serve you. I'll help master with your feng shui and not ruin your plans." As he said this, he retreated respectfully. He thought to himself, "Master's words make sense. Looks like I have to collect a few books and place them at home. That way, my children will be able to learn some feng shui." Chapter 34. Noon Pei Ziyun stood in the courtyard chanting. This 100 Beast dance was very similar to the ways of keeping fit. His movements were slow, and anyone who saw him would think that he was a scholar. These few rounds are different from the previous days when he was drenched in sweat. Now he only felt warm and thought to himself, "My body is finally completely healthy." Martial cultivators focus on the physical body. The Taoists told me about the 10 stages, and that's what they meant. The first and second stages are healthy. The third and fourth stages are qi. If I were to translate this into martial arts, it would be internal energy. It's a pity that this stage requires spiritual roots. Everyone in this world has spiritual roots, big or small, good or bad. But I'm stuck at this stage. But this internal energy isn't that miraculous and can't be extraordinary. At this stage, I'll be able to eat a few bowls of rice and a few pounds of meat. At the 5th or 6th stage, I'll be able to strengthen my body, and my stamina will double that of an ordinary person. I'll be able to sleep for 4 hours a day and still be full of energy. I'll even be able to sleep with several women at night. At the 7th or 8th stage, I'll be able to wield great strength. I'll be able to pull a heavy bow and lift a huge rock. While I wear armor, I'll be able to charge in and out of battle. At the 90th stage, I'll be able to be gentle. In my previous life, it was similar to the light and dark energy in novels. If I don't use it, I'll be able to reach 100 years old and become an immortal. At the 10th stage, I'll be able to enter the Tao realm. Even if I don't have spiritual roots, I'll still be able to learn Tao arts. In addition, my body is still young and hasn't leaked any yang energy. My improvement is rapid, and I'm already at the 2nd stage. But going too far is as bad as not going far enough. Today's training would end here. He then took out some pills and drank some rice wine, feeling extremely carefree. At this point, Qin Yuan had arrived early. When he saw Pei Ziyun changing his clothes, he hurriedly welcomed him. "Lead the way." Pei Ziyun held a fan in his hand and waved it around, looking extremely confident. Qin Yuan lowered his head and smiled as he led the way. After 100 steps out of the county, they arrived at the dam. The air beside the river was fresh. Looking out from the dam, the nearby villages could be seen. They were built row upon row. At this time, everyone was busy. Even the women and children at home were making straw mats, weaving fishing nets, weaving gauze, and not a single one of them was idle. But this was the life of a village. Fortunately, after the chaos of war, the population was small and the land was plentiful. The common people worked hard and could feed themselves with food and clothing. Therefore, everyone looked happy and happy. After a few more years, when the population increases and the land becomes unusable, this atmosphere will no longer exist. After the middle of the dynasty, neighbors and relatives will often fall out with each other because of land disputes. They arrived at a village and arrived in front of a house. They heard the clear voice of someone reading, "The way of great learning lies in being virtuous, in being close to the people, and in being virtuous. Only after knowing when to stop will one be able to compose oneself. After composing oneself, one can be at peace. After peace, one can think. After thinking, one can obtain." Pei Ziyin stopped in his tracks and looked at the shop. "Is it this shop?" "Yes, it's the previous dynasty's high scholar Gao clan. They're in dire straits now. Husband, I'll go and ask around," Chen Yuan said politely. The scholar and the old mother were dressed in patched clothes and lived in mud houses. Their home was obviously very poor. However, Chen Yuan had already gone in to retrieve it and was now listening to the conversation going on inside. "Not selling, not selling. This is an ancestral book. How can we sell it? Son, if you want to sell it, you'll have to step over my dead body." The scholar was still tempted, but was stopped by an old mother. "Who's this?" "Oh, he wants to buy the Gao family's book. He offered 800 coins, but he's not selling it." He wants to become an elementary scholar. Selling his ancestors' book isn't a good sign. No wonder he's not selling it." The villagers started to discuss amongst themselves and started to stray from the topic. "Husband, you've seen it. The Gao family refuses to sell it. What should we do?" He had already seen the book. Although it was quite a distance away, he could feel the plum blossom and knew that there was indeed a legacy within. He then thought to himself, "Legacies are hard to find. I've already gone to many houses, but none of them had any. Even if they did, it's either of low quality and useless to me, or they refuse to sell it. But the more it's like this, the more I can't be too hasty." The original owner was too hasty, and people were able to find a flaw in him. He then waved his fan and said, "This young master doesn't care about this house. There are so many old books in the world. Return it to him. Come, let's go to the next house." "Yes, I found another house in this village. Young master, let's go and take a look. If there's nothing, we'll have to try our luck in another village." Pei Ziyin followed after them. Before long, he heard Chen Yuan's voice, "Husband, this is the 5th house." He then led Pei Ziyin forward and saw a huge house in front of them. The house looked rather old and run down, but there was a lion at the door. The door was painted red, and there were 2 wooden plaques on the pillars. One look, and Pei Ziyin could tell that this was the house of an official. Pei Ziyin looked at this and felt strange. Who is selling their ancestors' book in this house? Chen Yuan then led Pei Ziyin to a side and said, "The house we're going to is a house with a glorious ancestor. They were once the top 2 grand scholars of the previous dynasty and were promoted to the position of assistant minister. It was just that after the war, the house was completely ruined and only a few acres of land were left in the house. The house we passed just now was the house of this house. It's just that it doesn't belong to this house anymore and was sold to someone else. Look, that's where they live now." Following Chen Yuan's line of sight, Pei Ziyin saw a few thatched cottages. When he got closer, he realized that the cottages were surrounded by a bamboo fence. An old woman was tending to the vegetables in the garden. Within the fence, there were onions, garlic, vegetables, carrots, etc. The old woman was tending to the vegetables, weeding the weeds, and removing the pests. At this point, the sound of reading could be heard coming from within the house. It was repeated several times before it changed to a new sentence. When Pei Ziyin heard it, his heart sank. Chen Yuan walked up and shouted, Zhang Zeng, I have a good deal to sell to you. Come out quickly. If you miss this opportunity, you might not get another one." The voice from within the house paused for a moment before it became solemn, as if it was repressed. Chen Yuan looked like he knew who it was and walked up to it. He pushed the door open and shouted to a scholar inside. "Hey, Scholar Zhang, why don't you speak? If you're willing, take out a book and let Master Pei take a look." Master Pei is a scholar too, and is well-versed in both literature and martial arts. Just a few days ago, he came up with a plan to exterminate the Black Wind sect. He loves literature, especially books written by his own hands. He's been looking for them everywhere. Your family has a book written by a Grand Scholar. If you're willing, you can sell it to Master Pei. Master Pei is generous and will not mistreat you. As Qin Yuan spoke, he heard a sigh from within. Zhang Zeng wasn't young. He was around 30 years old. He was dressed in a long robe, and his clothes were dirty and patched. His hair was a mess, and there were dark circles under his eyes. He looked like he had stayed up all night studying. At this point, he looked conflicted and hesitated. Qin Yuan stepped forward and said, "Scholar Zhang, think about how long it's been since your mother has eaten meat. Think about the amount of money you need to take the examinations. You're not willing to sell your book, and you're not willing to do anything. You're relying on your mother to make a living. What if you were to become an elementary scholar?" Zhang Zing's mouth twitched, as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't. When he was young, the world was in chaos. When peace came, he failed the imperial examinations twice, and his family was in dire straits. Zhang Zeng sighed and raised 2 fingers. Qin Yuan was overjoyed and said, "Scholar, you're willing? 2 taels of silver is just right." Zhang Zeng's face turned red. "It's 20 taels of silver. If I don't have 20 taels of silver, I won't sell it. You have to know that this is a book written by a Han Lin of the previous dynasty. If I don't have this amount, I won't sell it." Hearing this scholar asking for a sky-high price, Qin Yuan scolded him. "What a poor scholar. Do you know that 20 taels of silver is a huge sum of money? That's the price of 2 mu of paddy fields. What you have here is just a book. What makes it worth 2 mu of paddy fields?" No matter how much Qin Yuan tried to persuade him, Zhang Zeng would only agree to a price of 2 taels of silver. Any lower, and he wouldn't sell it. This caused Qin Yuan to be at a loss as to what to do. Pei Ziyin had heard this long ago and asked, "This scholar isn't willing to sell it?" Qin Yuan was a little crestfallen. This scholar is willing to sell it, but he said that this book was written by a Han Lin of the previous dynasty. Furthermore, it's written by a Han Lin, and it's worth at least 20 taels of silver. No matter how I tried to persuade him, he would only agree to a price of 2 taels. 20 taels of silver? After being in this world for a long time, he knew the value of 20 taels of silver. Pei Ziyin couldn't help but laugh. Actually, if a Han Lin's book was popular, it could fetch such a price as well. However, if it was an outdated Han Lin's book, it wouldn't be worth that much. However, I've heard the name before. Zhang Zeng. I remember that in the next imperial examinations, this person will become an elementary scholar. Besides, if a Han Lin's book has a legacy, how can 20 taels of silver not be worth it? I can form a good relationship with him. Thinking this way, he then said, "Go and ask Zhang Zeng to bring the book over. If it's suitable, we can discuss further." Qin Yuan went in and spoke. Before long, a middle-aged man came out. His clothes were patched up, and his hair was messy. He held a book in his hands. Zhang Zeng walked in front of Pei Ziyin and saw how young Pei Ziyin was. A look of envy flashed across his eyes. He handed the book over to Pei Ziyin. The words on the cover were square, as though they had been engraved. Pei Ziyin took a look at the book. At this point, the plum blossom petals moved. This book was indeed the legacy. He was overjoyed, but maintained his composure. He then bowed to Zhang Zeng. "So it's Brother Zhang. I've heard of your name in my village. As for the price of this book," Pei Ziyin purposely paused and looked around the hut. Brother Zhang is indeed poor. Zhang Zeng had a complicated look on his face, as though he was ashamed. He then said, "Your ancestor was a Han Lin, and yet this book is worth it. How about I offer 30 taels?" Hearing this, Qin Yuan and Zhang Zeng were shocked. They had only heard of people trying to lower the price, and never heard of someone trying to increase the price. After some time, Zhang Zeng came to his senses. 20 taels of silver was already an exorbitant price, much less 30 taels. His face was flushed red as he said, "How can this be? How can this be?" Pei Ziyun sighed. "Zhang Hanlin is a righteous man, and I admire him a lot. Since I've invited his book, I can learn from him day and night. Here's 30 taels, Brother Zhang. Please accept it. With Brother Zhang's talent, you won't stay in this hut for long. Sooner or later, you'll be able to learn from him." As he said this, he took out 3 banknotes, each worth 10 taels of silver. Zhang Zhang's face turned red. He didn't want to accept the banknotes. However, looking at his mother's frail body, his eyes turned red and tears started to roll down his cheeks. He then said, "Brother Pei's benevolence is beyond words. I'm ashamed to accept it." Pei Ziyun clasped his hands in respect and handed over the banknotes. He took the letter from the Hamlin Academy and was overjoyed. Even though the Hamlin Academy of the previous dynasty belonged to the previous dynasty, he was still a genuine grand scholar. Entering the Hamlin Academy meant that his knowledge was extraordinary. The two of them bowed respectfully and left. Chen Yuan's face was filled with envy. Pei Ziyun then had an idea and said, "Chen Yuan, you've done a good job. I shall give you another task. Assist my mother in finding me some fields in the countryside. It would be best if they were all grouped together. When I'm satisfied, I shall reward you accordingly." As he said this, he tossed over a piece of silver. "This is 2 taels of silver. It's your reward for this task. If you work for me, I will not mistreat you." Chen Yuan was overjoyed as he received the silver. He then lowered his head and said to Pei Ziyun, "I dare not to work for young master." Chapter 35. Midnight. Occasionally, he would look up and see the stars in the sky. Most of the time, he could only see 2 lanterns leading the way. He crossed the bridge and entered through the door. The main hall was high up under the starry night sky. On both sides of the hall, there were guards with swords hanging from their waists. Second grade, first grand scholar Zhang Ji Gong sings his name. The man who was kneeling on the floor stood up, his vision blurring. He opened the golden book and announced, 11th year of the imperial examinations. First grade, first grand scholar Chao Wenlin. First grade, second grand scholar Yin Ming Tang. First grade, third grand scholar Qian Min. Following the announcement, the grand scholars entered one by one. They took 3 steps, knelt down 3 times, and kowtowed 9 times. After a while, someone stood up and read, "Grand Scholar Chao Wenlin is bestowed the title of Grand Scholar. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor!" After an unknown period of time, all the grand scholars kowtowed in unison. Pei Ziyun awoke from his slumber and looked around him. He saw that the sunlight was shining through the window. The quiet streets from last night were now bustling with activity. Beside the window, a sparrow was chirping. After some time, he heard the sound of someone coming down the stairs next door. Pei Ziyun slowly regained his senses and massaged his temples. After some time, he laughed bitterly and mumbled, "Pei Ziyun, you underestimate the heroes of this world." Zhang Zhigong, courtesy named Zhong Jin, was initiated at the Zhang clan temple at the age of 5. He passed the county examinations at the age of 16, passed the provincial examinations at the age of 19, and became a scholar at the age of 25. He entered the Imperial Academy and was promoted to the position of Assistant Minister of Rights. Due to his incompetence in military affairs, he was dismissed from his post. He returned to his hometown 3 years later and died of illness. These simple historical records gave Pei Ziyun a huge impact. Although this book was written when he returned to his hometown and was filled with literary thoughts, the rest of it was not easy to accept. Although the plum blossom is good, if one's body is not strong enough and accepts it a few more times, one's mind might break. Pei Ziyun sighed to himself. Last night, he returned to his room at the inn and ordered that no one was to disturb him. When he entered his room, he placed the book under his pillow. After much experience, he lay down and closed his eyes. Not long after, he fell into a dreamland. It was different from the last time when he absorbed the Tao thought. This time it was very smooth. In his dream, He studied hard, was taught by a famous teacher, passed the imperial examination at a young age, became a genshur at a young age, and fought in the imperial court all his life. In his later years, he was dismissed and returned to his hometown, disheartened. When he woke up, tens of years had passed, and he had no idea who he was. Although he was lost for a short while, it was enough to scare him. However, although there was a price, there was a lot of gain. Pei Ziyin stood up. Although he was a young man, he had a certain aura about him that was hard to describe. He could only sigh. The Plum Blossom sect is truly a tyrannical force. Others have spent tens of years working hard, but I only needed a single night and a dream. Although I only have a tenth of Assistant Minister Zhang's abilities, it is enough for me to pass the grand examinations. It's no wonder that the original owner of the body was able to cross the threshold even after such a long period of time. Young Master Xie, on the other hand, was able to break through the restrictions and become the first immortal Tao Lord. All sorts of emotions from the past were brewing at this moment. It would be uncomfortable if he didn't spit them out. Thus, he ground the ink and wrote the article. He felt his chest filled with excitement and vigor. When he finished writing, he laughed heartily. When he was done laughing, the ink dried and he retrieved a scroll. He then walked out. It's time to meet the mentor. Once he walked out of the shop, he would be on the long street. There were too many shops for his eyes to take in. Pei Ziyin headed straight for the bookstore. Not only did the bookstore have books, there were also brushes, inkstones, and paper. He bought a stack of paper, an inkstone, and a brush and inkstone. All in all, he had the four treasures of the study. The price was neither expensive nor cheap. Although the mentor was upright, he wasn't so lacking in emotional intelligence. If he were to reject this, he would be selling his name. After choosing, he headed straight for the mentor's house. Slow River County, mentor's house, the courtyard wasn't very big. It was a small corridor with 3 main rooms and 5 side rooms. It was a rare holiday, and the mentor was talking to someone. Actually, the mentor's face was fair, and his facial features were regular. He had a long beard, but his stern expression made him seem a little unapproachable. At this point, he was talking about poetry. There was a plate of salted peanuts on the table and a plate of chicken. The mentor was sitting beside the table, and it was the mentor. The mentor had his own ranking. Although he was only of the 9th rank, and the mentor was not of the same rank, he was still a knowledgeable person. They had known each other for a long time. At this point, they were talking about the recent elementary scholars. When the topic of Pei Ziyin came up, the mentor said, "This person's words are experienced, and his words are clear." It wasn't luck that he was able to pass the examinations. From what I can see, his ranking can be raised. The mentor stroked his beard and looked at his old friend. It was said that the mentor had to be a high scholar before he could become a high scholar. Most of these mentors were elementary scholars who had failed for a long time. No wonder he agreed. He shook his head. "You're right. This person's words are clear, and his words are penetrating. However, he has a fatal weakness. The reason he was able to pass was because the examiner cherished his talent and could not bear to dismiss him." The mentor was taken aback and asked, "Would you like to hear more about it?" Loneliness. Amidst the flowery words, there's a hint of sadness in them. Just based on his talent alone, he was able to attain the top rank in the examinations. The Great Su Dynasty has just been established, and we want to establish a new era of prosperity. The way he wrote these words, if not for the examiner's appreciation, he could have been dismissed. Although he is talented, becoming a high scholar is no small matter. I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to succeed. The mentor said. The mentor was also an old elementary scholar. After hearing these words, he was startled. His heart felt empty, but he was at a loss. After a long time, he smiled bitterly and said, "I see." He then continued. This person was highly recommended in the previous examinations. It was said that the examiner said that he had the qualifications to become a high scholar. However, his resentment is a taboo in the imperial court. I'm sure he lost his father at a young age, and his family's circumstances are poor. It's inevitable that he would be resentful. But he's still young, and became an elementary scholar. I'm sure he'll recover after a few years. The mentor took a sip of tea and said slowly, I hope so, but it's hard to change a person's nature. Before he could finish his sentence, an old servant came in and whispered something. When a mentor heard this, he laughed. I was talking about this person, he's here. Let him in. It turned out that a few minutes ago, Pei Ziyun had arrived at the wooden door and knocked. An old servant opened the door. Pei Ziyun reported to the old servant and entered. He saw that there were only 2 people in the room. There was a table, a plate of peanuts, a plate of vegetables, and a small pot of wine. Greetings to the mentor, greetings to the mentor. The mentor then said plainly, Ah, you're here. Seeing that Pei Ziyun was carrying things, his face turned stern. You're here to buy things from my house. Hurry up and take them back. Pei Ziyun pretended to be apologetic. I passed the imperial examinations. Technically speaking, the mentor is a disciple. It's just that I wasn't sensible in the past and didn't have the chance to visit you. Today, I've made up for it. It's just 4 things. Please forgive me. When the mentor heard this, his face darkened. He was about to lecture him again when the mentor laughed. That's human nature. Don't tell me you don't even accept a student's greeting? Since the mentor had spoken, the mentor couldn't just reject him. He then asked a few questions and said, The fall examinations are just around the corner. Why aren't you at home studying? Instead, you're wandering around. What are you doing? These words were harsh to the ears. Pei Ziyun thought to himself, He's really an old scholar. As he thought this, he smiled. Recently, I've been studying and had some insights. I've written an essay and would like to ask the mentor to correct me. As he said this, he handed it over to the mentor. The mentor received it and read the first few sentences without much thought. When he read the last few sentences, his expression changed. After some time, he put it down and said to Pei Ziyun, This essay is not bad. I'll take a look at it tonight. There will be an essay session in a few days. Come early, I have something to tell you. Pei Ziyun was overjoyed and agreed to it. Seeing that the mentor didn't speak, he stood up and left. When Pei Ziyun left, the mentor shouted, Bring me some old wine and drink it with this essay. The mentor was curious. Why is it like this? Read it. The mentor said as he took the essay from him. At first, the mentor was taken aback, but when he read it, his expression changed. His hands trembled. Unbelievable. That's right. This person's essay already had some elegance to it. It was pure and righteous. It's just that it was filled with resentment and resentment. It's not suitable for the founding of a nation. That's why I said it would be difficult for him to pass the high scholar exam. But this essay, the yin qi has been swept away. The elegance of the essay has gained the upper hand. His thoughts are deep and sincere, and his strokes are clear and elegant. It's like the sun rising from the east. It's the essence of ancient literature. As the mentor said this, a few strands of his beard broke off, but he didn't notice. Since the mentor was like this, the mentor was even worse. This was the mentor's dream of attaining this level. How many years of hard work had he been trying to get close to it, but he had never achieved it. As he read it, his entire body trembled. It doesn't make sense for such a talented person to not pass the high scholar exam. I haven't seen him for a month, and he's changed so much. Is this really a gift from the heavens? As he said this, the mentor started tearing up. Could it be that the difference between a genius and a mediocre person was so huge? Was this high scholar exam really not something an ordinary person could aspire to? For a moment, he didn't know what to feel as he lost his composure. The mentor looked at him and understood his feelings. He waited for the mentor to calm down before saying, Look, even the handwriting is in the Gyuj style. Although looking at it yourself, the Gyuj style doesn't have much color to it, but the handwriting is neat and tidy. It's meticulous, serious, and meticulous. No examiner would dislike it. This increases the chances of him passing the high scholar exam by a few notches. This person's thoughts run deep. The mentor spoke with mixed feelings as he downed the wine in one gulp. When the mentor saw this, he downed the entire cup as well. He even choked a little and started coughing. When he was done coughing, he forced a smile and asked do you think this person can pass the high scholar exam? My old friend, you should know that after I passed the imperial examinations, I went to the capital city 3 times to take the examinations, but failed every single time. The great Sue dynasty was established, and the scholars flourished and the military retreated. Although I was a high scholar of the previous dynasty, I was given an official position and became a teacher in the county. Although I didn't pass the exam these 3 times, I managed to comprehend some of the high scholars' essays. In the capital city, there are many collections of essays written by high scholars. From what I've seen, even for a high scholar's essay, it's not 80 to 90% complete, but it's at least 60 to 70% complete. As he spoke up to this point, even the mentor was in disbelief. He mumbled, "This person is only 15 years old, and yet he has such a level of skill. Could it be that he's gifted by the heavens?" The mentor calmed down and shook his head. The dynasty has just been established. Just like what you've said, the rise of the high scholar exam and the fall of the high scholar exam is the general trend. Perhaps it's a gift from the heavens. If this person were to pass the high scholar exam, he would have a bright future ahead of him. Both of them understood the meaning behind these words. The dynasty had just been established, and the official positions were vacant. At this point in time, it would be easy to ascend. Chapter 36. North Sangsang Village. Little East River Qinyuan and Pei Ziyan walked along the river for a distance before Qinyuan stopped and pointed, "Husband, it's not difficult for you to buy a piece of land. But it's not easy to buy a piece of land. Every family's land is intertwined with each other. It's very troublesome to buy a piece of land. But look, this little East River was once attacked by pirates, causing the population to dwindle. However, the land here is good. If you use the water to irrigate the land, it will be a high-quality paddy field. Husband, you can take this opportunity to buy this land. The current price is only 3 taels of silver per mu." Pei Ziyan looked at this and nodded his head. This Qinyuan is indeed talented and lucky. Originally, after a few years, the government officials repaired the embankment and planted willows all over the land. The land nearby was then irrigated with water. The price then rose to 10 taels of silver per mu. If you want to cultivate the land, you can pay tax for the first 2 years, and the 3rd year, you can pay taxes. Who would have thought that Chen Yuan would be able to see through this? His mother was a woman after all, and thus had many inconveniences in this society. Pei Ziyan then said, "All right, take my name card and go to the county to buy this piece of land." "Husband, how much land should I buy?" Chen Yuan was eager to try. "Since the price is so cheap, I shall buy 500 mu of land. Give 50 mu of land to the clan temple." Pei Ziyan said plainly. The clan's land was the property of the entire clan. It was used for the clan's studies, sacrifices, and for the poor of the clan. This was the right thing to do in this era. "Husband, this little East River has 3,000 mu of land." Chen Yuan was somewhat unwilling. "Pa!" He closed his fan and pointed, "Idiot, I'm just an elementary scholar and not a high scholar. Even if I were a high scholar, I would not be able to monopolize this land. If I were to take all 3,000 mu of land under my own name, even if I'm a high scholar, even the county leader would be jealous of me. This would cause unnecessary trouble and disaster. You are such a short-sighted person." There was one thing he didn't say. Chen Yuan was smart and capable. He was good at singing and dancing. Because of this, he made a fortune. However, he didn't know when to stop. Chen Yuan still hadn't fully grasped the meaning and could only reply, "Yes." Pei Ziyan did not continue forward. He turned around and saw the farmers working in the fields. Beside the river, the construction of the ancestral hall had already begun. From afar, he could see more than 10 people busily working. "I've already said goodbye to my mother. As for the matter regarding the barren fields, I shall leave it to you. I hope that everything will be settled by the time I return." Pei Ziyan saw that the ox cart wasn't too far away, so he boarded it and instructed. He thought to himself, "When I become a high scholar, I will need a few maids and servants, and an ox cart as well. That's how a gentleman should be." Lu River from afar. Pei Ziyun could see a boat docked by the shore. The river water was sparkling, and the sun was shining brightly. He looked around and saw that there were already many elementary scholars on board the boat. They were leaning against the boat, admiring the scenery. Some of them were in groups of 2 or 3, chatting. When Pei Ziyun boarded the boat, he saw many elementary scholars surrounding the mentor and chatting with him. The mentor seemed to have arrived a long time ago. From afar, he could see that the mentor had a stern expression on his face. He listened very little and nodded his head from time to time. "Greetings, mentor." Pei Ziyun walked up and bowed. This was a necessary etiquette. When a mentor saw Pei Ziyun bow, he smiled and nodded his head, but didn't say anything. "Brother Pei, you've finally arrived. Come, let me introduce you. This is Brother Chun." He was ranked second in the previous year's examinations. Tang Zhan appeared and smiled. "Greetings, Brother Chun." This person was Chun Igue. After introducing himself, Pei Ziyun laughed. "Speaking of which, what's so special about this boat meet? This is my first time here." Chun Igue laughed. "Actually, it's to let all the elementary scholars in the county get to know each other. They can go on a boat trip along the river. In a while, there will be a poetry meet. All the elementary scholars will compete and be judged by the mentor. After the poetry meet, there will be a banquet, and there will also be a play. All the new elementary scholars have to demonstrate their abilities. Only then will they be accepted by the elementary scholars." He then continued, "The boat meet isn't far from the provincial examinations. Usually, after the boat meet, we can depart for the province. Actually, our Slow River County has water transportation and isn't far from the provincial capital. If it were any other county, they would have to depart half a month earlier." Pei Ziyun nodded his head. The roads in ancient times were not easy to travel on. What if he got sick? Hence, they had to depart for the provincial capital in advance. If there were any minor illnesses, they could be treated within 10 days to half a month. Tang Zhan smiled. "Brother Chun, you're really kind and generous. You've always been willing to help the new talents." As he spoke, the group walked into the boat. The boat was richly decorated and the hall was huge. Pei Ziyun met many people. They exchanged greetings and exchanged a few words, but that was all there was to their friendship. Just as they were speaking, a servant came up with a copper plate. "Young masters, these are the poems of the elementary scholars from the previous boat meet. Please take a look." Pei Ziyun received the plate and saw a small booklet with the words boat meet written on it. There were poems and essays in it, describing the scenery of mountains and rivers, as well as the history of the past. All the elementary scholars in the county started reading it. The poems are all average. Pei Ziyun read through it. At his current level, he felt that the poems were average. However, he understood the purpose of the boat meet. The purpose of this event was to promote the county's literary style. Of course, if you were really good, you could use this opportunity to increase your reputation. Those who participated in the boat meet were the cream of the crop of the county. If there was someone who stood out from the crowd, their reputation would spread throughout the entire county. Chun Igue flipped through the booklet and laughed. He then turned around and said, "The ink and brushes here can be used as you wish. Everyone can think about it. If there's really something good, you can put it on the screen." He then pointed to the screen. "These are the annual boat meet. There's no need for a booklet. Everyone can see it." So there was such a thing. Pei Ziyun walked up to take a look and saw that the artwork on the screen was indeed better. Just as he was thinking about it, he smelled a delicate fragrance. "AI, what's this fragrance?" Pei Ziyun had long thought about it and was surprised. "I don't know what kind of incense it is, but once the incense is burnt, the meeting will officially begin. Look, everyone is thinking hard." Chun Igue laughed as he spoke. Pei Ziyun looked around and saw that in the corner there was a small stove with incense burning on it. Smoke rose from it and filled the entire hall. He thought to himself, "It's here." At this point, the curtains were lifted as the mentor walked into the hall. Everyone bowed and took their seats. The mentor then said, "Every single boat meet, there's no limit to the topic. Whether it's literature, poetry, or lyrics, if there's anything good, it's considered a good thing. It can even be recorded in the county's annals. Everyone do not slack off." "Yes, mentor." At this point, the entire hall was filled with the sound of grinding ink. Outside the window, the curtains swayed gently. The fragrance of the banquet could be smelled coming from below. It was obvious that the banquet was being prepared. All the scholars raised their sleeves and started writing. Actually, not many of them were writing on the spot. Every year, the boat meet was an opportunity for them to become famous. Some of them even spent a whole year preparing for it. Hence, they all had a draft in mind and started writing very quickly. Pei Ziyin spread out a piece of paper and started grinding the ink. Pei Ziyin then picked up a brush and dipped it into the ink before he started writing. What's so scary about plagiarism? What's scary about plagiarism? What's scary about plagiarism? If someone were to ask him about it, he would be exposed. However, Pei Ziyin was a scholar now and was not afraid of anything. He started writing, "The ancient scholars have their own teachers. The teacher is the one who teaches and dispels doubts. Humans aren't born with knowledge. How can they not be confused? If they are confused and do not follow their teacher, then they're confused and will never be able to understand. If you were born before me, then you would understand the Tao before me, and I would be your teacher. If you were born after me, then you would understand the Tao before me, and I would be your teacher." These 500 words, Pei Ziyin wrote all the way until the last sentence was deleted. At this point, those who wrote poems had already handed in their papers. Those who wrote essays had also handed in their papers with confidence. Pei Ziyin handed in his papers as well. The professor glanced at the papers and raised his head to look at Pei Ziyin. He did not say anything. Pei Ziyin bowed and retreated. The professor looked through them one by one and picked out a few poems that were better written and commented on them. As for Pei Ziyin's essay, he placed it at the very end. He looked at it and did not say anything. The poetry meet ended and the banquet started. Tang Zhen signaled to the Qian family's boat not far away. It slowly approached. The banquet was on the deck. The professor personally poured wine for everyone. Everyone was flattered. Pei Ziyin ate the silver carp and steamed anchovies as he drank wine. At this point, the Qian family's boat approached. Music could be heard. Everyone looked over and saw that the Qian family's boat was on a stage. Under the afternoon sun, listening to the melodious music, everyone was intoxicated. When they got closer, they realized that the play on the stage was that of a famous scholar from the previous dynasty, winning 3 yuan in a row. Everyone looked at the stage with flowers in their hair, dressed in official robes and riding horses. They were extremely envious. Tang Zhen then said, "Professor, how can we drink without singing? The Qian family has always respected scholars. Since there's such a show, why don't we sit on the boat and enjoy it together?" Hearing this, Pei Ziyin laughed coldly. This person looked sincere and did not want to be so sly. However, everyone felt that it was normal. Even the professor nodded his head. The 2 boats were next to each other, with the sides of the boat connected to each other. Boats had a wide deck with a semicircular walkway. Now that they were connected, the area was much larger. So it's the second young master of the Qian family bringing his family to enjoy the show. After some small talk, a servant moved the banquet table. Everyone surrounded the stage and ate together. Waves of cheers could be heard. To be able to win 3 yuan in a row was the dream of every scholar. The second young master of the Qian family seemed to be very generous. He ordered the servants to bring more food and wine. The banquet on the boat was paid for by the elementary scholars themselves. Although it was passable, it wasn't considered exquisite. However, at this moment, the food and wine were delicious. The elementary scholars were all praising him for his success. Pei Ziyin looked over and saw the young miss of the Qian family not far from him. She was with her serving maid, watching the show and enjoying the scenery. To be fair, the young miss was kneeling on the ground, wearing a blue and white dress. Half of her body was bathed in light. Her face was calm, and her eyes were deep, as though she was deep in thought. She was indeed a beauty. These few days, he had done some research on her. He sighed in his heart. This woman is known as a famous lady in the county. She is beautiful and gentle, and is good at drawing and painting. She looks even more dignified now, but who knows what she really is? Pei Ziyin thought to himself as he continued eating. This time, there was a servant serving wine. Tang Jin walked up and poured a cup for him. Come, Brother Tang, let's toast. Chapter 37. Pei Ziyin received the wine and smelled it. He felt that there was something wrong with the wine and was suspicious. He took a closer look and saw that there was some white powder in between Tang Jin's fingernails. He immediately understood. When Tang Jin was pouring the wine for him, he had flicked some of the powder into the wine. It was impossible for everyone to fall for the same trick. This was a huge matter. Not only the county, even the province would send people to investigate. Even the gods would be alerted. The gods were everywhere. This was a terrifying power. Even if there were immortals in this world, they would not be able to interfere with the affairs of the mortal world. Pei Ziyin laughed. Although Huang Jinchun passed the imperial examinations, he was still young. By the time he passed the imperial examinations, he was already 43 years old. There's not much time left. Tang Jin did not have such thoughts. He looked at Pei Ziyin and said, AI, so what if he's 43 years old? This is the glory of a scholar's life. Even if he doesn't become an official, his name will be recorded in history. As Tang Jin said this, Chun Yi-Gui, who was standing some distance away, revealed a look of agreement. He then said, that's right. Not to mention 43 years old. Even if he was 53 or 63 years old, he would not have wasted his life. As Pei Ziyin spoke, he stretched out his hand and swapped their wine cups. He then said, these actors look unfamiliar. I've never seen them in the county before. Chen Yi-Gui then said, Brother Pei, these are all domestic actors. But since Brother Pei has passed the imperial examinations and become a famous scholar, you don't have to do this. Tang Jin laughed and said, it's not enough to become an elementary scholar. Even if I became a high scholar, I wouldn't be able to afford it. As he said this, he remembered his motive. He wanted to coax Pei Ziyin to drink. He smiled and raised his wine cup. Brother Pei, Brother Chun, we're different from before. Many things are beyond our control. Come, let's drink. I'll finish this cup first. Tang Jun's words were somewhat random. Pei Ziyin laughed coldly in his heart as he raised his wine cup and said, that's right. There are many things that cannot be avoided. We can only do things that we have no choice but to do. As he finished speaking, he downed the cup in one gulp. The wine was a little spicy, and he swallowed it. Chun Yi-Gui was bewildered and gulped down the wine as well. Tang Jun then said, Brother Pei, you guys carry on. I need to go to the toilet and need to leave for a while. Tang Jun took a few steps forward and secretly gestured to Miss Qian. Miss Qian's appearance didn't seem to have changed, but there was a kind of charm in her every movement. A fragrance seeped out, attracting the attention of the nearby scholars. Pei Ziyin laughed coldly to himself. This was the Tao arts of Holy Jail sect. Chun Yi-Gui then said, Brother Pei, it's best if you don't look at this young lady. Why? The Qian family used to be a county magistrate in the previous dynasty. Every generation after that, there will always be one or two people who pass the Xiuzai or during examinations. Their family owns 1,500 mu of land and is a famous county magistrate in the county. Their daughter is the daughter of an official, and unless she marries, no one can get close to her. I've heard that they're already talking about marriage. Pei Ziyin nodded his head and estimated the effects of the wine. He then looked around and realized that since he had been poisoned, there was only Miss Qian around. He then smiled and stood up. I shall go and toast to the lecturer. Chun Yi-Gui nodded his head, feeling that this was normal. Pei Ziyin walked up and saw the lecturer. At this point, the toast had already ended, and there was no one around. When the lecturer saw him, his eyes were filled with joy, and he nodded his head slightly. Pei Ziyin then bowed to the lecturer. Greetings, lecturer. The lecturer nodded his head. A Confucian cultivator should not reveal his emotions easily. When he saw Pei Ziyin, he revealed a look of joy. Come and sit. At this point, everyone was watching the show. Some of them had already drunk a few cups of wine and were no longer paying attention to Pei Ziyin. Pei Ziyun then walked over and sat down. Have you been studying since you've returned? Pei Ziyun then said, This disciple has been studying every day, but I've always had some doubts. Once a doubt has been solved, a new one will arise. When the lecturer heard this, he sighed, My life has its limits, but knowledge has no limits. This is your cautiousness and vigilance. If a person were to think that he has no doubts, then there's nothing to be said. Pei Ziyun then followed the lecturer's words. What the lecturer has said is true. This disciple will remember it. The lecturer then continued. When it comes to learning, even if you're 100 feet tall, you still have to improve every day. As long as you improve every day, you will eventually become a grandmaster. Seeing that Pei Ziyun had agreed, the lecturer then said, Do you know why I didn't judge your paper today? Pei Ziyun then replied, This disciple doesn't know. The lecturer laughed, but his smile was filled with bitterness. Your speech was filled with sincerity and sincerity. It was vast and unbridled, like a mighty river, flowing and flowing. Such a magnificent essay. How could a mere lecturer like me be qualified to judge it? With this essay, your name can be recorded in history. Seeing that Pei Ziyun was about to apologize, the lecturer hurriedly raised his hand to stop him. But your status is not worthy of writing this essay. Seeing that Pei Ziyun was surprised, the lecturer then continued, You have yet to become a scholar. With this essay, you can become a famous scholar, and your name will spread throughout the county. In time to come, you can even shake the entire nation. But because of this, your career will be difficult, and I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to pass the imperial examinations. When Pei Ziyun heard this, he was stunned. He had a sudden realization. In this world, the famous scholars in history, such as Tang Xinzu and Su Wei, were all extremely talented and famous. However, they could not pass the imperial examinations. Tang Xinzu was still all right. He only failed several times. Zhang Jujing's 3 sons all passed the imperial examinations, but he did not. It was only after Zhang Jujing's death that he made a name for himself. Su Wei was even worse. He started studying at the age of 6, started writing essays at the age of 9, and when he was 10, he wrote destruction, which caused a sensation in the entire city. The local gentry called him a prodigy. Shun Lian once praised him, When the city gates are closed, this is the only one. However, he met with many setbacks in the imperial examinations. He only became an elementary scholar at the age of 20. When he was 41, he took the imperial examinations 8 times, but he still could not pass. Some people said that this was due to his arrogance, but that might not be the case. It was just that he had offended the masses, and they all wanted to suppress him. Pei Ziyun covered his face and sighed. I understand now. Since ancient times, only those who become famous can become famous in the imperial court. But those who become famous before becoming an official are rare. Li Bai's courtesy name was Tai Bai, and his nickname was Qing Lian. He was hailed as the immortal of poetry. His poems were bold, elegant, romantic, and almost unparalleled in the world. However, despite his fame, he was not able to achieve anything in his life. In his later years, he was in dire straits. He composed Song of Death and passed away at the age of 62. Was it because his political wisdom was lacking? Although he was not outstanding in terms of political wisdom, he was still above average. How could his career be in dire straits? Although people praised him for being famous, they were actually jealous of him. If he had already achieved the imperial examinations, it would be fine. But if he did not achieve the imperial examinations, how could he not be defeated when fighting against the whole world? Pei Ziyun bowed. Thank you, instructor, for hiding my teachings. The teachings came from Han Yu, who was known as the great scholar of the 100 generations. If his writings were to spread, it would be difficult for him to achieve the imperial examinations. He might not even be able to pass the imperial examinations. Seeing that Pei Ziyun recognized him, the instructor was gratified. You do not need to be discouraged. When you become a high scholar, you'll be able to spread your writings. Before Pei Ziyun could reply, he heard a loud scream. He turned around and saw a man taking off his shirt. The young lady of the Qian family was half exposed. The instructor turned around and was enraged. His face was ashen. What a disgrace! What a lunatic! What a disgrace! What a lunatic! He repeated those words twice, and his body trembled with anger. Pei Ziyun looked over and saw that the man's eyes were red. If it wasn't Tang Jun, who else could it be? Before long, Tang Jun was escorted away by a servant of the Qian family and was given cold water to sober him up. The instructor's face was flushed red. It was supposed to be an elementary scholars' literary assembly, but such a huge scandal had occurred. The instructor was in charge of the education in the county. Since he had lost his face, he would definitely be reprimanded. If this scandal were to spread to the prefectures, he would definitely be criticized by the prefectures. This year's examinations would probably be of poor quality. The elementary scholars present were all taken aback. Tang Jun was usually calm and collected. Why was he so crazy today? At this point, a scholar spoke out. You all didn't notice. Maybe Tang Jun drank a few cups of wine and lost his composure. At this point, a middle-aged elementary scholar replied, maybe he's a lunatic, but he hid it well. Who would have thought that after drinking a few cups of wine, he would reveal his true nature? Now that he has committed such a crime, he will definitely lose his elementary scholar position. How delightful! His words were filled with envy and jealousy towards Tang Jun for becoming an elementary scholar. His family was wealthy, and he was young and talented. Now that he had done something wrong and ruined his reputation, he wanted nothing more than to beat him to death. Another elementary scholar was slightly older, around 50 years of age. Seeing that the crowd was getting more and more unbridled, his expression changed, and he said, all of you are gloating, but don't say it here. If the instructor hears it, you will be reprimanded as well. Furthermore, there are outsiders here. If your words were to spread, what kind of reputation would you have? The older he was, the more mature he was, the less jealous he was of the younger generation. At this point in the literary assembly, the instructor was so angry that he couldn't speak. He then shouted, men, remove Tang Jun's headscarf immediately. Actually, this was to strip Tang Jun of his elementary scholar status. At this point, a few envious and jealous students pounced on him and really removed his headscarf. Looking at this scene, many of the students felt that they had lost face. They also felt that there was something fishy going on, but they couldn't understand why. What a disgrace! What a disgrace! The instructor's hatred was still not appeased. He felt that Tang Jun was a disgrace to him. He and Pei Ziyun were having a good conversation, master and disciple. In the future, it would be recorded as a good story. But now, it had become an unbearable stench. Although this Tang Jun has some background, but to do such a thing, I cannot tolerate it. When the literary assembly is over, I will write a letter to the Minister of Education and strip this scum of his elementary scholar status. As he thought about this, he called Pei Ziyun over and instructed him, you are a good person. Before you go to the provincial examinations, come to my place. Don't get together with this Tang Jun and ruin your future. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his sleeves and left. At this point in the literary assembly, nobody was still reciting poems. Everyone was discussing this matter. Seeing that the instructor had left, everyone dispersed. At this point, Tang Jun had already woken up from the effects of the drug. His eyes were empty as he looked around for Pei Ziyun. His expression was ferocious. Seeing this, Chunyi Gue was so shocked that his mouth was wide open. He then mumbled, AI, Brother Tang is finished this time. Pei Ziyun laughed coldly. The reason why he went to the instructor's place was because he didn't want to be bitten by this mad dog. At this point, he made use of the crowd and waved his sleeves to leave. Chapter 38. When a mentor returned home, his wife had prepared a bowl of hangover soup. However, the mentor pushed her aside. I didn't drink any wine today. I don't need this soup. I have matters to attend to. Don't disturb me. As he said this, he stormed into the study room, leaving the mentor's wife in a daze, unsure of what she had done wrong. It was said that the moment the mentor entered the study, he looked for a memorial and wanted to write an article to remove Tang Jun's title. Today was such a big scandal, and it would affect the reputation of Slow River County. The minter was an upright person and could not tolerate a single grain of sand. At this moment, he started writing. The minter did not attend the conference today, and thus did not know about this. Sometime later, someone came to inform the minter of what had happened on the boat. When the minter heard this, he was shocked. "This is bad. I have to find a minter to discuss this." As soon as he finished speaking, he left in a hurry. When Pei Ziyin reached home, his mother had already prepared a bowl of soup. It was a hangover soup. As he drank it, he felt his stomach warm up. He placed the bowl down and smiled. "Mother, the autumn examinations are only 10 days away. I have to go to the city." Dong'an Prefecture, Zhang Mansion. The next day, a pot of tea was boiling on the stove. Steam could be seen coming out of it, and a chessboard was placed on the table. Zhang Jieyu walked into the room and could not contain his anger. He kicked the stove, causing the tea and the fire to spill onto the floor. The fire and the tea mixed together, making a sizzling sound. Smoke and ashes rose up. Zhang Jieyu sat down on the chair. His heart was filled with anger. He stood up and swept the entire chessboard onto the floor. "This kid must have seen through my ploy. That's why he dared to tease me. I want to kill him." At this point, Li Wenjing, who had been following behind Zhang Jieyu, had been deep in thought. He then walked forward and saw the chessboard on the floor. He hurriedly said, "Jieyu, this is a new dynasty. He has an elementary scholar title. We can only tempt him and frame him. We cannot make a move directly. If we make a move directly, we will offend the imperial qi." Hearing Li Wenjing's words, Zhang Jieyu calmed down a little. Achieving the Tao was an important matter, and he couldn't be too careful. However, he really couldn't take this lying down. "Let's use the hands of mortals then. Our holy gate should have other connections other than the Black Wind Bandits under me, right? Of course there's more. We're from Holy Jail Sect. We have people on the Lu River. However, he is an elementary scholar who came to the prefecture to take the elementary scholar examinations. Attacking him with mortals is fine. However, if we were to kill him, we would not be able to escape the eyes of the local river deity. Once the divine Tao of the imperial court comes to investigate, we would be in big trouble." Seeing that Zhang Jieyu was about to explode in anger, Li Wenjing added, "But if you fall into the water, get sick, eat something bad on the way, or get beaten up by someone, that's a small matter. Regardless of whether it is the scholar from the capital or the province, or even in the examination hall, it is very common for them to fall sick. No matter how smart he is, as long as he doesn't pass the examinations this time, he would have to waste 3 years. Being an elementary scholar is just a small achievement. If we really wanted to kill him, our holy gate would be able to do so. It's just that we would have to pay a small price. After this sensitive period of time, if Zhang Jieyu is still angry, we shall just kill him." Zhang Jieyu's anger subsided. "All right, let's do that. I shall leave this matter to you." Li Wenjing nodded his head and said, "I shall inform the Luo gang now." Hodu Town, Li Mansion wasn't located within the capital of Dong and Prefecture. Instead, it was located about 20 miles away from the main road. It was located in a small town called Hodu Town. The town was bustling with activity. At this point, a group of people walked over, and the people on the street all gave way to them. Who are these people? It's Yang Kuan from the Luo gang. He has a great reputation. Hey, what great reputation? He's just a fugitive from the pugilistic world, someone said disdainfully. As they neared the entrance, Yang Kuan pointed. This is the Li Mansion. The few of you stay in the town and look for a place to stay. I shall go and see Masterly. As he finished speaking, Yang Kuan walked in. He was a burly man around 30 years of age. When he entered the mansion, he was extremely careful. He saw Li Wenjing bending over his desk and writing a letter. From afar, he shouted, "Greetings, Masterly." It turned out that during the previous dynasty, Yang Tong Shou had formed a gang. In the beginning, most of the gang members were homeless beggars. They stole and robbed. When a magistrate found out about this, he was enraged and ordered for the gang to be arrested. The patrolling officers obeyed and killed several people. They captured Yang Tong's show and were about to execute him. At the critical moment, Holy Jail sect lent a helping hand. After being beaten 40 times, Yang Tong Shou was released from prison. He then hid in the town to recuperate. He changed his ways of doing things. When officials and rich people were celebrating, he would go and help them. Slowly, he changed his ways of doing things. Gradually, the officials decided to take over the transportation of salt, grain, and cotton to the Luo gang. The Luo gang collected protection fees and earned money for the transportation of goods. As of now, Yang Kuan was the second-generation leader of the gang. However, he was still respectful towards Holy Jail sect. "It's good that you're here. I have something for you to do," Li Wenjing shouted. He then stood up and paced around. He looked out the window at the blooming flowers and muttered to himself, "Master Li, as long as it's something on the Lu River, just tell me. Everyone within 100 miles will give me face. Even if a few people sink, it's a small matter." Yang Kuan said. Li Wenjing laughed coldly. "That's not necessary. But it's not a small matter. Send your trusted aide to handle it. Go to Slow River County and supervise the docks. Keep an eye on all the elementary scholars who are heading to the province for the examinations. This person's name is Pei Ziyun. I have a portrait of him here." "Master Li, is he drowning in the river?" Yang Kuan asked excitedly. "No, now is the time for the examinations. It's a sensitive time. You can't kill anyone. Just let him fall into the water and let him catch a cold." Li Wenjing instructed softly. "The water may not be too cold now, but it doesn't matter. After he falls into the water, just sprinkle this medicine on him. I guarantee that he will catch a cold. So it's just this matter. Don't worry, I will handle it for you." Yang Kuan patted his chest and said, "Slow River County, Minter's house this time." The Minter had a stern expression on his face. Pei Ziyin didn't know that the Minter and Minter had just argued about Tang Jun and could only lower his head. The Minter then said, "You're still young and need to polish yourself. You're only 15 years old and you're already an elementary scholar. It's hard to avoid success. How can you go to the province like this?" Pei Ziyin looked at the Minter and thought to himself, did he offend this person? The Minter then said blandly, "Ambition doesn't depend on age. The Emperor values essays. This kid's essays have reached a certain level. Old friend, don't argue with me." The Minter gave a huff and turned around to walk to another room. The Minter then said, "This time I've called you here. I have no other instructions. There are only two. Firstly, your essays have already removed the yin qi. This is a good thing, but you must not be too full of yang qi. This is a taboo in the examinations. Secondly, I want you to know, this time, the governor of the province examinations has been decided. The governor of the province examinations was actually the chief examiner of the high scholar examinations. He was appointed by the imperial court and sent from the central government to the province to preside over the examinations. In order to prevent cheating, it was not announced to the public. However, once the appointment was made, the local officials would know about it. Even those who had connections would know about it. Ordinary candidates could only find out about it themselves. The examinations were fair. Knowing who the chief examiner was, one could then analyze his essays and prepare for the examinations. From this point, the Minter wasn't a pedantic person. After all, everyone else could analyze his essays, except for him. That would be unfair. Pei Ziyun then asked, "May I know who it is?" The Minter lowered his voice. "It's Hu Luzhou, Hu Yingzhen, His Excellency." This person became an elementary scholar at the age of 15, a high scholar at the age of 18, and a grand scholar at the age of 22. He was famous throughout the lands. He was only 35 years old, and he was already presiding over the examinations? "Yes, the news has been relayed to us. Have you seen His Excellency's essays?" The Minter asked. Pei Ziyun replied, "This disciple has seen some, but I'm afraid it's not complete." The Minter nodded his head. "This is a compilation of Hu Luzhou's essays. You should study it on the way. Although the essays are written in terms of structure, but the examinations are of great importance. It's normal for there to be some changes." I shall not keep you any longer. There's not much time left. Hurry and go. Don't delay on the way. Yes. Pei Ziyun bowed respectfully and left. After some time, the mentor walked over and said, "You've treated him well. Why can't you be more forgiving towards Tangjin? He's been studying hard for 10 years. Once he's stripped of his title, he won't be able to take the examinations again. Shouldn't you reconsider? Old friend, you don't have to say anymore. This is a completely different matter." The mentor waved his hands and said, "Although this person is young, he has the jade of the Jing Mountain and the pearl of the spirit serpent in his mouth. He's a talented person. How can Tangjun compare to him?" Pei Ziyun rushed to the docks. This world was similar to the Song dynasty, where commerce was flourishing. Although the officials were of high status, they would often marry merchants. Although this was the beginning of the country, the waterways were already well established. Boats and boats of fruits, bamboo fans, mats, pillows, rations, medicine, and ceramics were all flowing in and out of the city. Pei Ziyun arrived at the docks. It was July and August, and he was sweating profusely. He stood under a shed and looked around. He saw that the river was wide and far away. Thousands of boats were sailing on the river. There were 7 or 8 large boats docked at the docks. However, there was only one boat that was waiting for a guest. He walked towards it and saw the owner of the boat. Seeing that there was a guest, he smiled and welcomed him. "Dear guest, are you a husband heading to the province to take the examinations?" "How did you know?" "Just by looking at your attire, I can tell. Besides, I've already booked a boat for a few other husbands. My boat is very deep, and I've prepared 2 sacks of watermelons. My dear guests, you can enjoy the watermelons on your journey. The boat fare isn't much. There are beds and bedrooms, and the food is fresh." A good room only costs 1 tael of silver. This price wasn't cheap, but Pei Ziyun wasn't interested in saving a few hundred coins. He had earned 4,000 taels of silver and had given his mother 3,000 taels of silver. In reality, he still had 1,000 taels of silver on him. Even if he had used some, it wouldn't have been more than 10 taels of silver. He then said, "Then let's book a good room. Shall we depart now?" "Husband, the boat isn't full yet, and we have to wait for a few more guests. We will depart this afternoon." Of course, if Pei Ziyun wanted to book the boat, he could depart immediately. However, Pei Ziyun didn't want to waste time like that. He then said, "All right, I shall head to the hotel and have a meal. Call me when you depart." He was talking about a hotel about 50 meters away, and the captain acknowledged. Chapter 39. The surface of the river rippled as a fisherman pulled up his sleeves and tied up his pants. He then took out his net and cast it into the river, preparing to catch some fish. On the boat, the captain was sitting on the boat, smoking a hookah. It was a bamboo tube about half the height of a person, with a mouth at the bottom. It was stuffed with some tobacco. The captain placed his mouth on the pipe and took a deep puff. The tobacco started burning, and the sound of water bubbling could be heard. This type of hookah was filled with water, and the longer it was used, the more flavorful it would be. The captain stood up in satisfaction and stretched. Someone approached the boat. The captain didn't think much of it first, but when he got closer, he regained his senses and stood up. "So, it's Master Su. What brings you here?" There were a few people watching from the shore. When they saw Pei Ziyun disembarking from the boat and disappearing into the distance, Master Su came up and saw that there weren't many people in the cabin. There were only a few elderly, women, and children waiting for the boat to set sail. Master Su's face fell. "Let's talk inside." The boat was rather big, and the cabin was rather dark. There was only an oil lamp on the table, as it was afraid of catching fire. The dim light from the lamp was rather eerie. Master Su sat down. Opposite him, the captain lowered his head in fear. Master Su stared at the captain and waved his fan twice. "How's your business recently? Thanks to you and Master Su, I can make a living on the water and feed my family." Master Su laughed. "With this boat of yours, I can make 200 to 300 taels of silver a year." The captain didn't know what to say. He saw Master Su's face was tense. Old 3 I'm not here for this matter. Master Su has something to tell you. The captain lowered his head even more. Master Su, please instruct me. I will listen. Only then did Master Su explain the situation to the captain. When he heard what the captain said, he started sweating profusely and waved his hands. We can't do that. This man looks like a scholar. If he goes to the prefecture, he would at least be an elementary scholar. If something were to happen to him, he would be beheaded. The smile on Master Su's face disappeared as his face turned dark and sinister. He said impatiently, I'm not asking you to kill him. Just let me get on the boat and you cooperate with me. Let him get off the boat and drink a few mouthfuls of water. What are you afraid of? Furthermore, this is the order of the branch master. You are a member of the branch, and you should know the rules. If you are unwilling, the government will not arrest you, but the branch master will not forgive you. Hearing this, the boatman's legs softened and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Most of the boatmen who made a living on the river would join the local river branch. When there was a problem, he had the money and strength to contribute. Normally, he would be protected, but now, the shipowner had given the order. If the shipowner refused, he would be punished by the shipowner. Not only that, he would not be able to stay on the river anymore. If he continued to stay, he would be like the shipowner who refused to join. One day, his boat would capsize, and his whole family would be fed to the fish. The boatman's hands and feet trembled as he agreed. Yes, yes, I will obey. I will obey. He was sweating profusely and had to wipe it off with his hands. Master Su looked at the boatman and laughed coldly. He then spoke to the people on the shore before returning. Just treat me as a boatman. How would I dare, Master Su? Don't worry. I used to be a good boatman. I won't be able to see through your lies. Master Su laughed coldly. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Pei Zi Yin left the inn. The sun was shining brightly, and the trees on both sides of the street cast many shadows. When he reached the side of the river, he saw that there were already many passengers on the boat. Seeing that it was about time, he stepped onto the plank. The moment he stepped onto the plank, he saw that one of the boatmen looked at him. His face twitched, and he looked extremely fierce. Pei Ziyin felt that it was strange. When did this boatman come here? Why did he look so unfriendly? He took a closer look and realized that this boat was specially used to transport people. There were 2 levels, and there were cabins at the front and back of the boat. There were curtains hanging down from the cabin, and there were several boatmen on the boat. He even saw a cook. Although this boat was filled with crooks and honest people, it was a long-term business. It shouldn't be a black boat. Just as he was hesitating, the boatman carried a hookah and smiled. Esteemed guest, please board the boat. Almost everyone on the boat has arrived. We are about to depart. Pei Ziyun smiled and reached out to touch the hilt of his sword before following the boatman onto the boat. The ship wasn't big, and it only had 2 floors. They followed the captain up the stairs, and when they passed by the stairs, they saw that there were people sitting in the cabins. Seeing that Pei Ziyun was bewildered, the boatman explained, Those people are going to the mansion just like you. They will arrive in the afternoon and are in the cabins below the deck. Pei Ziyun looked around the cabins and saw that there were some people seated. There were poor students, elderly, women, and children. The seats were not full, and there were still quite a number of seats left. Pei Ziyun looked around and followed the boatman up the stairs. When he reached the top floor, he saw that there were many rooms, but they were very small. The boatman walked into one of the rooms and opened it with a key. Pei Ziyun took a look and realized that the room wasn't big and had 2 windows. When he looked out, he could see the river outside. The river was glistening, and the sound of water splashing against the boat could be heard. Pei Ziyun looked around and saw that there was a bed and a table. The boatman said, Young master, this is the best room on the boat. Pei Ziyun could hear the sound of someone reading in the room next door. The boatman then said, This is a single room. The people around here are all young masters and are preparing to head to the prefecture for the examinations. That's why there are people reading. However, there are only 4 people to a room. Pei Ziyun saw that it was rather clean inside. Although it was a little small, It was good enough to have such space on the boat. Didn't you see that there were many people below? Besides, the scenery outside the window was not bad. He then said, "All right, let's keep an eye on this room." As he said this, he tossed out a tael of silver. The boatman weighed it in his hand and smiled. "All right, young master. 3 meals a day. Please come to the main hall to have your meals." Pei Ziyin nodded his head. At this point, the boat started moving. There were already 20 to 30 guests on board. There were merchants, elementary scholars rushing to take the examinations, as well as merchants and commoners. At this point, a green-robed scholar bowed. "This humble subject is Yu Guangmao. I am heading to the provincial capital for the autumn examinations. It is an honor to be able to be on the same boat as Brother Pei." Pei Ziyun returned the gesture. "Brother Yu is too courteous. We've met before." Hearing the commotion, 3 scholars came out. They were around 27 to 30 years old. They were the same people Pei Ziyun had met at the elementary scholar assembly. When they saw Pei Ziyun, they were overjoyed and greeted him. Pei Ziyun then said, "So it's my brothers. Brother Li, Brother Wang, Brother Yi. So you're all on the same boat?" The elementary scholars had many things to talk about and started chatting amongst themselves. It revolved around the regional examinations. These elementary scholars had been to the imperial examinations a few times before and were very familiar with each other. Pei Ziyin saw that there were only a few beds in the cabin, and there wasn't much space left. He felt that it was strange. These elementary scholars shouldn't be so poor. Yu Guangmao laughed and said, "The regional examinations are held once every 3 years. It's a long journey, and it's not easy for us to make the trip. Since the few of us are familiar with each other, we decided to stay in the same room. Hence, we told the boatman to add more beds, and we decided to stay in the same room. This way, we can take care of each other and exchange knowledge." Pei Ziyin saw the 4 of them talking like this, and knew that the 4 of them were not telling the truth. Or maybe they didn't have much money, hence they had to do this. However, he could not embarrass them. He then praised them. "My brothers are really hard-working. Looks like I have to learn from you guys." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the few elementary scholars smiling bitterly. The boatman had not gone far, and when he saw Pei Ziyun, he was shocked. This man was an elementary scholar, and in the blink of an eye, he had gotten to know a whole bunch of elementary scholars. The boatman was trying to harm this elementary scholar. According to the boatman, if he were to fall into the water, he would be fine. However, if he were to fall into the water, who knew what would happen? If he were to die in the river, it would be fine if he was alone, but all these elementary scholars were there. If they were to report this to the authorities, he would be in deep trouble. As he thought about this, he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said, "Dear sirs, the boat has left the county successfully. If there are no accidents, we should reach the city within 3 days." As soon as he finished speaking, the boatman left. The rest of the elementary scholars did not seem to mind. After chatting for a while, the 5 of them started to get familiar with each other. The boatman then said to Pei Ziyun, "This year's regional examinations will be a gathering of elementary scholars. Between you and me, I wonder who will be able to become a high scholar and bring glory to our ancestors." As they spoke, the few elementary scholars sighed, and the atmosphere became a little lonely. Pei Ziyun wanted to persuade them, but realized that he had no way to do so. He then left and returned to his room to study. As the sky darkened, someone knocked on the door. Pei Ziyun opened the door and saw that it was one of the boatmen who said that it was time to eat. He went to the boatman and noticed that the dishes on the boat were pretty good. There were fish, vegetables, eggs, and fruits. Pei Ziyun picked out the fish on the spot and noticed that the chef's cooking was pretty good. Pei Ziyun ordered 3 or 4 dishes and found them to be pretty good. After waiting for a while, someone finally came down. By the time Pei Ziyun had finished eating, the 4 elementary scholars had still not come down. Pei Ziyun felt that it was strange. Nothing happened that night. There was still the sound of people reading next door. As the night grew darker, the sound of people reading stopped as well. The boat fell silent, and everyone went asleep. There's the sound of crying. In the middle of the night, Pei Ziyun was woken up by the sound of people crying next door. When he listened carefully, he realized that it was several people comforting him. "Brother E, why did you have to do this?" "My family is poor. Every day, we eat simple dishes. How many times do we have meat and fish? Even so, my old mother and wife still save money for me to take the examinations. It's just that I'm already 33 years old. If I don't pass this time, how could I bear it? I can only find a school to teach and earn a few taels of silver every year. Thinking about it at night, I can't help it. I hope everyone will not take it to heart." As he said this, the person stopped talking. Gradually, there was silence. He could only hear people tossing and turning in bed. It was obvious that the people in the room next door could not sleep. Pei Ziyun could not sleep as well, but he did not want to disturb these people. He put on his clothes and walked up to the deck. He looked up at the clear night sky, filled with stars. He thought to himself, in real life, how many people can achieve success by studying? Most people work their hearts out, only to end up with a head full of white hair and a sad ending. That's why I know the value of the plum blossom. I also know that the original owner of the plum blossom was such a wretched person. He handed over this weapon that could change his destiny to someone else. Forget it. Young people are always full of passion and idiocy. Only when I'm 30 or 40 years old and am down and out for the rest of my life will I understand the value of the plum blossom. Just as he was deep in thought, he unknowingly reached a corner. All of a sudden, he heard someone speaking in a low voice. He had heard these two voices earlier in the day. One was the captain, the other was a worker. The captain's voice was trembling. "Are you really going to make a move on an elementary scholar? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."